Hey guys, we're not going to be doing an intro this morning because we're riding out late. We are late getting started this morning, and I apologize. And it seems like we're getting later and later. But anyways, good morning, guys. I like I just said, if you're just tuning in, I'm not going through the intro. I just wanted to get started because if you were here yesterday, you would have realized that I have a hair appointment. And I looked at the time of it, and it's at 10 my time. So I'm really not going to be here very long. All I'm basically doing is setting up this live stream. And then after that, I'm done. I've got to get off to my hair appointment, but I will be back. So you guys are going to be kind of like in a chill zone for like an hour where you're just really communicating in chat for about an hour, and I'll be back like within a few minutes after it starts this morning, and I'll be here obviously running it because I think I should be back here by 11:30. It starts at 11, so you're looking at maybe a half an hour with me being gone, but it's really going to be like an hour and a half. This is the only way I can do it and get you guys on the trial. So I'm not quite sure how I am going to do the layout just yet for it. But I want to make sure all three screens are available so you guys can see, because I won't be here to toggle back and forth for you. But you all know I need to go get my hair did. So good morning. I know everybody is just pulling in right now as we're gearing up our live. There's not going to be a whole lot of information going on here. I can tell you I had an opportunity to watch several videos yesterday, of the 7 that died there in Oklahoma, in the small rural town of Oklahoma. We are learning from the wife, that Jesse McFadden's wife, mom, and apparently they had no clue whatsoever about Jesse's past. And her words to the public, actually, I'll just let you watch it. Give me just a second. Let me go ahead and set this up. So I want you guys to watch a few things on here. Is this the one? So we're going to watch a little bit of that one, and this one gives you the identities. Yeah, here's the one I want to go with first. We'll just watch a few of these, and then I've got to get out of here.
Five teenagers and a woman found killed just outside of Henrietta. The initial search started when 14-year-old Ivy Webster and 15-year-old Brittany Brewer didn't come home Sunday night. We talked with Ivy's and Brittany's parents, who say their bodies were found along with the family they were visiting over the weekend. The girl's friend, Tiffany Guess, her brothers, Michael James Mayo and Riley Allen, and their mother, Holly Guess, were all found dead. And we're learning more about Holly Guess and her children. The family found murdered outside of Henrietta. A total of 7 people are dead as investigators try to figure out what happened. Holly's mom wants the public to know the kind of person she was, while she and the community mourn this horrific loss. 2 News anchor Erin Christie is live in Henrietta tonight with an interview you'll only see on 2.
Naomi, while the medical examiner has not confirmed, Jan Mayo says her daughter and grandchildren were shot and killed, and she says the man who did it shouldn't have been walking the streets. Students in Henrietta returned to class one day after the tragic deaths of 5 classmates. Therapy dogs were brought in, and several banners and memorials were set up outside the victims' lockers. While authorities haven't confirmed the identities, Jan Mayo says her daughter, Holly Guess, and 3 grandchildren, Michael James Mayo, Riley Allen, and Tiffany Guess, were all killed.
She loved her children. She would do anything in the world for them.
Mayo says all of her grandkids were actively involved in school. Two of Tiffany's friends, Ivy Webster and Brittany Brewer, were also found dead, as well as Holly's husband, Jesse McFadden, a registered sex offender and convicted rapist who was scheduled to appear in court on a child porn charge on Monday. Mayo says she always thought Jesse was controlling and didn't approve of him from the start.
He was the one telling Holly where she could go, when she could go, who she could talk to. If we took one of the kids, he would track their cell phones.
Holly and the kids lived in Westville, the same town as Mayo, until Holly met Jesse.
How she met Jesse, I have no clue.
Mayo says she didn't find out he was a registered sex offender until she happened to stumble across the information a couple of months ago.
My husband was doing some research on one of his coworkers to find out what his charges were, and Jesse popped up. We tried to confront Holly, but he fed her a ton of lies.
Mayo feels like the justice system failed her family for letting him out of prison while awaiting additional charges related to sexting a minor while in prison with a contraband cell phone.
Oklahoma dropped the ball and let my family die.
Damn, powerful words.
And Mayo is urging all parents to conduct background checks on any adults spending time with their kids. Reporting live in Henrietta, Aaron Christie, 2 News Oklahoma.
So again, you know, we talked about this yesterday, and I know people were probably going to get their panties in a wad where I said, you know, mom brought this guy around her kids. And I know she didn't. And I even said that I know she did not intentionally do this. But either way, sorry guys, I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this real quick. I think that looks good. So that's how it's going to be set up while I am at my hair appointment, which I am going to be leaving for in about 15 minutes. So good morning, everyone. I haven't had an opportunity to tell you guys good morning individually, and I apologize about that, and I'm not going to be able to this morning. So I just want to go over the language of letting go here for you guys. Put me on the big. There we go. Hi, it's nice to see you guys this morning. So, as many of you know, we're going through the language of letting go, and May is more of self-awareness and more of not spreading yourself too thin and having good relationships with one another, whether it's a working relationship, a familial relationship, whether it's a platonic relationship, whether it's a more intimate relationship. But it's more of how, promoting healthy relationships and healthy behaviors in those relationships. That's kind of what May is. Let me see what May is. They usually tell you what. So all May is about is learn to say when, knowing yourself. And so May 3rd is much of the same. Say when it's too much. I was sitting at the bus stop many years ago, watching impatiently for the bus. I had been patient for so long, taking the bus to the grocery store, lugging big bags of groceries home. Whenever I found myself feeling irritated about not having a car, I'd be grateful. I'd be grateful that I was sober and that I could get around. I was grateful for all the good things in my life. Yet it was getting harder and harder to be grateful. The bus finally arrived, and I bustled my way with my heavy bags and lugged them 2 blocks from my apartment to the bus after the bus dropped me off. I didn't want to cry, but I couldn't help it that day. God, I'm sick of walking and taking the bus. I said, I'm tired of this. How much longer do I have to wait to get a car? Within 2 months, I was driving an automobile. It's important to be grateful, but sometimes repressing our emotions and not saying how we feel about a situation is a form of trying to control the situation too. We think if we hold our breath, not complain, and do everything right, the universe will benevolently give us what we want. Is there some situation in your life that you're hoping would magically get better? If you did your lip and wished long, if you bit your lip and wished long enough, if you started playing the waiting game in a particular situation, tell yourself how you really feel. And maybe it's time to say when. God help me forgive myself for having needs and desires. Good message. Good message. So getting on with some of the stuff going on in the Brian Kohberger case, it sounds like, and I was kind of shocked because, I was just talking about Sleuthy Goosey and how we were just having like a little tweet conversation on one of her Twitter feeds. And she said it didn't sound like the media was entertaining getting involved in the lower court and the appeals. Well, apparently yesterday, a few of those media companies did actually intervene, as I suspected they would, because again, that order was very clear from the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court is telling, a plaintiff or a petitioner that they have standing. That's huge. It's a huge hurdle to get over as to establish standing in any matter, especially one that you're not technically a party of. And they gave them the roadmap to actually intervene in the lower court. And I think it seems exactly what the media has decided to do. So it looks like even though we're having this non-dissemination order, a motion coming forth on May 25th, and Judge Megan Marshall is going to have to make a decision. According to the opinion from the Supreme Court, if all the allegations that the media is the petitioners are stating are true, that's what they said. If their facts are true, then yes, this is a problem. Basically, is what it said. We all know that the facts that were asserted to the Supreme Court were in fact true. We know for a fact that these orders are overbroad. And we have discussed for months now that there is much less restrictive measures to do what she's doing, that this non-dissemination order is going to be modified, if not at all removed, because it is absolutely unlawful. And of course, all the people that don't like Bullhorn Betty call BS. And here we go once again, where now that we're past this point, we realize that the stuff that I was providing, the information and the direction I was providing this channel, was actually true. And it is exactly what ended up happening. Even after being told that, nobody from media would be entering into the lower court, that changed, because that opinion from the Supreme Court was so good for media and for First Amendment rights, that it would be foolish for them not to do a motion to intervene in the lower court to protect our rights as media. So thank God for them. Thank God for them. And thank God for the Gonzalez, because if it wasn't for the Gonzalez, we wouldn't even be here. We would just be starting to intervene into this court case, and would just be starting to, ask the courts for redress on the overly broad non-dissemination order. When you can't even get public records, which under the state of Idaho, public records are provided. If you request public records, if they're not, but anything related to this case, they're not even, whether it's not related to this case or anything, if it's just related to a witness or Brian Kohberger, whether it goes with this case or not, they're not talking about it, and they're not providing that information. That is an overly broad non-dissemination order, period, just on its face. And even the Supreme Court had identified several things in the order itself that made it overly broad. And that was under that's past page 6. They even expressed how it was overly broad. Here it is. Here's the language right here. So they basically say about the overbroad, it says they maintain that the amended non-dissemination order hinders their ability to gather such information if the petitioner's allegations are true, which we all know that to be true. They have alleged an injury that creates that is concrete and particularized and actual or imminent and not conjectural or hypothetical. But here is where the Supreme Court actually identifies the overly broad language. Additionally, if the amended non-dissemination order is vague, overbroad, unduly restrictive. Unduly restrictive is another element to this, because this is unduly restrictive or not narrowly drawn. This is so broad, it's not narrowly drawn. And we even talked about that when these non-dissemination orders were coming out in this case early on. We talked about how they have to limit the scope. That is what this not narrowly drawn means. It's the same thing I was referring to when I said they need to limit the scope in this non-dissemination order for it to be lawful. We are absolutely correct. The Supreme Court of Idaho agrees with that opinion I gave you guys months ago. Here the amended, and here's where it says it. Here, the amended non-dissemination order broadly states that those prohibited from commenting on this case includes but not limited to. And they're saying by having that phrase in there, that is overly broad language in this non-dissemination order. Further stating that the order also restricts such individuals from commenting on anything concerning the case. Again, Supreme Court says overly broad. This is a violation of law. This is a violation of law. So again, and in order for this to proceed in the Supreme Court, there are two prongs that need to be met for the Supreme Court to take this case. One is standing, and two is jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is basically stating, did the petitioners in this matter do everything that they were supposed to do prior to bringing it to the Supreme Court? Remember, the Supreme Court was designed as the last court. This is the court of last resort. The court of last resort. That means they expect you to do everything humanly possible to resolve it before you get to the Supreme Court, except they do have some exceptions to this rule, except in urgent matters. In urgent matters, you can step over a few of these requirements because of the urgency. And that's why this was denied, is that the Supreme Court believed that there was other remedies at law for media before they got to the Supreme Court. And they said, you need to try these avenues before you ask us, because we are the court of last resort. Thank you, Jennifer. Has everyone taken their happy meds this AM, anxiety meds? Let's get this poop show on the road. I love it. I love it. I love it, Jennifer. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, Letecia, I think, is the only one that has the stockpile of pharmaceutical happy pills, to be honest with you. But I don't think they're working, because she doesn't look too happy, and she hasn't really looked too happy throughout this trial, right? Oh, crap. It's that time. So let me get through here. So getting back to the standing. So you have to have standing and jurisdiction. And this is what the Supreme Court believes. They said, based on the record, we conclude for the purposes of establishing standing, petitioners have sufficiently alleged the injury in a form of their diminished ability to receive speech and effectively gather news. Further, the media is concerned that an order provisions are vague, overbroad, unduly restrictive, and not narrowly drawn, are not merely contrived, and if established, could improperly infringe on the press's constitutional right to report the case. So they're not, adjudicating this matter. This is an opinion. This is not to say that they're saying one way or the other. They're just giving their lawful and legal opinion and basically covering their butts by saying if all these allegations are true. We as the public know that these allegations are true. So therefore, the judge is taking notice to this opinion because, again, it's not a very good opinion because it's basically saying, yes, she is violating these people's constitutional rights. And the judge is willing to hear this case, but she needs to pay heavy attention to this and take this seriously because the Supreme Court will review this case and will have a ruling on this case once they do all the necessary steps. So hopefully Meghan Markle takes this opinion seriously and modifies her behavior and her order in accordance with the law. Right now, unfortunately, it's the judge and the state and the defense violating the law today, not the public and not the media. So anyways, guys, I'm going to go ahead and put this up. I may come live to you with dye in my hair. We'll see. I might pop in from the hairdressers, right? So I'm going to get my butt moving because I need to be beautified. So I'm putting this up. I know you guys are going to have an hour just to sit here, but I promise you, or an hour and a half, I will be back here. I promise. I will be on the other end of the screen. You will hear me. I will turn my microphone on and I'll say, hey, I'm back. And then I'll be all beautiful and blonde again. This dark hair, man, we're not doing dark. Okay, we're not doing dark. I'm not a dark head person. Maybe God believes I need to have darker hair. All right, but I have an established color. We love the color. Gives the hate channel something to talk about. Isn't it so funny? Like I got some of the softest hair, but my problem is my hair is curly. My hair is naturally curly. It's kinky. I mean, it's not like real tight curls, but it's wavy. So the only time I get, and when you put a brush on curly hair, you get it. So the only way I get this beautiful, loving locks of straight hair is to blow dry my hair. So those people that sit there and try to tease me about having fried hair, lordy, 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 get a grip. When you see my hair silky smooth one day and not silky smooth the other day, I didn't add electricity to my hair, okay? It's called, I didn't blow dry my hair. That's it. That's it. Hair is beautiful. We're going to go make it even more beautiful today. And you know what? We'll just make the haters talk about my blonde hair and blue eyes. The epitome of being American. Floridian, I should say, right? It's you're either from blonde hair and blue eyes. It's either Cali or Florida. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Sorry, I'm trying to get this cold coffee down the hatch because I really do need it today. I didn't sleep well last night. My shoulders, my shoulders killed me yesterday. I don't know what it was. Last night, I flipped and flopped and turned, and I piled pillows up under me. I piled them on top of me. I piled them down the freaking bed. I just, for the life of me, I've been up since like 1:30. Finally, around 5:30, I laid down and was able to get a couple hours more of sleep. But last night was not good for me. Whatever was going on with my body, it was not liking it. And I've got ibuprofen. I don't know why I didn't think to get up and get ibuprofen. I got ibuprofen here. I've got Tylenol here. I've got Aleve here. I've got every concoction of over-the-counter pain relievers you can possibly imagine. Yes, Olaplex is good for processed hair. That's all I have. I have Olaplex in there, but I also have Swab Professionals because I don't like using the same, like I'll use like Olaplex maybe once a week and then something else the other, but I don't use it, twice a week or anything like that. And I'm one that washes my hair more times than I probably should because I wash my hair twice, sometimes 3 times a week. Now, I'll wash my hair every single day if I'm working out. Take it to go, it says. Take it to go. All right, guys. Well, it was real. It was fun. And it was real fun this morning. I'm sorry I didn't get an opportunity to say hi to everybody, but I hope you guys stay and enjoy conversating in the chat. I wish I could be more of entertainment right now, but don't worry. By our first morning break, I'll be back and we'll be discussing this case. I will be watching. For those that are just now attending or don't know where we are in this matter, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with this matter, but just in case. Oh boy. Hold on just a second. Yes, ma'am. Of course I'm on. I think Mama Bullhorn wanted to talk to everybody, but I'm like, look, I got to be at the hair appointment in 10 minutes and I've got to roll out of here. So just an update. This is a woman that is accused of killing her stepson, 11-year-old Gannon Stauch. She is on trial. She changed her plea from not guilty to not guilty by reason of insanity. She has admitted to killing this boy. She's basically stating it's from the abuse that she received as a child from her stepfather, and a sexual abuse situation that happened 20 some odd years ago as the reason for killing this boy. She's had 2 witnesses set up for her defense, and both of them have been kind of flipped to the state's witness. And right now they're in the process of cross-examining her main witness, which is a lady that has a lot of experience in multiple personalities and things of that nature. So anyways, that was the quick digest, Reader's Digest version of what we're talking about. I've got to get out of here. I will see each and every one of you soon. You will see me probably from the hairdressers, because I am going to be watching, which reminds me I need to bring my handy dandy earbuds so I'm not blasting people out in there. So I'll see you guys soon. And if I do have an opportunity to pop in when I get to the hairdressers and chat with you guys while we wait, I will do that, depending on where she's at in the day. So I love you guys. I'll see you soon. Give me about 15 or 20 minutes.
Well, hello, guys. I'm not sure if you guys can see me or not, but I'm actually leaving the hairdresser. My hair is not getting done today. It's going to be done tomorrow. She accidentally took somebody. She accidentally took somebody back that she thought was me that wasn't me. And she came up and she's like, "Oh my gosh." She's like, "I put the wrong name down." She goes, "I'm so sorry." And so I'm coming back tomorrow. I did ask her about the light pink. So we're going to get some light pink, just a few. We're not going to overwhelm the hair with light pink, but I will have some highlights put on the top at the end for all of my bleeding hearts, my pink hearts out there.
You guys are doing good. Oh, shoot. Here's my glasses. I have to drive with glasses. The sun gets to my eyes. So is everybody doing okay? Can you guys hear me and everything? I really can't adjust how you guys can see me on here just yet because, yeah, but it sucks because I went up there. I mean, I've already spent 40-something minutes up there. And now, but she didn't have anybody. It looked like tomorrow was her day off. So she's coming back special for me, which is probably going to be a good thing because then I get her undivided attention and she's going to make me beautiful. So tomorrow is the day. And tomorrow is the day that we do not have trial. It's Thursday. So Letecia Stauch's trial will not be going on tomorrow, so we'll do our coffee club at normal time, and that should give me plenty of time to get to the hairdresser and get my hair done. But I did tell her, I asked her if she's got light pink, and she said she does. So she's going to put light pink in my hair. But again, it's not going to be a glaze, and it's just going to be a few highlights, like 5 or 6 of them. Beautiful and pink. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. But we're almost home. That means the trial hasn't started, and I'm back for the trial. So everything worked out as it should work out. It's just a little bit of time. Yet another adventure. Every day is an adventure. And I got out of the house, and I realized just how gorgeous it is outside. It's beautiful today. Absolutely beautiful. And if I haven't told you guys yet, I am actually leaving the 10th through the 15th, and I'm going to be covering some cases that aren't widely known, and I think I'm going to actually cover a serial killer or two. I haven't quite finished up my itinerary yet for this trip, but it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be something new. It's going to be something fresh, and I'm kind of excited about it. So hopefully you guys will like it. And we still have the preliminary hearing in June, so we'll get a little something new and fresh in the middle of May. And then at the end of June, we'll be rocking and rolling with new information. We may be getting a mess of information after the 25th of May, depending on how this modification of the non-dissemination order, comes out, because I'm very interested in getting comments from people in the matter. And I'd like a public information officer to be able to do their job. So, all right, guys. Well, I'm going to let you go. I will be back with you. 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, but I am pulling into my house now. So I'll see you inside here in just a minute. See you soon.
OMG, I'm back. Oh my gosh. Well, at least I can commentate and moderate. Kind of sucks a little bit because I just spent 40 minutes up at the hairdresser and didn't get a damn thing done. But the good news is I'm her only appointment tomorrow, and her and I are going to get the hair done. And the good news is I've already talked to her about the light pink. So it does appear that light pink is in stock. So Bullhorn Betty is going to have pink in her hair. I'm going to be rocking the pink. And you know darn well I don't do color in my hair. So if it wasn't for the love of you and Robin, Robin's endless picking on Bullhorn Betty. Oh, Pink Betty. We're going to be Pink Betty tomorrow. Pink Betty. So anyways, now that we have some time, it looks like we've got about, 25 minutes to spend with each other before this trial kicks off. As many of you know, tomorrow, no trial will be going on tomorrow. It will not pick up until Friday. So we're going to do coffee club, as I said, as I was driving home. Thanks, Pink Phoenix. I'm going to be pink tomorrow. Pink is one of my favorite singers of all times, by the way. Well, there's a lot of them. Like I've got, I love Whitney Houston. You'll find out I love very strong performers. So I like Whitney Houston. I like Celine Dion. I like, Pink. I love Pink. I love the history of Pink. I love her story. If you guys haven't read her story, she's a badass. I mean, she's just not just a badass, in music, like her, she's just a badass. I don't know what else to say. She's awesome, right? She's awesome. And her story, like even when she was becoming big and they were signing her up, like she didn't have any money. And here she is pumping gas at the gas station. And I think it was her producer or her manager is like, you need to get away from these pumps. And she's like, I'm freaking broke. I need to pay my bills. Now, if you want to give me some money, I'll walk away right now. And I think it was it was later that day or the next day that they wrote her a big fat check and took her off that gas pump. So she was a hard worker. She was a hard worker long before she got to the point that she is. So God bless her. Her story's amazing. If you haven't heard Pink's story, I suggest, and you like Pink, you should look into her story. I like the story of people because it's about the journey. It's about the walk. Like, what did you get? Cyndi Lauper. Oh my God. I was a major Cyndi Lauper fan whenever I was a kid. I was a young kid when Cyndi Lauper was, big, and everybody loved Cyndi Lauper and her hair and bouncing around to the music. I remember my nannies always playing Cyndi Lauper. Tanya Tucker, Gretchen Wilson. I like singing her karaoke. Redneck Woman. She's a great singer too. And of course she was part of the Music Mafia. She was part of the Music Mafia. And something happened with her producers and stuff like that. That's why you haven't seen her make any music in a really long time, because she has nobody to produce her. But this day and age, with social media, a lot of these entertainment things, like the managers and stuff, you can, for example, Gretchen Wilson, in my opinion, come out on YouTube and start performing her songs on YouTube and probably make just as much money as she was making under contract with one of these production companies. Just honestly, believe it or not, the internet is a powerful thing. If you think about it, like, 1994, when computers, the World Wide Web went from theory into practice, was about 1994. I was 15 years old at the time. So we had some stuff. This is like back when America Online, remember? You've Got Mail. All right. For those that are old enough to know, dial up, right? It really did change the world. If you told me when I was 15, sitting there on dial-up internet, Welcome to America Online, right? You've got mail. So, you know, if I thought at 15, when I'm first learning about the World Wide Web, that, you know, fast forward to 2023, and I have a channel on YouTube, and that is my job, there is no way. Joy, don't be telling people your age now. Gotta be careful what you post in chat. I'm just joking. We know you're beautifully 21 years old, right? I'm just joking. But anyways, to think that social media has flourished, or, you know, internet has flourished into what it is now, where we can hop on and just be right on there, is amazing. From where we came, where it took us 15 minutes to even get our mail, right? You got to go through all of, and then you got mail. Well, thank you so much. How much mail do I have? Right? The growth we have come through in this country, especially with internet and the power of the internet, and now the power of social media. We've got Supreme Court rulings that put social media as the public square, as a news information. As news that's not me. That's the Supreme Court. And so there's a lot of powerful things that have happened with internet and media. Most notably, all of our stuff is now digital, easily traced, right? Easily traced. We got, you can pay your house payment online now, card, like, you don't need to leave. Like, just build the house, build yourself an office, and that is where you live, breathe, and die, is home. Don't go anywhere. You don't need to go anywhere in this day and age, right? Just stay home. You don't have to go to the bank. You don't have to go to the grocery store. You don't have to go to the post office no more. You don't even have to go to the utility departments anymore, right? You just go online. Like, literally, the stuff that took us 2 hours, 3 or 4 hours a week to do, we can literally sit here on the computer and do all those tasks and literally wait for it to show up at the front door. Remember the stories of the milkman back in those olden days? We don't have milkman stories anymore. We have mail carrier stories now. Not the milkman's baby anymore. It's the mail carrier. Oh, I should stop. All right, Mama Bullhorn's calling in. I'm sure she wants to chat. Hold on just a second. All right, you're on. I'm back.
Well, let's go back to when I was in my 20s. Everything was multiple carbon copies.
Yes, and I remember that.
There were no copiers. It was all, you had to type everything on those stupid sheets, ditto sheets. And
yes, and don't forget, when you said that, the carbon copy sheets, don't forget how much different color whiteout you had to have. You had to have green whiteout, yellow whiteout, pink whiteout, and white whiteout.
Well, on the ditto papers, you just had to have, to correct it, you just had to have a paper clip to rub it and then backspace and put the correct one in, because those blue fluid machines that made you higher than a kite, and they always put them in a closet, and you had to be in there. I would come out with a migraine after like 100 copies. But anyways, I've been there. Everything was on a typewriter. I was a court reporter transcriptionist.
Yeah.
Absolutely no errors, no strikeovers, no corrections. And it had to be perfectly 1.5 spaces to match up with the number of lines on the transcription court papers. If you notice, every page of every line is numbered.
Yeah.
And your stuff had to match up with that.
Well, you know, when I went to
special typewriter.
When I went to a school, you know, we were when we did our pleadings and our motions and stuff, we were required to have all the numbers of the lines on the side of the paper. Now, the way they do it now, they've removed that requirement. There's no line. So when you're trying to reference what line, number, and paragraph this is, you literally have to count now.
Well, I noticed on the Letecia, when they put up some of the testimony at the very beginning, it was on lined paper. It was numbered. Paragraph something or other, line number.
Yeah. Oh, no, they'll do that. But our pleadings were required to be that way. Whenever you looked, if you look, go back like 15 years, you look at the pleadings, every single pleading and motion out there that was submitted in a case had numbers on the side of the page. And that was whenever like a response. So say somebody filed a complaint, you'd have those numbers. And then in your response or your answer, you'd be able to identify line 16 through 20 we disagree with, or we you know what I'm saying? And now you literally have to count that stuff.
I have severe arthritic hands for 40 years.
Right.
Well, not that many, but when your sister was a brand new baby, and that was BYT before your time, you were still up in the stars. You hadn't fallen down yet. I worked 24/7. When they would bring me, court reporters would drop off their stuff. I had to, believe it or not, judges work 7 days a week, Monday through Monday. If I was in the middle of the night given court reporters, reports, I had to type them and have them on the judge's desk the next morning by 8 a.m.
Yeah. 7
days a week. And you put a brand new baby that was breastfeeding. It was very difficult.
Yeah.
But I did it. I did it until I found out I was pregnant with you.
Boy, was that a mistake. No, I'm just joking.
No, I think I did it after you were born because Judge Knowles passed away in our office. Right about you were a brand new baby, and I went to deliver my night's work to her office. And I think I was told to take it to another judge's office because she had passed away.
Gotcha. Well, we have about 13 more minutes before the start of this trial. I got a couple questions to ask you. The first question is, do you think Letecia Stauch was insane at the time she killed Gannon?
Oh, hell no.
Okay. The other question is, do you believe that she will take the stand in her own defense?
Unless Maria Taylor or one of the other people pays her a visit, she should not. Period.
Oh, and that brings me to another point. Hold on. And a light bulb just went off above my head. She says so basically what she was telling the forensic psychologist is when she's under this immense pressure that she goes in protective mode. And when she talks about this protective mode, she's basically saying that this Maria Sanchez takes over. I would have to think that this trial is very stressful. So why hasn't she gone into protective mode, and why haven't we seen Maria Sanchez?
Right. And that's why the doctor that was on the stand yesterday, I got so bored with her, I turned it off and then watched it till midnight last night. But she's, first of all, overqualified, overdegreed. I saw somebody put that on this morning. And somebody used dither. I love that word, dither. I don't know where she's going with this, but the fact is, this woman does not exhibit DID at all. She fakes it. Even the psychiatrist the day before yesterday said that. she has no malingering. She feigns all the questions. That means she fakes it. I do not understand why. I knew that the defense had no defense. And they're probably wasting their entire defense budget on this one witness. And the taxpayers are paying for this because she's indigent. She didn't own a house. She didn't even own a car. She has no money. Albert owned everything. And because it's horrible. It's horrible. So the taxpayers are paying for her entire trial.
Well, it's paying for the entire, because even the state, we pay for it. We pay for the state to bring the trial. We pay for the defense to have a proper trial, to defend themselves properly under the laws of the. But do you remember when she was? Well, first of all, I agree with everything you say, but this particular witness is turning out to be a witness for the state. And just like their first witness, they were able to flip that witness, and that witness did the state more justice than the witness did for Letecia. And I feel like the same is going to be for this older gal, because I feel like she was deceived and lied to by Letecia's attorneys. And here's why. Because she kept saying, well, I needed all these exams, and they kept saying that the state's not going to pay for them. The state's not going to pay for them. And she says she needs them. And then we find out from the state that they actually withdrew their motion for those testing. And it's probably because she would not grade well on the neurology testing because she's normal.
Yeah. Well, this lady is, as one of your guests said, dithering because she's trying not to answer the questions.
Because it's not helping her client.
Right. And the fact that she can't bring up anything from the interview from Sunday, which was what she was counting on, because she had nothing.
Yeah.
She couldn't get any prior tests done. She couldn't do this.
They could have. They chose to drag their feet to the last minute.
Right.
I mean,
And then she sees her in an interview on Sunday, and that is not considered exculpatory because it's past the date of acceptance. So she can't even use her interview from Sunday.
Yeah, and the state brought up the fact that when they were talking to her about some things, they were asking her like to define what the requirement is under Colorado law. And I was surprised that she's making an opinion without knowing with specificity what the law is in Colorado. And then he calls her out because she always establishes the law in all of her reports. However, she didn't do it for this report.
Yeah.
So I feel like they proved that she was being manipulated. Maybe willfully. Maybe she's an activist for criminals, because it seems like she's only called by criminal sides to testify on this multiple personalities. But when but I don't see where she's been successful on expressing this to juries in the past either.
Yeah. Well, the most, talking about child murders, the most horrible one I had to transcribe was in where you used to live, in that neighborhood. Right behind you is K Road, right?
And yeah. You're talking about my other house, yeah.
Nothing down there. They dug a big, huge well for the county, the county of Manatee. Well, the maintenance workers did not cover it up properly. And the children were playing back there riding their bicycles, blah, blah, blah. One of the kids fell in that well and they died.
Aww.
And I had to do all the transcription for that court hearing. And it was so sad because the parents not only were trying to sue the builder that built your neighborhood.
Yeah. Hey, Ma, finish it up because we have action.
Okay. They ended up suing the Manatee County. Now that was an undisclosed.
Right.
It was
We'll
sad.
All right, we got to go, Ma.
So sad.
All right, love you.
Record should reflect the jury is not
Love
present
you,
in
Ma.
the courtroom.
All right, we're
Counsel
here.
approach, please.
This is interesting. I wonder what all this is about. So we definitely know that it's possible today that they're going to be wrapping up their case. The defense which might be resting their case today or early Friday. I know as we're getting down to the wire for the ending of this trial, the judge wants to make sure everything is in order, that there's nothing missing. He wants to make sure that jury instructions are going on. Oh, Jennifer B, thank you. Thank you so much. Love you. But yeah, we're going to definitely, thank you, Love Bug.
All right, before we bring the jury in, there was one thing that we should have done yesterday that we didn't. And I told Mr. Tellini we could do it at a different time. And now is that time. Mr. Tellini, did you have motions that you wanted to make?
I do, Your Honor. I would make
Go ahead.
motions for judgment acquittal on all
Got these in
charges,
different orders.
specifically first-degree murder premeditation. There has been lack of evidence showing premeditation on behalf of the defendant.
Okay. Prosecution.
Sorry, guys, I'm playing with the
There's
I
been
apologize. I need to get
more
it
than
right.
enough evidence presented on premeditation as it relates to count one, specifically and most glaringly in the form of those searches that were discovered on the defendant's phone, evidencing a desire to leave the state of Colorado to seek employment and housing out of state for a one-bedroom, one-bathroom apartment in Orlando, Florida. And then obviously all of the efforts that were put forth by the defendant to then cover up the crime, showing consciousness of guilt. And so we would ask the court to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal.
All right. The standard that the court must apply at this point or at this stage in the proceedings is that the court must take the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution and determine whether or not there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges that have been brought against her. With respect to defense counsel's argument regarding premeditation, there are messages or indications that the defendant was conducting searches regarding a life elsewhere, essentially, jobs, places to live, perhaps even connections with singles in another area. There's also indications that the defendant may have been unhappy in her marriage, that there was a discussion about that, but nothing was necessarily reached. There was a statement by the defendant at some point in time in which she said, "I should have just left last week." All of this occurred before the death of Gannon. It's not surprising, or this would not be the first case in which someone was in an unhappy marriage and some crime was committed as a result of that. I think there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude, if it were to believe that evidence credible and give weight to that evidence, a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was guilty. Again, the court has to take the evidence at this stage of the proceeding in the light most favorable to the prosecution and must not make any credibility determinations at this point either. As such, the court believes that it is a jury issue for jurors to determine whether or not the prosecution has in fact established beyond a reasonable doubt all of the charges which it has brought. Is there anything else that we need to address, prosecution?
No, not anything that we can think of, Judge.
Defense?
Yes. Mr. Cook is retrieving Dr. Lewis.
Okay, so she's not in the building yet?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Do we know where she is?
This witness.
Or how far away?
They're in transit.
Okay, so probably about, like yesterday, about 5-10 minutes or so, something like that. Okay.
This lady doesn't take
All right.
instructions from the judge
Court will
very
be in
well.
recess then until we have Dr. Lewis.
All right.
I don't know what is more irritating, and I don't care, you know, of her age. The bottom line is she is being paid. She is a witness for the state. She's doing incredible damage to her reputation. I can tell you that. And she seems like she, you know, it seems like she might have taken on more than she can chew, in my opinion. I don't think she had a lot of information about this case before giving her preliminary opinion on this. And I think that's why the reports they have from her aren't signed or anything. I think they were going off preliminary information that they were going to wait until she could meet with Letecia. Now, we do know that she said she has met with Letecia face to face or had conversations with her, that she, you know, looked over all of this information that was sent to her, hundreds and hundreds of pages. However, she couldn't really list one document that she had read. I mean, it's not a title of not one document. She kept saying, I have to refer to my notes. I have to refer to my notes. But it's like, you know, I mean, I realize that this is a significant amount of time since the onset of this, but it sounds like she didn't really get involved until February of 2022. And then it sounds like it was November of 2022. Maybe it's 2021. I may have the years wrong. I apologize if I do. Where she's now all of a sudden going, you know, bat crap crazy, right? So I don't know. I really don't know at what point she saw. Oh, thank you, Linda Lou. God bless you. At what point she saw this. Let me process my thoughts on this. I feel like she didn't, based upon the cross-examination by the state, I feel like this witness, this Dr. Lewis, which is, you know, obviously has some really good credentialing. I think she's lost the jury in a few respects. Here's why. When she was talking, she was smiling an awful lot. This is not a joyous situation. She's the first one that I've seen that, and that could be due to nervousness. So that in and of itself is a problem for me. While she was on the stand and being challenged on some of the information that was in the report, she started walking in circles. You know, you can tell that she was ruffled a little bit by the prosecution's questions, by the state's questions and cross-examination. So I feel like she was losing the jury there. I also noticed when she had tough questions, she would have this propensity to need to drink her water. And almost, instead of just being there for a second and counting to 10 as you collect your thoughts, I noticed that every time she's like, you know, hold on, she'd drink her water. So she's a very nice lady. I'm not, I don't think there's any dispute on that. This gal is a very nice lady. She's highly educated. She's got some pretty good credentials, as well as, you know, notoriety by a few books that she wrote, a movie that was written and aired about her specifically. So she is she's well known. She's well known. But here I feel like she changed the way she normally does things. And I don't know if it was because, again, she's semi-retired. This is an opportunity for her to make some money in retirement. It's plausible. Maybe she decided to take this case when she shouldn't have, possibly. We know that she teaches and is probably teaching part-time or goes to some speaking events. You know, she's got great credentialing from like Yale University, which is a Ivy League school. She, you know, taught, it sounds like potentially at this Ivy League school, or have spoken before at this Ivy League school. She knows, you know, people that have good qualifications and good education. The one thing that I thought was a little odd for me personally was that she has all these qualifications, but when she talked about her like clinical time or time where she was at work, the nonprofit, um, was it a clinic? I don't recall exactly what it is, but you know what I'm talking about. It was like a clinic facility type of thing for people with mental illness. They remember she was talking about how it started off slow and it only had stayed open for a few years. And you're talking about Ivy League doctors here, or you know, it seemed odd to me that you have somebody that's so highly educated and has such credentialing not be able to keep a clinic up and running. Just seems, it seems, this one adage that was always taught to me as a kid, and you guys probably recognize it as soon as I say it, but it's like, you know, what do unsuccessful people do in their field, right? They teach, right? If they can't, they I hate to say it. I hate to say it, but it's true, right? If there was a successful doctor or surgeon out there, they're not going to stop their practice to go teach at universities. They're not going to do that until they're well into their retirement ages and they don't want to do the surgeries anymore, right? So it always comes back to me. And it always comes back to me. You know, the people that aren't successful in their trade end up becoming the teachers. I don't know what that says about the students under them.
Bullshit detected. Take precautions.
Oh Lord. Well, I can tell you that this judge is probably hot under the collar because he specifically you know, looked at the lady and said, you need to be here at 9 a.m. I mean, you couldn't get any more specific than what he was doing. Guys, give me just a moment. I'm gonna have to put this on there. My aunt's been calling me for several days. I need to speak to her. Give me just a moment. All right, had to explain to the Ann I'm on my live. I was expecting it to be like a short conversation. It seemed like it was getting a little longer and a little longer, and I'm like, I got to get back to my live. Can I call you back later? So it's just my aunt's going to be coming in, so she wanted to make plans to see me, and it's coming right in around the time I got to go to Key West. So I told her, I said, well, I've got to be here, and here. So hopefully everything works out. So, and it comes in right there at the time that Brian Kohberger has his the hearing on the non-dissemination order. So I will not be going to that because my aunt's coming into town. I haven't seen my aunt in a year. So I'll be looking forward to her. So she's just going to come here and stay a couple nights, and I'm going to do my thing. And when we cross paths, is basically how it went. Because I'm so busy, you know, I just don't have time, unfortunately, to stop my life for 2 days to actually visit with family. I can only see her during downtime. I mean, you know, she's going to have to deal with me. But the good news is, by the time she gets here, we'll be back in the office.
People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present
15
in the
minutes
courtroom.
late.
We do have our witness on the stand, Dr. Lewis. I would just remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. Is there anything else that we need to take up at this point? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Todd, tell you what's going on with our one juror. Just keep an eye on it. I'll try and watch and see if she.
It sounds like the reason why her attorney was late was because he was going to retrieve the witness. I find that odd. Did this lady come into town and not get a rental car? Or, you know, that's the issue I'm having here is, why is she running late for court, especially in light of a judge firmly saying you need to be here at 9 a.m. I heard that too, be Betty fan, or no, I am Team Summer, that he said, you know, keep an eye. I thought he said keep an eye out for her, but I don't know if he was referring to somebody else or referring to the witness, because the witness is on the witness stand. So we'll see how this.
All rise for the jury, please.
That guy with his damn hand sanitizer. Lord have mercy. So while we have this up, I just want.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand.
Cameras.
No response. All right. When we took our break yesterday, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young.
Good morning. Morning, Dr. Lewis. How are you?
Good morning.
You okay?
In truth, I've had food poisoning since last night, but we'll carry on as best we can.
I'm sorry to hear that. If you need to take a break or anything, just...
If I do, I'll let you know.
Okay. All right. I kind of want to talk a little bit more about dissociative identity disorder. During direct examination yesterday, you mentioned that there was some controversy with regards to that diagnosis. Could you expand on that? What is the controversy surrounding that diagnosis?
Well, the essential controversy is whether people believe it exists or not. I could give you an example of that. When I inquired of the chair of our department many years ago, did he believe that this existed? He said, I don't know. I have never seen it.
Yes, it does, Pink Feather.
And this is the kind of resistance there is to it. It's becoming more recognized, and it's in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual now, so that
I'm not sure.
It's gaining acceptance, understanding. Also, I think with the ability to photograph things and to show things, it's becoming a more well-recognized disorder. Dissociation has been long recognized. It was really described very well by Freud.
Got it. In your book, you mentioned that oftentimes people can act out multi-personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder. And there's been several movies that kind of portray that. Do you recall talking about that?
No, but I'm aware that there are movies such as, I think, Sybil and others like that, where this has been done, and more recently in movies.
And the movie Sybil was based on a true life story, right?
That's correct. But I think Cornelia, a very, very well respected psychiatrist, wrote about it, and it has been also made into a movie.
And the actual person that Sybil is named for actually turned out that that person was faking multi-personality disorder. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar enough with the case so that I can't comment intelligently about it.
Okay. Have you worked with any actors and helping them in their roles in movies?
No, I don't. Wait one moment. In their roles in dissociation?
Yes. Cape Fear, Robert De Niro?
I have assisted Robert De Niro in, I don't think it had to do with DID. I think it had to do with a different movie that he was making, that where I agreed to assist them. But I don't believe it had to do with DID.
Had to do with him being a psychopath?
It had to do with his being a very dangerous guy.
And that's the movie Cape Fear, where he's a murderer and he has an urge to kill and things like that. I don't know all the details of the movie, but
right.
Is that a fair summary of it?
I don't know. There is a better one earlier than his that is a far better Cape Fear.
The original.
I did assist him in it, and he did. I did give him access to some tapes that we had of people with different kinds of disorders.
Did they include dissociated identity disorder?
Among them, there were some that did, some that didn't. Yes.
So how do you tell if someone's acting and they want you to believe that they have multi-personalities?
Well, I can tell you what I do.
Tell us, please.
Okay. What I like to do is be able to show that there were unmistakable signs of these kinds of switches, changes, different states, different abilities to function long before I was ever asked to be involved in any case. And so that is one of the best ways. I think that's the best way. It's that, to my mind, if I'm teaching, I will say to students, this is as close as you get to an MRI in this field, where you have something that was done. And again, I repeat, you can't retrospectively malinger. You can't write your name in a funny way or pretend to be somebody when you're 18, because when you're 35, you're planning to kill someone and you think you need a good excuse. That makes no sense. So that it's important for me and for the people with whom I work to be able to, well, identify in any number of ways whether these signs, symptoms, behaviors antedated any difficulty with the law or any current issue.
Sure. Things like family members coming in and saying, God, she didn't remember my name for long periods of time, or she blacked out and couldn't remember where she was at.
What are you referring to now?
For signs of dissociative identity disorder, retroactive?
No, that
Wouldn't mean anything to you?
well, that alone, no, that's a very little bit. However, if you let's say you're looking through somebody's work and you're looking through their high school notebooks, or you're looking through early pictures, early signatures, things of that nature, and that these things way antedated any problematic behaviors later on, that any legal issues. That is the kind of thing where well, we found, for example, in the workbooks of children at school, where we've gone through them and we have found a different name that was used, and that was used at different times.
And so if I could, just Dr. Lewis, you're saying that the writing would be more important than an individual saying, I blacked out for long periods of times. I have no recollection of what happened, and there's no explanation.
I'm sorry.
Cell
Yeah.
phones off, please.
I think it may be.
That's your cell phone, Dr. Lewis?
I think it might be. I can
Okay.
assist.
All right.
Oh,
Mozart.
It's very nice.
of course, Dr. Lewis leaves her phone on. That poor
I'm trying to
gal.
find it.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay, this should do it.
Okay.
Let's
You're going to give it to Eric?
why don't you give it to Eric?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me know when you're ready, Dr. Lewis.
And I'm sorry, I don't recall your last
I'll
question.
re-ask it. You ready?
Mhm.
So is it more important to you to look at someone's prior handwritings than evidence of someone saying they had blackout periods and couldn't remember where they were at, and they couldn't remember their loved ones' names and things like that?
Your second examples just don't ring true, because it just is not something that people tend to tell me. And you can't measure this versus that. Often there have to be several things and combinations of signs, symptoms, behaviors. What is particularly useful is whether acquaintances or family members or people who have known the person over time have said, gee, when this person was such and such an age, he or she insisted on being called this and acted differently and did different things, so that it's a piece of data. And but that in and of itself, there is no single thing that you look for. But at least in the cases where we have felt that we were dealing with the real thing, there have been multiple pieces of evidence that at earlier times, for example, I noticed in some of my notes about Letecia that someone had said when she was younger, and I forgot this yesterday, when she was younger, she asked to be called Maria. And I had forgotten that yesterday.
Can you point me out where you found that information?
I'd have to look through all of this, but I can later if you like. I'll find it for you. It's just a note that I took because I thought it was interesting.
But what was it, in an interview, or where did you get that note?
As I say, rather than take up the time of the court and look through all of this, I will find it for you. But I just noticed it in the past maybe several hours or so. And I can find it for you because.
Well, here's the deal. I only have a X
Yes.
amount of time to talk to you.
Right, yes.
And so I can't really let this linger around because it's pretty significant.
I think so, yes. Oh dear. I'm sorry, I can tell you though that I came upon it in the past, maybe 12 hours or so.
Well, do you know if it's something that the defendant told you?
No, it was not. That's what was interesting, that I had completely forgotten this, but I saw that someone who had been interviewed said when she was a child, at times she asked to be called Maria. That in and of itself is not a proof of anything, but it's a confirmation if you have a lot of other things that go along with it.
Well, it's certainly not in any police reports, correct?
As far as, no, it's not police reports.
It would be in a report that the defense gave you?
Um, oh, here, again, I will be taking notes as I'm going through stuff and whatever. And here I have Letecia
Yes,
notes.
Dr.
relatives.
Lewis, Dr. Lewis,
Yes,
the way we have to do this is you need to read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your memory. And then once you've done that, I can ask you some questions, okay? Because I don't have that you have in front of you.
no. Again, these are simply what I took and labeled Letecia notes from relatives. Can't tell you exactly who, but here it says Letecia called self Maria Sanchez as a young child. And I have a little explanation when saying retrospective malingering, because that, you don't do that. At 12, you don't call yourself Maria because later on you're expecting to do something where you're going to have to make some sort of excuse. So this is what one of her relatives had told us, that that she called herself Maria Sanchez as a young child. This came as a surprise to me. I had not recalled it, but I was skimming it, and there it was.
And Dr. Lewis, you've testified hundreds of times, and you know that you need to turn over your notes and everything you rely on as an expert in the prosecution, don't you?
Is that a question?
Yes, it is.
No, when
Your
I,
obligations as an expert to turn over all the information that you use in formulating your opinions, correct?
well, when I am sitting taking notes over different things, I do not necessarily even keep everything. I jot down something that I think may be important later, and I noticed that I jotted this down.
And it's so important that you found out about it last night. You came in and decided to tell the jury about it today. Is that correct?
I came upon it last night, I believe before this morning, yes.
And it's so important you made an effort to put it in your report that you knew that the prosecution was going to get. Is that correct?
No, it is not. I sat when I was going over notes, trying to pull together things ages ago, and jotted that down because I thought, gee, that's odd. She had just mentioned Maria to me very recently, and somebody had said this when I wrote down L called self Maria as a young child. If I thought I was going to have to prove this particular statement to someone, I would have written down who said it or whatever. I was pulling together my thoughts at the time and going through and seeing what kinds of things seem to matter. And it is a note taken while I was going through hundreds of pages of notes. And to my surprise, this appeared. And I had no memory of having seen it before until I looked at it, skimming through it, and found it in the past, I would say, 12 hours or so.
It was until you realized you had nothing to corroborate your diagnosis that she was Maria Sanchez and you needed to come up with something. Is that right?
No, it was
Why
written.
wasn't that in your report, doctor? If it was that significant, that's the only corroboration you have. Why is it not in your report?
It is not the only corroboration that we have, sir. This is an observation as you go through hundreds of pages of notes and you see something there that you hadn't expected. And so I'll jot it down and think, gee, that's kind of interesting. But there are many other pieces of evidence that there were other times that that she apparently used other names and that she signed differently. But for example, there are notes where there are different names, but if you really study them, it turns out they were her names. They were before she was married, they were when she was married to one person, then to another. And I will write them down because what at first may look as if, gee, why is there this name? Did she use that? And then you're an idiot if you say, oh yeah, she was in an altered state. Well, no, she was in an unmarried state or she was married to a different person. So that when I'm going through things, I'll jot something down. I happened to jot this down because I thought, how come that early? I don't think I became aware of the Maria character until I had interviewed her.
Yeah, that's when everyone became aware of it.
Well,
It's
here,
significant to you
yeah.
that family members, including her daughter, Hartley Hunt, her husband, Al Stauch, had never seen any signs or any evidence that she had different personalities.
I can't comment on that because people's ability to recognize things, the ways the ways things are asked make a difference. So I can't in general say, yes, this matters. No, it does not. This is interesting.
Well,
Somebody knows.
Before you go off on another tangent, let me finish my question, okay? You consider that there was no evidence by family members that she had no indications that she had disassociative.
That specifically, I did not think about that specifically because different personas are either recognized differently because of the sensitivity of the observer, or they don't occur in that setting and they occur in another setting.
And it doesn't help your diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder, correct? Is that why you don't consider it?
No, it's interesting that they did not notice this. It may even be one of them who said this, who said, no, I never noticed anything different. And yet, one of these people said that
I think we got what
she
your
called
note
herself
says,
that.
doctor. Okay.
Well, that could well be one of the people who said, I never noticed she was different, but, oh, sometimes she called herself Maria. So that you're open to whatever comes your way. You try to jot down what seems important, and then you try to pull it together later. But there is no one thing that will say, oh, yes, this person suffers from DID or does not. There's a whole constellation of different things that you look at, that you consider, and no one thing that matters particularly.
Let's talk about something that matters to you that you put in your report, okay? You had Miss Stauch drew, I forget the name of the test, where they draw a clock and they have to put the hands of the clock. What's the name of that test?
I don't know, I call it clock.
We'll call it the clock test. Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
So you had her perform the clock test and she did horrible on it.
Well, she did something that I have seen before on with like older patients who have been actually demented. And I actually consulted Dr. Marikangas about it and others because it looks as though there is some kind of a defect in the ability to see certain areas. And so that everything was crowded into one area. And I have seen this in patients with with dementia, and dementia can be caused by many different injuries. So that I was surprised. The other thing that is surprising is that I didn't know quite what to make of it. I knew there was something unusual, and I had asked her again, would you do this again? And she did a much better job of it. And then I remembered I jotted down L, because when she had done something with her right hand, and then I hadn't asked her to change hands at that point, but I wondered, why are these different? And one with the left hand had been done one way, and with the right hand another way, so that she functioned differently, and also she functioned differently at different times, which puzzles me. This is partly why I very much wanted to consult a neurologist, because I don't feel that I am familiar enough, skilled enough, trained enough to say this is a section of the optic area that I think is functioning differently at this time. But
Did the thought ever cross your mind that she could be faking it, just wanting to have you have the opinions you have? It'd be pretty easy, right, to mess up the hands on the clock,
she
knowing.
didn't mess up the hands on the clock. She created one section of it. I didn't know until relatively recently that this was typical of certain people with brain dysfunction in certain areas. No, it did not occur to me that that was faking something, because afterwards, when I said, would you repeat this? Would you do it again? That she did a better job on it. And this is still a puzzle to me. And if I had the proper consultation, I would have discussed it with neurologists and tried to figure out, because the optic pathway is a very complicated pathway in the brain. It turns upside down, it moves back and forth, and a neurologist is far better equipped to say, this is where things seem to be going wrong.
Did you know that she had performed that test before?
I did not know whether she had or had not.
Said you reviewed the state hospital reports, both the competency evaluation and the insanity evaluations, correct?
I'm not sure at which point, but I'm not aware of having seen that. That was kind of my last minute thought. Is there anything I can do that might show me any neurologic dysfunction of any sort? And so I said, oh, would you please draw a clock for me? I didn't tell her which hand. I tend to just put something down and then pick it up. And I was staggered at what I saw, because it's a specific dysfunction. It isn't like trying to mess something up. It was in part of it. And then when I asked her to do it again, she did it better.
And doctor, I understand that you want the jury to hear what you have to say, but if you can just focus on my question and just answer it, okay? Did you review any prior tests that Ms. Stauch took with regards to this clock test that you've been talking about?
I don't recall seeing another clock test at that time prior to what I had done, no.
Okay, if I can just have a second.
See, that's what I'm talking about. She asks questions and she's answering the questions she wants to answer versus the one that's actually being asked. Letecia's not looking too happy. She's realizing this is all kind of blowing up in her face, I believe. Looks like they got matching ties, just in two different color reds.
An exhibit. It's people 736.
You may recall it
Where it's at.
within a single sleeve, if I remember right.
Fair. About that, Dr. Lewis. We've got a couple exhibits in this case.
I also have other clocks here that I had asked her to, here are some. And I think these were done the same day. So it is a puzzle to me, and I don't pretend to, I don't pretend to be an expert on interpreting this, but
Well, let me show you.
There,
this
yeah.
exhibit,
Yeah.
736, okay? Do you see there in the top right-hand corner,
yes,
picture of a clock?
yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
familiar with that?
I'm not, I don't recognize this as having seen this actual page before,
Okay.
but it is a clock and, see what it said, draw a clock, 10 past, what is it, 10 past 11? No, it's,
She did pretty good on that one, didn't she?
well, yeah, it's not 10 past 11 really, but it's, I have others where she did better with me. And it puzzled me that, at the time I said, would do it again and do it again. And it did improve. I am puzzled by this phenomenon, and I can't explain it to you, except it is unusual that that particular way of drawing it has been found in individuals with severe brain damage, actually.
Well, and when we're
and-
talking about insanity, doctor, we're talking about the time of the crime, correct?
We're talking about brain function at the time of the crime, and
So a test that was taken closer to the time of the crime would be more accurate as to what the brain function was happening at the time of the crime. Is that correct?
not necessarily.
So brain functions change over time,
Yes,
like change after you plead not guilty by reason of insanity?
and before and during. It changed there. I was with her, and when she produced this, that was kind of my last fling at seeing, is there any sign of organicity? And then afterwards, when I asked her to repeat it for me right then and there, she did a better job. And then I kind of looked and I marked that she had been using her left hand and then her right hand or vice versa. And sure, it varied right then and there. And I can't pretend to tell you exactly why. I think that with the assistance of a neurologist, we could at least have an idea of what was blocked off during part of this. And
Okay, I'm going to
don't-
stop you again,
yeah.
doctor, because we're getting away from what the question was, okay? On direct examination, you indicated that a bookcase fell on her and she had to go to the hospital and she had a head injury as a result of that. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
I remember reading it, yes, and saying it. Yes.
And that happened close in time to the crime, before the crime.
I don't remember if it was close in time. It was a while back when she was teaching. I don't.
Colorado, correct?
I don't remember where or the date, but you would have to tell me.
Misrepresenting the evidence. She was questioned about a case that fell in 2011 as supported by the medical record.
It's up to the jury to make a determination regarding whether or not any question or representation by an attorney misrepresents the evidence. Objections overruled.
Let me ask you this. You know that she was examined 2 days after the crime for head injuries, correct?
I'm not aware of how she was examined or by whom then right after the crime. I would have to look at it if I saw it, to refresh my memory.
Would it be significant to you if you saw that?
I would have to see what it said. It depends on what it said and how it said it and what they had done. So It could be. It could be.
Well, she was examined by a sane nurse, and the sane nurse was feeling her head and examining her head for injuries. Would that be significant to you and your determination that she may have a head injury?
If it were there, it could be significant. However, you don't necessarily feel on the outside what happened. If you shake something head, there are little hemorrhages that occur in the brain. You would not feel that if you examine. Now, sure, if something hits you on the head, you like to feel, because there will be a bump, but you can get a far more severe head injury by just doing that. And you can actually kill an infant, not deliberately, but by shaking the infant. And the brain goes back and forth in the cranium, and you will get little hemorrhages. And depending on where they are, you will get certain kinds of disorders in functioning. And I can't tell you exactly what they are. That's much more in the field of a neurologist. But
Hey, doctor, let me stop you again. Is it significant to you that a nurse examined the defendant 2 days after the crime and found no injuries to her head?
is it significant in what way? Meaning that there were no injuries? No.
And that's because you could speculate and say she could have had a brain tumor, she could have had hemorrhages because someone was shaking her. Is that what your opinion is?
She had other injuries previously, so that it's good if the nurse actually did this. I'm not aware. I'm not aware of anybody's having felt her head. Maybe they did. I don't know. But it's that does not tell you enough. It tells you if there's a bump, you do know that something hit the skull, the outside.
I want to talk about psychosis for a while, okay?
Mm-hmm.
In an insanity case, it's real common that psychosis is involved if that person is truly insane, correct?
Often, yeah.
Doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists look for evidence of psychosis at the time of the crime in making those decisions, correct?
They look at it over a spectrum, but they do certainly look at it then, and they look at a lot of other things besides psychosis. But yes, one of the things that people look at are the signs, symptoms, behaviors of psychosis. Psychosis is not one little phenomenon. There are many different kinds of psychoses and signs of it, so that you're talking about such a broad topic.
I'm talking about them all. Any signs of psychosis is important when you're doing a sanity evaluation, correct?
Certainly.
And a classic example of someone who is truly legally insane would be a father who kills their daughter because they're hearing voices that their daughter is the devil. Feel like they have no choice but to kill their own daughter. And so they kill their daughter. Does that sound like something that might fit legal insanity?
It's your concept of one possible type of insanity.
Well, what's your concept? Does that seem
There are many different concepts.
Let's just stick to this hypothetical.
Yeah.
Does it, yes or no? Does it fit your concept of what you feel insanity?
As I've said, insanity is many, many different things, and it depends. And insanity.
Okay to agree with me, doctor.
Well, no, all that I'm saying to you is you've given one layperson's notion of what insanity is, and you could have given another story, and I would have agreed with it, or whatever. Sure, it's a possibility.
Okay, I'll take the possibility.
Okay.
In that circumstances, they wouldn't know the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of their act because they had a psychosis that something was telling them that their daughter was the devil. Follow me?
If you believe that, yes.
How do you believe that?
In a hypothetical story, I believe that you are giving an example of something. No, I don't believe that that happened, but I certainly believe it's one of your concepts of what a psychotic episode can be like. And
Well-
I'll buy that that could be one. Sure.
I'll take that.
I'll give it.
The other, to add that hypothetical, because the individual didn't appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions, he wouldn't do anything to hide the body. He would stand there and say, I did what had to be done. Correct?
According to your notion of it, not necessarily, but I will buy that this is what you believe it to be. Say, no, I'm not going to hide it because it was good. Right afterwards, a person can say, oh my God, what's happened here? I don't know what this is. I don't know what happened. There are so many permutations and combinations. I would have to say no. It's a story.
So you would find that person legally sane? Is that what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying it takes a whole lot more to assess sanity and its definition. But no, that's a story that you made up.
Actually, I didn't make it up, unfortunately. Let me ask you another question about sanity and what you assess. Do you look at a defendant's actions, how the crime was committed, what they did before, during the commission of the crime, and what they did after the crime, and render an opinion as to insanity?
I do that not simply in terms of rendering an opinion of insanity, but it's a very important part of rendering an opinion of neurologic impairment. For example, it's extremely common to ask, particularly if you think that there has been some brain dysfunction, how about before? Before any of this happened, what were you feeling? What were you thinking? How describe that? How about during? Do you remember everything that happened then? Were you told that you did something you don't remember? And how about afterwards? How did you feel? Did you have a headache? Did you throw up? Did you, did you feel unwell? So that before, during, and after is a very, very important sequence. And you would ask it not just in terms of, quote, sanity, but in terms of neurologic impairment and how that affects brain function.
Well, you consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological development issues, don't you?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological issues.
I don't recall ever saying that. Did I give you that impression?
Said it on the HBO documentary. We're saying it there.
What would you quote this? I'm not aware of.
Well, let me rephrase. Do you think anyone who commits murder has a brain injury?
No.
Do you think when you're evaluating someone for insanity and you're asking them these questions that you just talked about, what they thought before, during, and after the crime, that would be important to go back and look at the evidence to see if it's consistent with what they're saying?
Any data that you can get that elaborates on what happened is valuable. I can't say how or what, but of course, anything. Even something where weeks before something could have happened. So that, sure, anything that you can learn about the act before, during, after, and at any time before, during, after is important.
The night before this crime, this murder, on January 26, 2020, the defendant had a video recording of her and Gannon talking about the fire. You recall seeing that?
No.
Think that would be important to look at? what she's saying the night before the murder?
I would have to see it, sir. I can't, I need to look at it and then I'll say, yes, I think it is important or whatever, but
Yeah, we'll play
I
it.
don't recall it.
Not a problem. Oh, we don't have one. We can't play it. Did you not remember looking at that as part of your evaluation?
I'm sorry, I do not recall exactly that. Also, some of what I saw was unclear and the sound was not good, so that I can't be certain of that.
Well, let me describe it to you and see what your thoughts are, okay? So she's, first of all, video recording a conversation she's having with her stepson, who's 11 years old, saying things like, it's okay, we can sell the couch, not a problem. We can sell the couch and fix it. And Gannon says, I'm just worried about my burns, and he's crying. Then she says, it's okay tomorrow, and then she shuts the video off. Okay? Remember seeing anything like that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall it, but again, much of what I saw was not clear, the sound was not good, and I am not aware of having seen that exactly. I am aware of having read that that Gannon, that she said he had little bubbles on his arm. That so that's the part of that I'm assuming it's the same issue. That is the part that stayed with me.
Well, what about the part of her having the ability to stop the video after Gannon says, I had burns?
I'm not sure what that would mean. What would you have me agree to?
Do you think that would be evidence that she didn't want anyone to know that Gannon had burns?
I can't say. I'm not aware of that because she did say that he had little bubbles on his arm. If she didn't want anyone to know that, I don't know why she would have said that.
Okay. 4:36 in the morning, on the morning of January 27th, 2020, she sends a text to her employer saying, I can't come in. My stepfather was just killed in an auto accident. You remember that? We talked about it
Yeah.
a little bit. Pretty significant to you and your opinions.
Yes.
We'll get there in a second. Do you remember the rest of the text string?
The rest of the text, if you remind me, I can tell you if I remember it. I don't know what you're referring to.
Paraphrase, how's
Yeah.
that? So the boss returns, later in the morning because she's not up at 4:30. She says, just let us know what we can do for you. Let me know when you can come in, words to that effect.
Yeah.
And then the defendant texts back and says, I can't believe you can be so inconsiderate. I had a family member just die.
Objection, misstating the text.
I'm paraphrasing.
Overruled.
Remember seeing anything like that?
I remember reading about what to me seemed wacky, if you want, you can call it psychotic, but that made no sense. This man was dead, I think, for 8 years. And to call in and say, she clearly was not thinking clearly or cogently or accurately. And it was one of these ridiculous kinds of excuses that a person of her intellect would not be expected to volunteer. There's you'd almost say a stupidity about it, but she isn't stupid. There's something
let me
wrong
stop you, doctor.
with how she's describing this.
Couldn't it be that you just didn't want to go to work that day? Could that just be out of the realm of possibility?
Unlikely, but possible.
And she had other things to do that day. She didn't want to go to work.
I think it's unlikely.
And you also know that her stepfather actually died in 2004, correct?
I know he died for 8 years, I believe, prior to this.
Well, let's do the math.
I'll go by your math. Okay.
Okay. She was also able to call in to Gannon's school and say Gannon's not going to be coming into school that day either. You've seen that?
Absolutely.
Nothing psychotic about that.
At the time that I read that, became aware of it, I was puzzled because I thought, gee, then he must have been dead then. Why is she calling in? And it really did not make a lot of sense to me to be calling in. One person who died 8 years ago was having a funeral that day, and Gannon couldn't go to school, but I learned subsequently that he is reportedly dead a lot later than that. So that it's a puzzle why she called in to say he couldn't come in.
It had nothing to do with maybe planning and what she's going to be
I
doing.
don't know. It could have had to do with planning.
Okay. And then you know that she also sent a text to her husband, Al Stauch, saying, hey, well, let school know that Gannon's not coming in today. Sick, he had some stomach issues the day before. For that one?
No.
The stepfather, you said that was psychotic or evidence of psychosis.
I don't know what what you're referring to, sir. Could
The
you?
fact that she calls into school and saying my stepfather just died.
I think it's peculiar. It's bizarre. I'm not sure what that was all about, what she was thinking, why she did that. It doesn't make sense. It's a bit of a leap to call it psychosis right now, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make logical sense.
Does it make sense that she may circle back to that at a time where she wants people to feel that she's mentally ill, blame it on her stepfather because it's on record that she's already talked about her stepfather dying? Does that make sense at all to you?
Doesn't make sense to me, no.
And then the morning of the 27th at approximately 8:14 a.m. and then again at 8:16 a.m., she takes pictures of Gannon in bed and sends them to her husband, Al Stauch. Do you remember seeing that?
I don't recall seeing. No.
Not unusual behavior.
I beg your pardon.
Is that unusual behavior? Taking a picture of a child sleeping in his bed?
It's behavior. I don't know what kind of behavior.
Do you think she might have been taking pictures to show that Gannon was still alive that morning?
She might have been.
And then you talk about it with her in the interview, and you know from reading the police reports that her and Gannon leave the house about 10:20 in the morning. They go to Petco. Remember that part?
Yeah, in parts. Yeah.
And they take Al Stauch's red Nissan truck. Remember that?
I don't recall it was a red Nissan truck, but I recall it was a truck that actually I thought it was her truck. Could have been his.
And you can actually see Gannon walking to the back left passenger side, rear left door of the truck and get in. Remember seeing that video?
I don't recall seeing it, but I may have read other people saw it. I just don't have a clear memory of that particular film.
Now, in the video, you can see the clothing that Gannon's wearing. See,
she doesn't seem very well prepared at all.
Stripe going down him. You remember seeing that?
As I told you, I don't remember seeing that particular thing. But again, the equipment I had was not clear, and there was no one there with me to say this is what we're seeing now. So that, but I don't question this, that there was that there's, it's peculiar that here he is walking around, and if I understand correctly, she had already called the school and said that he could not come in. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's homesick. She's home because she's telling people that her stepfather died, and they decide to go shopping. Playing hooky.
Oh, was that buying cat toys? Was it? I forget, something like that.
Needless to say, Gannon's wearing the same clothes that he was found in under a bridge on March 17th, 2020. They leave that morning.
I believe you.
Now, at the time that she drives that truck around and goes to Petco, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know. That's a leap where, if you can't talk to the person and you don't see more, I don't know.
You talked to her. Did you ask her that?
I don't recall asking specifically, did you know right from wrong at this point? I don't know. And I don't know the answer to that.
Would it be a
That
stretch
seems
to
like
say
a
she did know
question
right
to
from wrong?
ask.
The fact that she was able to go to Petco, run errands, and come back later that afternoon with no tickets, no accidents.
That she knew right from wrong then?
Sure.
I don't know. I would think, having called into school and having said that this child can't come in, and then taking him on a field trip to Petco, that she really did not have a good idea of what she was doing or why she was doing it. And I'm not sure that the idea of right from wrong is applicable to this just particular episode. It's wacky, but it's.
Is she legally insane at the time she's driving to Petco again?
I don't know. I think you would have to, I would have to know a whole lot more.
If you don't know a lot more, can you come in here and say that she was legally insane based on her driving to Petco again?
I can't say because I don't know enough about it.
They get back about 2:20 p.m. and there's video of them coming back. Do you remember seeing that?
Again, I remember knowing about it. What I saw and what I remember reading, I can't distinguish the two, but I do recall that I believe it was at 2 that there was a return.
And we see a leg drop on the right rear passenger door right about the time that the driver's door opened. Do you remember seeing that?
No.
Well, she tells you that they both come home together, right? When she's talking to you.
I'll buy that. Sure.
Do you not remember that?
Again, I don't remember word for word when she told me these things. And also, since I read other people's accounts of them, I can't tell you exactly where a piece of information came from.
Anything about the video about them coming back at 2:20 p.m. that would lead you to believe that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong?
It's a tough one to say right from wrong versus that she didn't know what on earth she was doing. And
I'm just asking if she had the capacity, if she was able to know right from wrong.
I don't know that.
You know from the video that they sit in the truck for approximately 30 seconds as the truck is there before the doors open?
No.
Is it unconceivable that they might have been talking to each other?
No, or not.
Or arguing with each other?
Or not.
The autopsy report. You've read that, right?
Right.
The autopsy report tells you a lot about how the killing took place, does it not?
I think so.
And the autopsy report tells you that there was at least 18 cut wounds and stab wounds.
Right.
And a lot of those were defensive wounds on Gannon.
Some, yeah. Some on his hands.
He was fighting back, right?
As far as we know, yes. Yeah.
Is there indication that whoever did that had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
I don't know. I would think so. I would think so.
Just based on the stab wounds alone, right?
Well, it certainly had that quality of, as I thought about it, whether there was an automatic quality to it, which is partly why I wanted certain neurologic tests done, because there was a repetition, as I recall. But there were signs on his hands of cut marks. So they're
fighting back, right?
Looks that way to me.
And the location of the stab wounds, in the chest, one in the head, several in the back and arms that we already kind of talked about. Does that indicate to you that whoever did this had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
That's a stretch for me, because when individuals keep doing this kind of act over and over and over again, it can be an attempt to kill, but it can also be a repetitious kind of automatic act. And not having been there, and I don't know what the state of mind was, whether there was a kind of an automatic going about this, or whether there was a real, gee, I haven't killed him now, I'd like to kill him.
Well,
That I don't know.
Let me have you take off your psychiatrist hat for just a second and just use good old common sense. Based on the stab wounds alone, whoever commit this crime had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I cannot answer that for the reason that I've just told you, that I don't know whether the person was automatically doing something which, with certain types of complex partial seizures, occur, where a person just keeps, they may do something not at all violent. They may button and unbutton their coat. They may turn a light on and off and just keep doing it. And they may just keep doing that. Or they may say, not dead yet, I want to kill them. So that I don't know for sure what was going on in the head of the person doing this.
Okay,
I can
well,
only
let's
say there are there are at least two possibilities.
let's move on from the stab wound.
Yeah.
Fact that there was blunt force trauma, i.e. some sort of object was used, caused 4 head injuries, one of which crushing Gannon's skull, causing skull fractures.
Right.
The fact that another instrument was retrieved and used lead to the opinion that whoever did this had the capacity to form judgment and reflection, and also had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I think you could interpret it that way, or you could say the person felt threatened, felt endangered. By the way, I did not understand where that came from, or how, with all of those stab wounds, where this item came from. Perhaps I missed something in the report. But
well, let me stop you right there, because in your report, you said you thought it may have been a baseball. Am I right in that in your report?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that. But it could have been a fear that the person himself or herself was being threatened, and that the wish was to get rid of this threatening, murderous object. I don't know what was going through her head.
What about the blunt force injuries to her Gannon's head, the 4 themselves?
I'm sorry, I don't have a good understanding of the object or of that particular aspect of the injury. So
why does the object matter?
I don't know. I would have to know.
The point is, they decided to move from a knife and go to another object, continue on with the killing, correct?
I'm not correct. I don't know what came first or what came second. And I'm not sure how when you're stabbing someone, you get around to hit them on the back of the head. It puzzled me, and I still don't know what was going on at the time or in the person's head. For all you know, the person could have felt threatened and felt that something was of danger to her. I don't know what was going through her head at the time.
A lot of hypotheticals.
Well, there's an 11-year-old boy who has 18 stab wounds lying in his bed.
Right.
And then she takes an object and crushes his skull. Does that indicate that he's fighting back at that point?
I'm sorry, I don't know enough about the.
Did you look at the crime scene pictures?
I looked particularly at the autopsy. I remember I'm not as clear of the crime scene pictures, except for the spatters of blood and this sort of thing. But I don't know what was going through her mind when this was happening. Was she defending herself? Was she attempting to kill him? The puzzle is all other data say that she loved him and that he loved her and
Loved him quite a bit, didn't she? The next thing she does is she gets another object, gun. The fact that she gets a gun, does that tell you she has the capacity to use it and reflection? That's the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I don't know, sir. When I spoke with her, her memory was I could see a gun in my hand, and I do not know what was going through her head or why there was a gun or why she shot this. It would be a leap for me to speculate on this. It is not clear that she simply wanted to kill this. This is a child she loved. As if we believe what other people said, she loved Gannon, so that
And so I just want to make sure I'm
I don't
understanding.
know that she wished to kill him. I don't know that it was even he that she wished to kill. Clearly, she did kill him, but we don't know whether at the time she saw Gannon and she was trying to kill Gannon. We don't know.
So her actions mean nothing to you with regards
I think
to.
that's a leap. Her actions mean nothing to me. No.
Well, everything's a leap to you. I just want to know what that means to you. The fact that she used 3 separate instruments to kill Gannon. Did she have the ability to make decisions when she did that?
And what I'm saying is I can't be certain what was going on in her head because I pondered it and I thought, what on earth? How did she get this, whatever the blunt instrument was? When did it happen? And then when I think more than one person said that she loved this child, so that it certainly made me wonder whether she was misperceiving something there. And
well, then let's go forward then, because what does she do after she does all that? She drags his body to the storage room and stuffs it in a large green suitcase. She had the capacity to know right from wrong when she did that.
It would certainly seem she knew that this was something that should not have happened.
And does that corroborate the actual killing, that she had the capacity to form an intent to kill, the capacity to use judgment and reflection, the fact that she immediately stuffs his body in a suitcase afterwards?
I don't know for sure.
What about cleaning up the crime scene? After she stuffs his body in a suitcase, she goes back to the room and cleans all the blood off the wall. Not all of it. Does she have the capacity to know right from wrong when she's cleaning Gannon's bedroom?
She certainly believes that other people will believe that she had done something horrendous or something terrible had happened. That's, I guess, as far as I can go right now.
Now, she then goes back to the storage room and throws a bunch of boxes on a green suitcase in the storage room. Ever seen pictures of that?
Again, I've seen a lot, so that I don't recall those particular pictures.
And then the police come about 10:09 that evening, January 27th, and they search the entire house. And her demeanor is calm, cool, and collected. Gannon went to some friend's house, didn't come. Makes those statements with her demeanor like that. Is that evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't think that's evidence that she knew right from wrong. We don't even know whether she knew what she had done. I don't think that that's evidence she knew right from wrong.
What about, is it evidence of psychosis?
It certainly sounds out of touch with reality.
When someone's in a psychotic state, it's pretty obvious, right?
No,
Looking around.
wrong. No, sorry. That's television. No.
Okay. So someone in a psychotic state can act normal and have a normal conversation with a police officer when their stepson is in the storage room underneath a bunch of boxes in a suitcase?
Particularly if the person does not know that she has done that, or that this is what the status is. That, you know, we don't know what, but there's something really odd about being in that a very calm sort of state. Here she has reportedly murdered a child she loved. This makes no sense. This is psychotic.
Well, and just
Did
this,
she kill that boy? Did she think she'd killed him? Was it that boy? Did she remember what had happened?
well, let's talk about the next day then, if she remembers. Because the next day at 6:20 in the morning, she drives her Tiguan out of the garage and is gone for 10 minutes and it comes back. Remember that?
I don't remember that specifically.
And then later that morning at 8:30, she goes to pick up Al, her husband, at the airport. Remember that?
Yes.
Very young, could you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so?
Sure, I can. Yeah. When she leaves at 6:22 a.m., I think she might be looking to see if anybody's watching.
That's a speculation. I don't know.
Because when she leaves at 8:30, do you know who's in the car with her?
I'm assuming that that the body is in the car. Is that what you're referring to?
Absolutely. Body that you just said that she may have forgot about. She didn't remember killing him, putting him in the suitcase, hide him in the storage room. That body.
Yes.
Gets the body out of the storage room, takes it upstairs, puts it in the back of the Tiguan, drives to the airport. Sound familiar?
Is that a question?
Yeah. At the time she does that, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know, because it is approximately then when she thinks that, at least what she says to some people is, she thinks that she can bring this body back to life. And she says that she brings him or tries to get him a hamburger. That ought to do it. And then I believe she even tries to get him ice cream. This is psychotic thinking. This is.
Oh, that's what she's saying. What actually happened is she drove directly to the airport, parked the Tiguan, left Gannon's body in the back of the Tiguan, rented another car, and now her went home. That's what happened. What she's saying is psychotic because she wants you to think it's psychotic, correct?
I can't say that's correct. I can say you believe that's correct.
Okay. Yeah, this is a good time to stop.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we will see you back at 10:40. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 10:40.
All rise.
So 10:40 is 12:40 for us, about 15 minutes. They're going to have a 15-minute break. Again, this witness is a lot of the same. You know, she just doesn't want to get off the fact that this is what I feel. I feel like because of some of the comments that she made yesterday and hearing the state ask her additional questions, did she preview this? Did she preview that? It seems to me that the defense attorneys didn't provide her all the information that she really needed to have. They provided her, they cherry picked what information they were going to feed this particular person. And you know what? And then it comes back to, she should never have provided a statement about this case, a preliminary statement, without referencing or prefacing above the statement that these different requirements are needed to receive a full statement, just to cover her butt. And she didn't do that. And then we hear from the state also that in past reports she's provided to courts, she's always referenced the standard for the state in which she's being represented as a expert. She always provides the standard of insanity in her report. And this particular report, she did not. And she's saying that, you know, she was asking the state to provide her the language, and she can tell him whether or not Letecia rises to that level. And it was really, really bizarre. This lady is arriving. Now, somebody says that she might be in a wheelchair. I'm unsure if she's in a wheelchair or not, but there are a lot of people that are disabled in this country and in this world that know how to get to appointments on time. She's now complaining of having food poisoning, which, you know, very, very well could be so, but we also know food poisoning isn't controlled. When you have food poisoning, you have food poisoning. To me, it seems like it would be very difficult for her to be on the stand for an hour and a half straight. You know, I don't think it's food poisoning as much as I think it's her nerves. She seems a little more ragged today, like in her responses. She seems a little more combative in her responses. So I'm not really sure, but there are some things that were said in her testimony today. If you need more information, can you assess her as legally insane? She keeps saying, you know, she says her expert opinion, when the defense got done asking her questions, they said, what is your expert opinion on her? And she said that she believes she's insane, that she didn't know what she was doing with her. Yes, she's in a wheelchair. Gotcha. So how, and that was a great question. And I don't know, I don't even remember how she answered it, to be honest with you. I don't know how she answered it. But that was a good question to ask, because how can she assess? First of all, she doesn't even know the standard in which she's giving an assessment. So she's not even referencing the Colorado insanity standard in her report. So she doesn't even know what the standard is at this moment in time. Okay. She's asking the attorneys for the standard instead of finding it herself, which I have a problem. This is not our first trial before. This is not the first time we've had doctors introduced to trials before. And during competency examinations or these sanity examinations, the SANE test, or whatever you want to call it, it's typical that nobody is in that room to mess with any kind of questions or comments that the therapist, psychologist, psychiatrist are going to be asking. They don't like any distractions during these types of examinations. And she very clearly stated that these attorneys were in the room for her. She also cited safety, that, you know, while she's talking, she knows after long and extended times working with people, the situation can pose to be more threatening. But it's my understanding that this was all done in the jail. So again, the attorneys didn't need to be there. She could have had her restrained, and she could have had her, you know, one of the prison guards there with her to control her, which would have better control over her than, say, an attorney. So to me, that statement really didn't make sense to me, which causes me problems because I feel like this lady on the stand may have some of her own issues because of how she's talking, how she's presenting herself. It just like she's refusing to see logic herself. Anything where they're like, take the psychiatrist hat off and put your thinking cap on. It just doesn't seem like she can disconnect herself. She wants to be known as the expert in this type of field. And I don't think she's really showing that expertise, if you will, especially giving a report out that's incomplete. Let's be honest. They've been asking her question after question, and her response has been, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. These are definitely factors that have to be taken into consideration when deciding the sanity of a person on trial with them stating that they were insane at the time they killed an 11-year-old kid. The I don't knows should be answered. You should not be on that stand if they didn't provide you the information, or you should have wrote them multiple scathing letters saying, hey, you're asking me to be an expert in this field for your behalf and for your client, and you still haven't provided me with all the information that I have been asking for. And then further it and say, no, I am not going to go and be an expert for you in this field because you have never provided me the information to formulate an opinion in which I can testify in an expert capacity. That would have been what she should have said to these people. Now she's in the hot seat. She's trying to justify her lack of work. And it seems to me the problem is the lack of work is that she asked the defense for it, and the defense only cherry-picked the information that they funneled to her. And then the stuff that she really needed, like the neurological testing, the MRI, the x-rays, the EG, or whatever it is that she needed, they're withdrawing motions to get her that. Meanwhile, cherry-picking the information that she's allowed to review and observe in giving her expert opinion on Letecia's state of mind at the time she killed her 11-year-old stepson. And I just find it hard to believe that, this lady is putting a lot of hypotheticals in a case when she doesn't know certain facts about Letecia or this case in general. How can you do that? I don't know how you can do that. That to me is a integrity issue. And to me, it seems like it would be an ethical issue. And why did she start off her testimony with, look, before I give my testimony here today, I just want to let you know that the majority of the stuff that I am, she might not be able to put that information in, but the judge, she had an opportunity to speak to the judge, and she could have definitely raised the issue with the judge outside of the jury's presence. The judge seems very fair to me. So I've notated that she can't seem to remember a lot in the case. She can't remember. He's talking to her about videos, and she just can't. And I think what he's showing the jury is she is not briefed on this case properly. Like, she really can't definitively state whether one way or another that Letecia was insane at the time Gannon was murdered, because she doesn't have the information necessary to make that determination. And I think him constantly asking her these questions and her saying, I don't know, constantly, I don't know, I didn't have enough information. The jury is hearing that. The jury is realizing it's right. I think now, granted, this is just one case, but this was a well-known case, and this was a well-known author and somebody that HBO made a movie about. So I just feel like she really has damaged a lot of her credibility, because this is such a notable case There are so many people watching, and I have to think that there are several people, and I'm not saying this, I'm just, we do address things that are being said, but I have to imagine that they're asking, why is she on this stand? Why is she giving her expert opinion when she doesn't have the necessary facts to develop an opinion at all? She's basing her opinion on conjecture, if you really want to think about it. She's got no independent testing. She's got no third-party information. All the information she's got to base her information on, or base her opinion on, is from the defendant and the defendant's counsel alone. When they're asking, did you see this report, or did you see this? Did you see her behavior? And she's talking about how Letecia went to all these places after Gannon was murdered. And the prosecutor is like, you realize she just told you that. That didn't happen. That didn't happen at all. And I think she's starting to realize how deceived she was and how cherry-picked the information that she observed was. Now, maybe this was all concocted. Maybe she knew maybe she's a lot brighter than we're giving her credit for. I mean, she's been up around the block a time or two. This is not her first case that she's been an expert witness in. Is she playing the sweet grandma card to help manipulate the situation? Is she one of these experts that are always working for the defense to help justify a defendant's action? Does she hate the death penalty or death penalty cases? Like, is there motives? This is what I'm trying to, is there motive behind why she does the work that she does? And then there's also a comment that she made, and her comment said it's tough to determine if she knew right from wrong. And that was when he was asking her specific questions at the time Gannon was being killed. He was talking about how many times he was stabbed, how many times she had to move from stabbing to bludgeoning to now, shooting. So 3 different types of crimes. He's saying, like, you're talking about an automatic motion, like the stabbing, as she was referring to, that's automatic. But it didn't stop there. She went on to bludgeon him with I presume the board, or perhaps it was the board that they've been talking about with the blood stain on it that was found a distance from their home, potentially. But I just thought it was interesting that she couldn't answer that very specific question. This is her statement out of her mouth. It's tough to determine if she knew right from wrong. And that she cannot determine that. She specifically said that a witness, that this older witness, the author and everybody that's the star witness for the defense is saying that she cannot determine. She specifically stated that under oath, she herself cannot determine whether or not Letecia knew right from wrong. That is a major element that must be established in order for Letecia Stauch to be successful in a not guilty by reason of insanity. And so now their own star witness has stated under oath that she cannot determine whether or not Letecia knew right from wrong. So that was, I think a huge step in the right direction on, I don't think they're impeaching this witness, but I think they're letting the jury know that, her credibility is not really good in this area. Yeah, she's highly educated, and yeah, she has great credentials, but she's disconnected from reality when it comes to this particular diagnosis. And then again, I was just talking about this, and now I'm getting down to it in my notes, where it's 18 stab wounds, a lot of defensive wounds, and she was referring to repetitious and automatic reactions, and she was referring to the stab, and that's what she said: repetitious automatic actions or reaction. I can't remember exactly what, but she did further up with it and said it's kind of your body's doing it automatically, and that's what triggered the cross examination, the state to say, well, it wasn't just stab wounds. You've got bludgeoning, you got a gunshot, you've got it really wasn't repetitious automatic actions from Letecia. This was 3 different things. Are you really going to get that with this particular illness? It just doesn't make sense. It seems like this woman's very knowledgeable about this particular illness, very knowledgeable. I truly believe she's very knowledgeable, but applying her knowledge to this particular case specifically, it seems to be disconnected, and it makes me wonder why. We know that she's making like 300 to 375 an hour. That is a lot of money. If she had to review all those pages, and we have to agree that she was talking about hundreds of pages, the state was talking about thousands of pages. So we have to at least assume that she was not provided everything in the case she should have.
Okay, before we start back into the case, there's 2 things that I need to address that have come to my attention. One is I've issued general orders regarding usage of cell phones, video cameras, all of that stuff. What we have provided for the general public is that they can capture what is being broadcast as a webinar. They can rebroadcast that, and that's fine. Everyone here needs to understand, everyone in this courtroom is prohibited at any point in time from audio or video recording any part of this proceeding in the courtroom. Don't have your phones out. There's not a reason for it. There are press that are here that may be part of pool press. They may be part of some other commercial entity for press, and that's fine. But even they are not recording any part of this proceeding. If that happens, it could be, number 1, your phone gets confiscated. It could be, number 2, you face direct contempt proceedings with me. Don't do it. Second issue is, I know that we have some people from out of town. I know that we have some people from out of state. And I know that perhaps they're not familiar with the laws in the state of Colorado or the etiquette and procedures for this courtroom and this building. This entire building, the El Paso County Combined Courts, in its entirety, is a non-smoking facility. Also understand, we have cameras everywhere in the building. So when you leave this courtroom and you go down a hallway, and then you go into a stairwell, and you're smoking, we know who it is. Especially if you've been warned about it before and you go down to another stairwell and smoke. I want to be very clear. There is no smoking of either tobacco or marijuana products anywhere in the courthouse at any point in time. Anybody who is here that
the marijuana guys
continues to do that, I may bar from the courthouse pending the outcome of this trial. So, 2 things: no phones, no smoking. Let me ask, anybody in the gallery have any questions about that? Raise your hand. No
He's talking to
response.
people in the
All
gallery.
right. I'll take that as everybody that's in the courtroom understands my message clearly. And I don't have to take any further action regarding it. Is there anything else that we need to take up outside the presence of the jury?
No,
Prosecution?
No.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back in.
Sweetie Pie's asking if Dolly's there. It's Dolly. Who's got Dolly's bail this time? Who's got Dolly's bail? I'll bring the bullhorn. Somebody bring the money. Trust me, Robin. Believe it or not, people do.
All rise for the jury, please.
We don't have to worry about it. Dolly got his warning. You heard the judge. Judge was being nice. He says, I don't think I have to address it again. But he was calling Dolly out twice, saying, this wasn't the first time. We told you not to smoke with the
Court will
stairwells.
recall
And went to
20
the other
CR
one.
1358.
Yep, that
People
sounds like
versus
Dolly,
Letecia
all right.
Stauch record should
I'm
reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were
Real
in the
me
midst
too,
of
Dolly was just
cross-examination.
scared.
That's where we will
You're right, he
resume.
would.
Thanks, Judge.
That's too funny.
Dr. Lewis, we left off with the Tiguan being at the airport. You recall that this morning? Now, the fact that she
No, he's
moves the
not. We
body
just
from the
poke fun at
storage
him.
room to the
That's easy to
Tiguan
do.
and then to the
And he can take
airport,
it. He's fun.
is that an indication that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't feel qualified to say, to conclude that she certainly had the capacity to move it from one place to another for one reason or another. And certainly it would seem to be for keeping it a secret of some sort. Whether or not she thought this was right or wrong, I just can't speculate.
Well, she knew that Al was coming home because she was picking him up. Correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And she knew that she had to move the body before Al got home, correct?
Perhaps. The body was hidden, so it could have been hidden somewhere else. Yeah.
And she knew she had to rent another vehicle because Gannon's body was in her Tiguan, correct?
I know she rented another one and it was in the T1, yes.
She thought this out, right?
Yes.
Rational thinking?
That's a leap. Thinking, yes.
Okay. Is she psychotic when she's making these decisions to rent a car and leave the body in the T1 at the airport?
Again, speculation. I don't know.
We're now into January 28th, 2020. Al and her go home in the rental car, the Kia. You remember reading about that?
Yes.
And then about 4 p.m. that day, she leaves in the rental car and goes back to the airport. Do you remember seeing that?
Reading about it, perhaps, yeah.
Is it inconceivable that she's going back to check on the Tiguan to make sure no one's disturbed it?
Any speculation is possible.
Is that rational thinking under the circumstances?
Don't know.
If the body's in your car, you want to make sure no one's messed with it?
Body's in your car, you might want to avoid going anywhere near that car so that you're not involved with it. So that I think it would be speculating to say this is why or that's why. We don't know why.
That's fair. But we do know that she goes back to the airport once again on the 28th at 7 p.m. Correct? You remember that?
I believe you. I'm sorry, I don't remember the numbers or the times, but certainly seems likely.
She leaves the white rental car, the Kia, in short-term parking, keeps the keys to that car, and leaves the airport in the Tiguan. Is that rational thought processes under the circumstances?
I have no idea why she's doing that. I can't say it's rational, irrational. She did it.
She's the expert giving her opinion, and she can't.
Without
it's too
finding
speculative
out
for
more.
her. What do
Well, is
you
it
think
evidence
an
that she
opinion
had the
is?
capacity to know right from wrong, collecting Gannon's body that way?
No.
She takes the Tiguan and leaves, puts her phone on airplane mode, and drives for several hours. And we're mapping her on her Life 360 app. Do you remember seeing that?
No, I recall becoming aware of it in one way or another, seeing or reading about it. Go ahead.
And as she's doing this, she's texting her daughter, Harley, don't open the door. Don't talk to the police. That kind of thing. Is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
Again, it suggests that she has the capacity to know that that she could be in great trouble if this were not hidden. Knowing right from wrong is such an abstract. It's hard to comment on that.
Certainly, if she would have stayed with Gannon's body in his bedroom, that might be some good evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong. Didn't think it was wrong to kill him, right?
Again, that's one interpretation.
And of course, that didn't happen here, correct?
That she stayed with him?
Right.
She did not stay with him.
Because what she does is she eventually drives her Tiguan up to Palmer Lake, which is a small town north of Colorado Springs. If you're not familiar with it. She finds an isolated spot, drop the suitcase off on the side of the road. That evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong and trying to hide the body again.
Again, she had the capacity to know that she needed to hide the body. I don't know. I can't move on to yes, she knew right from wrong. That again, it's an abstraction, and
that you're there to provide an opinion
I can't comment on knowing right from wrong simply from that.
Is that evidence that she's suffering some kind of psychosis? The fact that she goes to an isolated spot to hide the body?
Maybe. Don't know.
Is it also evidence that she may not be suffering from psychosis? The fact that she knows to go to an isolated spot and hide the body?
Maybe.
During this whole time, she's texting with Harley and still controlling what Harley's actions are. Do you remember seeing that?
You would have to remind me.
She's multitasking. She's kind of controlling what's happening at her house as well as getting rid of the body.
I'm sorry, I have not juxtaposed that, but if you clarify what she was saying to Harley, perhaps I can say something.
Don't talk to the cops. Don't talk to the police, that kind of stuff. Don't let them in the house. You consider that to be a form of manipulation?
Certainly a form of trying to control what happens.
Around midnight, between the 28th and the 29th of January 2020.
Exactly, Jennifer.
She meets Harley close to Harley's place of employment. Ever reading about that?
Not specifically, but
and she leaves her Tiguan there. Harley then takes her back home in her car. The fact that she's thinking about leaving the Tiguan somewhere other than her own home is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
Again, it shows the capacity to know what will be regarded as incriminating or not in her best interest. Again, right from wrong is abstract, and I hesitate to comment on that specifically.
Well, I'll ask you this then. Did she know the fact that if there was blood in that Tiguan, it might be incriminating?
I would think so, yes.
The next morning, her daughter Harley gives her a ride back to the airport, where she takes the keys that she still has for the rental car, the Kia, that she left in the short-term parking the day before. And she tosses the keys to an Avis representative out on the sidewalk at the airport. That evidence that she has the capacity to hide the fact that she is no longer in that rental car and was in the Tiguan the night.
I don't know.
Her daughter Harley then gives her a ride back to where her Tiguan is, where it was at all night, by her place of employment. Massage Envy, you didn't know. Okay. And she then is talking to detectives at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office saying, I'm on my way. I want to come down and interview you. Remember that evidence?
Again, I've probably read it, but I don't specifically remember that, but I'll certainly believe you.
And she drives the Tiguan to the sheriff's office, which is right across the street from the courthouse. And on her way, she stops and washes the Tiguan. Remember reading about that?
Not specifically, but again, certainly I could have it. I just don't remember specific.
At that point, does she have the capacity to destroy incriminating evidence by washing the Tiguan?
Yes.
When she gets to the sheriff's office, she's interviewed. And this is what the story that you alluded to yesterday about Eduardo and the rape happening. You remember that story?
That I remember.
Jury probably remembers it too. We're not going to get into the whole interview, but I do want to talk about a couple things that she says in that interview, okay? In that interview, she alludes to the fact that Eduardo took a suitcase. Remember that portion of the interview?
You'd have to continue on.
Weird, isn't it? You're describing being raped, your stepson's kidnapped, and by the way, the kidnapper took a suitcase.
It's wacky. It is
crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Do you think it might be an indication that she knew that Gannon's body was in a suitcase out in Palmer Lake at that time? And if someone was to find the body, she had an explanation as to how the body got.
Could be.
Pretty rational thinking, isn't it, under the circumstances?
I don't think much of what she was thinking was rational, sir. So that, again, that's a
what about smart? Was that smart to tell the officers that?
Again, that's a judgment call. The whole thing is so convoluted and wacky that to call it smart doesn't quite hit the mark.
The other crazy thing that she says is, after he raped me and kidnapped Gannon, he just leaves the gun at the house and then leaves.
Yeah, that's great. That is crazy.
Yeah. But is it really crazy? Because she knows the gun is still in the house, and that's the gun that she used, and she has to have an explanation on why that gun was used.
I don't know if it was really crazy. It sounds crazy to me.
Or really smart, right?
Not to me, but
setting up the story.
Again, you're thinking more logically, I think, than we can give her credit for through much of this. But I find crazy what you find logical.
It's crazy when people kill their kids.
It's
that-
crazy when you say Eduardo comes and rapes her and takes off Gannon. It's the whole concept is crazy. It if a little bit of it is seems logical that a gun was here or there, the whole story of Eduardo is crazy.
Yeah, that's why she changed it later on and came up with Quincy Brown and some other stories, right?
I don't know why. Because she realized it was crazy and then changed it.
Yeah.
Less crazy.
People who are pathological liars, when they lie, they tend to have small crumbles of the truth in it, and they have no problem changing that lie to something else. Isn't that true?
This is what your understanding is of a pathological liar. I can't, I can't ascribe to that or not. This is what you believe.
What do you believe? You've interviewed hundreds of people on death row. Have you ever come across any of those individuals who may have not been honest with you?
Oh, yes, from time to time, sure.
That may have been, have antisocial personality disorder?
Who may have.
Where they're manipulators, they're pathological liars, they have no sympathy.
This is a bit of a fantasy, and
I don't know what's a fantasy about. I'm just asking you, have you ever come across anybody like that?
exactly like that, I would say no.
Never come across anyone with antisocial personality disorders?
Certainly, I've come across many people who have been so diagnosed.
And those are some of the criteria of antisocial personality disorder, are they not?
There are some of them.
Jump forward to January 31st, 2020, okay? Her family now has come to Colorado. Her aunt has rented a Nissan Altima from Denver and drove it down to Colorado Springs. Remember reading about that?
No.
Nothing crazy about that, right?
Don't know the ultimate, but
That Altima, at some point on January 31st, a tracking device is placed on it, a GPS tracking device. You remember reading about that?
yes, I think so, yeah.
And then her family, including her daughter, her brother, indicate that Ms. Stauch disappears for 2 hours that afternoon, January 31st, 2020, in the Nissan Altima. Remember where she goes?
You'd have to remind me, no.
She goes right back to that same spot in Palmer Lake where the body is. Is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong when she goes back to collect Gannon's body?
In my opinion, that's evidence of stupidity. If you want to cover up something that you've done, you don't drive back to the body.
Yes.
You just
This
don't
lady
do
won't
that.
answer.
But she did.
Yeah, it's not too smart and not too well thought out, but she did it.
Is it not conceivable that I didn't hide the body good enough? You go get it. I'm driving to Florida, be better off in the Gulf of Mexico than where it was at. Is that inconceivable?
You've just conceived it so that clearly you've thought about it. I don't think it's the smartest thing to do or the best way to hide your implication in a death, to drive back to where the body has been placed. Not smart.
Probably a panicky thing to do, right? Criminals aren't the smartest people.
Necessarily panicky, not smart.
And we know what happens after that, right? She rents a van, and her and Harley take Gannon's body in the back of that van and drive to Pensacola, Florida. Surely you know about that.
This is when she drives with her
Right.
daughter.
That's something you would remember from reading in the police reports?
From perhaps numerous sources.
Along the way, Ms. Stauch is able to rent hotel rooms. She's able to deceive the people at the hotel. So she works for the Ford Motor Company. We only need one room, one person, no pets. What else? Remember reading about that?
Not specifically.
The whole trip to Florida, do you see any evidence of psychosis or any evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong.
Look at Letecia's head. She's now down. All these days she's had her, the last few days she's had her head up.
Neither the capacity nor a lack of capacity there. It's to my mind, it's incredibly peculiar behavior to drive that distance with a body, and the body of a child that you allegedly loved in the back of your car. There is
I'm glad you used the word allegedly there, because you're familiar with a search that she did on her phone that was later deleted by her that says, "I don't like my stepson." Remember that search?
I'm aware of the statement, "I don't like my stepson."
Kind of contradicts what you've been saying.
I think I only became aware of that once, but it could have happened again. I don't know.
So she takes Gannon's body and dumps it over a bridge in Pensacola. That evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong, and she once again is hiding Gannon's body.
Again, I don't know if that shows she knows right from wrong.
And then his body was discovered on March 17, 2020 by a Macon ponder. Do you remember reading about that?
I remember reading that it was found.
Bridge inspector who inspects that bridge every 2 years just happened to be there on March 17, 2020, and he finds the suitcase.
Okay. No.
If that suitcase is never found, do you think we'd be here today on an insanity case?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
I want to talk about the interview that you had with her, the forensic interview that took place over a period of 3 days in November. Okay, I'm going to play some clips of those interviews with you. But before I do that, going into this interview, do you have any concerns that Ms. Stauch may not be truthful with you during the interview?
Of course.
Skepticism, right? That we talked about yesterday?
Of course.
And so with that, Your Honor, and some of these clips are shorter than others. I know you may be more comfortable sitting there, but if you want to get in your wheelchair and go somewhere else, we can do that.
Wherever I could see it more
sorry to
clearly,
hear that.
because
Here we go.
I have not seen it
Speedy
as
recovery
clearly
for
or
your
heard
head.
it as clearly as I would like. If there's a better spot, that would
There's
be
a
good.
TV right behind you, and then the other TV's here. So you can work out whatever you want to do, Doctor. I mean,
Let me figure it out.
you tell me, and then
Yeah.
we'll start when you're ready. We're going to go.
I wonder, can we move this back a little, and can we see? Can I hear this clearly?
You're gonna be able to. You're gonna be able to hear it clearly. We could also get you in a wheelchair and put you
I-
right here. So that would be easier.
Well, why don't we try it? If it isn't clear, we can pause and go.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal, Doctor. I'm going to ask you some questions after the clips. Okay. And so this one's, I think, only about 5 minutes long. I'm going to try it from sitting there and see how it works out. And then we can go to plan B if we have to.
Well, yeah, we certainly could. What I would like to do is grab a pad or something so that if something strikes me that I see, I can jot it down and recall it.
No problem.
And I can
Do
just.
we have a
wait
pad or
just
something?
wait
Yeah.
While you're, when you come back, it's okay. When you come back, if you hit both of the green buttons so the perimeter lights are out, it may help her see a little bit better.
Okay. That.
Yep, and the other one. Yep. There you go.
And so for the record, we're going to start with People's Exhibit 729, which is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the morning time. And before we hit play, Doctor, we have a freeze frame here of the video. Obviously,
Of the what?
it's just the video is paused so we
Yeah.
can see the image. Do you see Ms. Stauch?
Is
there in
this
the center of the
fine, or
video?
do you want me to focus in
who are
on
the other two
the
people
video?
behind
Do
her?
you want me to keep it like
That's
this? Do you
Caitlin
want me to focus in
and,
on Letecia? Let me know what
see
you guys would like to do
the
here.
photo. I assume it is of Josh. Is that, I'm not sure. Is it?
Mr. Tony?
Yes.
Now, are you seated where Ms. Stauch is looking right now?
I think that you can see, I'm not positive. I think those are probably my papers. And so I would have been seated across from her, looking at her and where they could have been in my peripheral vision.
So we're going to start the video at 11 minutes and 5 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 15 minutes and 41 seconds.
Can I try to fix this seat so that I can see what's going on?
It doesn't move. You'd have to adjust your.
I'm just trying to turn it.
Oh, okay. It will turn all the way around. There you go.
Okay, we're going to hit play then.
What you call your original? Well, I'm not necessarily calling names, but like, how can I say when you talk to, like, what do you call, so I can call them the same. No, I mean, for example, the Mr. meeting or I call Josh, you go, yeah. Do all of them? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're sometimes, like Maria will call them and then, no, like Maria sometimes calls them Band-Aid. She is called B-A-D-J. Like if they have it be like, it's like Spanish for asshole, but like, that's all she gets mad at. Like they always asshole. Yeah. Really? But he's not really an asshole. But yeah, as far as no, you know, it's I don't know Spanish, well, she does this, but no, she was fine. Well, I mean, yeah, the basic, but if you follow her, she knows Spanish. Who knows? Maria does. Maria is the point. Yeah. That's in any other language. I know that my friend said she's taught Russian her. But Brandon is sitting for her. I don't, and you're not aware of any Russian kind of aspect of you. I know I've been to like a lot of countries and ended up there and I've had to adapt to them and I know that I'm able to talk to people there. We're so I sort of live what you're telling me. I'm good, John. I've been to all the islands, all the Caribbean islands. Yeah. And I've been to Dubai.
So I need to sit back further and just, it's too hard to see her from here. Can we move perhaps I can just move the wheelchair over there and look
Sure.
up here.
I can help
Okay.
you out. We paused it at 13:11.
Let's see.
So her attorneys are in the room. That
Yeah.
looks like an attorney and that looks like this guy right here that's helping her into her
If we just
wheelchair.
Move that
And
around
maybe one
there,
of his
maybe.
assistants.
Yeah, let's see what we can do.
Yeah, okay.
They should not be in there with her. And yes, the audio is bad. I think the reason why the audio is bad is because
You want to sit
the
back?
audio is not hooked directly up to whatever screen they're doing. I think it's a microphone
That was
at a
better.
speaker.
Let's see.
And
Okay.
so if there's bad audio, I think it's just amplified bad audio through yet another speaker or another microphone, which makes it worse. But I could be wrong about that. But the people behind her are laughing. I mean, this is, it seems to me like it's a joke.
I think, however, I think this is dead.
Okay, that's fine. You'll just need to, if you're going to be asked any questions or give any answers from there, you'll just need to speak up so everybody can hear you because the microphone's not there and there are jurors behind you.
And it may be easier, like when it's a question, then I'll just
Okay.
turn her that
We
way.
can do
That's
that.
good, Mr. Young.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go ahead and resume the video at 13:11.
What the date of this, just so I have.
Sure, it's November 15th, 2022 in the morning. Okay, here we go.
She's a princess. She went to Dubai. She's a princess. She went to Dubai. She's not a part of you, or she is. And so she asked that what part of you She's risky, like she doesn't look fast. Like she's very risky. What do you call it? Like risky, yeah, like I'm gonna say it, like get me in trouble.
Yes.
Can't go out, party alone.
Yeah.
I'm not a partner.
You're not a part of it.
So I was just. So like what happened is something really happens where they're like really stressed out. I can be at like work and be okay and something stressful will happen and then I'll just end up meet somewhere. End up in like, do you know how you got? It's like my body goes through the motions. Like obviously I gotta get a passport by taking it from them. I don't really remember doing all of it.
You don't remember.
I know it sounds crazy, but
No, it doesn't.
but like okay, so like if you see my credit cards by me, and you're like, oh, okay. Obviously she did it because obviously it's under my name, it's easy to, and my body's gotta know that that's who's credit card he got funds to be able to pay for it, but then at the same time, like I won't know I've done it, so I'm on the plane, and I'm like, oh, okay. I'm going to this place or I'm going to that place.
Find yourself where.
Not even I did it a lot, even symptoms. We just drinking wine, like, oh, I didn't remember when it's wine bottle. Some things like that, all the way up until being in another country. I met that a lot where my daughter's even texting me, and I'm like, Mom, it says you're in the middle of the ocean. I'm like, oh, I am.
Because, and where
One time I was in Jamaica.
so you were there, fine.
She's got this look and this smirk on her face that's just, it's not realistic or believable about her while she's giving this interview.
Hey, we stopped it at 15:44.
She's just got this smirk, like she knows she's like she can't. It's hard for her to even keep a straight face.
I'm more than happy to help out.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I did not get all of her words there, so.
If the question I ask you, if you want to have us replay something, we can do that, okay?
Or perhaps if someone could reread it.
Oh my Lord.
I'll do my best to paraphrase. How's that?
Right.
Okay. In the beginning, you asked the question about how she refers to her attorney, Josh. You remember asking that? The question you ask is, do all of you call him Josh? Do you remember asking that question? Why did you ask it that way?
I think something interesting that where she had talked about other, and that was, I did not make that up myself, that it came from other entities of some sort. I don't recall the earlier part, but knowing myself, I know I wouldn't introduce it, it would have been something.
And I guess, yeah, can the jury hear okay, Your Honor? I just want to make sure.
Looks like it.
Okay, great.
We're getting thumbs up. It's all good.
She talked about Maria having a jail call and speaking Russian. Remember that?
There was something there about the Russian, yeah.
Did you ever see a jail call where the defendant was speaking Russian?
I don't recall a jail call, so I didn't.
That would be something important to you, would it not? If she's saying that, and then lo and behold, there is a jail call where she's speaking Russian, that could corroborate what she's saying, right?
Well, it could. I have to see it kind of in a bigger picture because I remember different things. It had, in retrospect, but it has special meaning because much later, I believe, in my interview, she starts to speak in what sounds like a Russian accent.
And Dr. Lewis, we're going to play that.
Well,
We're going to.
This is the first time I'm aware that I did not recall that she had mentioned the Russian. It's some kind of entity that sounds like.
And we'll talk about that more when we get that portion of the video. We're gonna play that portion where she's speaking in an accent. Okay?
And one other issue here was, and that puzzled me, but I didn't pause there, was when she said part of her, I thought it might have been Maria, spoke Spanish. And so I kind of caught my ear from my. I too did anything speak Spanish. I don't know whether any speak it or whether this is part of what it is that sounds.
And there's nothing in the record whatsoever, including the records that were given to you by defense, that indicates the defendant has ever spoken to anyone in Spanish.
As far as I could determine, but I sure wanted to know.
Yeah, sure.
It's possible.
Yep. She tells you that she's been to Dubai as Jasmine, and Jasmine's a princess. Remember that?
Well, there's a lot of stuff there.
If she had in fact been to Dubai, that'd be something pretty easy to corroborate, right?
I suppose. I don't think I took it that.
You mean you don't think that she went to Dubai?
Are you saying Dubai, really?
Yeah.
Actually, to me at that point.
Okay, so she's making that up?
Well, say she's making it up, or that is a fantasy. Like when we have dreams, and they're very real, and we think we've been there. That they at that time that she had been to Dubai, she has a whole history of going to all sorts of things. But she has gone to something which here
Well, the history would be documented because there'd be plane tickets, there'd be family members knowing that she was gone for a period of time, things like that, that you can corroborate, right?
if at the moment I thought that was an easier thing to corroborate, yeah. I think that it was testimony.
What about Alaska? Remember her talking to you about Alaska later in the interview? How
Oh, yeah, I had trouble with Alaska because
you know what?
went there, and I think she had gone there.
I meant to say Australia. I'm sorry. I think
You had the same thing I did.
we're having the same problem. She never said she went to Alaska. She said Australia, right?
You did say Alaska.
Oh, she did?
Sir.
Okay.
Not only that, your head is spinning when you stuff this stuff. But later on, I'm pretty sure that she had a husband who was stationed in Alaska, and so I was in real suffering. And Alaska, and I looked at I think in my notes I think there's really Alaska.
Alaska happened. They lived in Alaska. Okay. That was my fault. I meant to talk about the Australian trip where she says her and Harley went over there and she blacked out and was on a beach and doing crazy things, she said, and then realized Harley was by herself. You remember that?
It's something like that. And I'm relieved that you were as confused.
And we know there's nothing in the record to indicate that she's ever been to Australia. She also tells you in this clip that she changes personas when she's stressed out. Remember that?
Yeah.
Is that consistent with dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
A triggering event?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to play the next clip now, okay? We're going to go to, just have a second. We're now going to jump to People's Exhibit 731, which is your interview. What's the date of this? would be on November 16th, 2022 in the morning. We're going to start this clip at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 50 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 1 hour, 47 and 22 seconds. No, that's for the record, doctor, just so the record indicates what we're playing. Okay?
Okay.
And play.
They're being projected as some monster and like you don't know, and you're like looking around and you like, this is not me. I don't do these things and I don't, you know what I'm saying? This made this whatever. Is it possible that you did mistake? Yeah. If I did, I didn't know I did or did not intentionally do it. You know what I'm saying? There was no intention to harm anyone. That would be a loved one of mine. You see what I'm saying? Because, you know.
Yep.
Again. I did not see him. What? See him? Did you see it?
Yeah.
As said, I did not do that. I did this. Whatever. But this is one thing that she keeps saying. She didn't do, or else it gives, you know, you do give like these stories. You say that. There is a possibility. She doesn't know clear that. What? Do you think that's a possibility? Oh, I said that from the beginning, but I all over the place because I really same job. Is it possible you do that with on state? I was in one state, state in one of these states where you were involved. Oh yeah, I've said that definitely. I know that, but I was not an intention to hurt Anna. Like it was never like, no, absolutely not. I love him. I took care of these kids since they were 5 and 2. I've had these kids from coast to coast, country to country. Yeah. Like that's not what do I gain out of hurting a child? Absolutely nothing. Like I lose everything in my entire life. And not only is it about me being hurt, but other people around me. And if I'm sitting there telling you that I care about all these people, there are other people hurting this. If I was going to hurt somebody, why would it not be these people that are hurting people? Right? No, it would not be to hurt a child. You see what I'm saying? Like, absolutely not. It would not be an intention to be like, okay, that's it, you're done for the day. No, like, that's not how it works. I don't feel actually I am doing things right, you know, to do that. I don't work my whole life to do things right, to just be like, today's the day, I'm just gonna blame my entire life and everybody else's. That's not how it works. These people in here do stuff, I don't. You know, it doesn't matter what that's. I mean, you don't take somebody out to go shopping, do this, do that. You don't go buy somebody Valentine's candy to knock them off the plane.
She's got papers in front of her that she's referring to.
So I don't like.
What?
I don't understand this. That's not how it works. You don't pay somebody out to close for this amount of time. You don't go do this. You don't go do this. Like I don't get it. I've had this kid in Mexico, Alaska. All these places, not a scratch on their body. Tell me what's going on. When you were in Australia. Yes. When? I think I told you 2017 or maybe 18. How did you just remember? I went with people. Get my records to see where I went. But I went with there's, I think it was Sam. Oh, Christina, Sam, other people. And took care of that. I don't think they will us in. Time to time, they want to get away from this place. Yeah, And especially if like they're gone for the summer, I might just be on. If he gets removed. Because why I pay for it, pay for it. Yeah, like that was my life. I would rather packing up all the stuff, just taking everybody back home to South Carolina and taking care of everybody. Life was much easier like that. Because I can go there. But no, they're no, Landon's mom. Landon, which was Gannon's mom's mom. Yeah. Gannon, this is Gannon's grandma. She helped me when we lived there and I had the kids. She helped me. She's the only person helping me. But I also had other people there that could help. Support system, yes. Everything. If I could call, I could help. I had other people who programs that I could be like, great, I need to go do this. I could drop them off here for the day. I had support. My first call with Josh. I asked him what time. And you know, he's for by the way, what you would say was there, right? And he said that he left a list, gave a list of 12 explanations that you gave for what happened. Because then I'll have a flashback or something, but I don't know if that flashback is a cool flashback or not. Yeah. Then I'll have a nightmare about something, so I'll know the nightmare was a nightmare, but the nightmare wasn't real. So then I'll wake up and think that's really going on for hours and hours and hours and hours. Then sometimes I'll have something and I'll try to put together something and it's like, it's really happening. Because I told you earlier that I didn't know something's really going on, if this was real or not. I said, I thought this was just one big nightmare. But so, any of it, it's all running together. Because sometimes I don't know what's going on, what's really not going on. You know what I mean? Then 1 minute something happened and I'll switch personality and someone will say, and the other personality, no, this is what really happened. You know what I mean? Then I'll hear like another voice, don't not schizophrenic voice, no, not easy. They'd be like, my brother voice, tell me this. So it's like going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, that I drive myself absolutely nuts. So when you ask me why people tell you 100% that I remember, sitting on the couch, hearing somebody knock, being in the garage, remember I being in the garage, I'm gonna go look at the windows, look at someone outside. Seeing someone downstairs, but that was the things I 100% remember, but running around frantic, not knowing what's going on. So that's what I guess the greatest dream or fantasy or you know that you have that influences what you think happens. But I know every time I think was just that you told. But I don't know how do I know? It could be. How do I know? There's people or something. But I'm saying though, but you don't know because well, one person's telling me this. How do I know? Because this person could be trying to go with that person. You see what I'm saying? Because who knows what that person was really doing? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. No, I'm talking about that. I'm talking about what this person was doing. How do you know? Because 1 minute I was doing this, next minute I was doing this, but another person was doing this because I was doing something else. So how do we know? Whether we're in some computer state, and it's not possible to remember what happened. It's not gonna work for me because I'm not like that. I have to know answers. Dude, I wouldn't care if it was just a random person on the street who was a bad person. Yeah, I wouldn't care. Because they would just be a bad person. Yeah. Who care? But I see the news every day, bad people, bad things happen to bad people. But when bad things happen to good people, it's hard, especially when I'm sitting there lost. You know, they're lost. Because they're probably little things that you should remember what happened to get rid of. And where he's tossed and this and that, it might have to do something. But the sense she's a good memory for.
She seems easy because, again, it's all theory and nature.
And, you know, you got sense. It's a lot of preference. But let's try to find out why. I simply believe that.
Again, she's crying, but she's crying for herself.
What makes you cry? Okay. Because I wish I would have just lived, but he asked me just a kid. I don't know my face. I don't know about the face kidnapping charges. But who else to begin? He didn't want me to leave at night until hour. God should have just did it. Isn't that a really good idea? No, but at least we've been saved. At least we've been on the East Coast saved. Everybody saved. He wanted to go with me. He knew I was leaving. He wanted to go with me. He did. He said, whenever mommy and mom, I could stay with you, we can stay with mommy and mom. It was fine. His mommy, his nana, his poppy, he would never. The East Coast, yeah, to the East Coast. Is that your mom? No, his mommy. What? No.
His family.
Yeah, his family lived there. So we had.
Yeah, his mom. They were away.
Yeah, he knew I was leaving to go back home to the East Coast. He was like, just take me with you. And I said, son, I cannot. It's kidnapping. Your dad would have me hand over kidnapping because even though I'm your primary caregiver, I can't just take you. And if I would have just did that, everybody would just be fine. So said, right? So what? How do you know you gotta add that to mix? Add that added on to me, trying to figure out. I was trying to leave, but yeah, I have to make sure that they were safe because I didn't want to leave them. Say, you don't realize that the kids, Lena and Cannon, if I would have left them, they would not have been taken care of. Yes, money's not everything. They would have had how they needed financially. They would not have anybody to take care of their academics. They would not have anybody to take care of their school stuff like, oh, it's just a day at school. Oh, it's this. They wouldn't have had that. Without me, they had none of that. So they would have lost all those things. They would have just been thrown in babysitters. Who would have babysitted them? Did you ever cross your mind that maybe had to No, absolutely not. This was my plan. I could not just take them to South Carolina and drop them off with my mother. Should drug addict. And if I did that, they were in just as worse hands as the guard I'm taking care of them. Right? So the plan had to be add more to my plate to figure out how am I going to get them safely to their mom so she could get custody back. But at the same time, she needs a house. And in order to get custody back, the woman can get custody back if I help her because I'm the one that reason we got custody was because of me. So I can help get custody back to her. How am I gonna do this? Do it correctly, make sure she has a home. It's killing again. Kim doesn't need to die. What are you talking about? Kim dying has nothing to do with that. But I didn't come up with any idea of him die. My point is getting him safely to his mother. I would have been the plan. I could not get him that day. I told him Wednesday I would have worked out them with her, but talking to her, getting her a home, I can't just go buy her a home. That's not simple. You see what I'm saying? She's a drug addict. Drug addicts don't listen. They repeat the same cycle over and over and over. So I didn't lose the battle. Should have just took them with me, started with school cross country, and then just been like, oh, well, one of y'all need to figure it out how to come there. That's what I should do. Love that day. That's what I should do.
Okay, we started at 1:47:17. Thanks, Mr. Toomey. That's right. So I'm going to ask you a few questions about this clip we just saw. And I want to kind of start where we left off, where she's talking about kidnapping and Gannon wanting to go to South Carolina. You remember that?
I found the entire thing incredibly confusing. She had to take care of Gannon, and she had to forget. At that point, I was kind of, what in hell is going on here?
Okay, and Dr. Lewis, Mr. Toomey is going to ask you some questions when I'm done. If we can just focus on my question, and then if there's other things you want to add, I'm sure Mr. Toomey can ask you about that, okay? Is that fair?
I thought I was responding to what.
No, I want to talk about, well, is it that unusual that an 11-year-old boy wants to be with his mother? And you think that might have an impact on his stepmother, Miss Stauch, the fact that Gannon wanted to be with his real mom?
I don't think that this demonstrated that. There was something incredibly puzzling about who wanted to be with whom she loved, whom she was taking. I found it utterly confusing.
Do you think that might be a stressor that Miss Stauch talks about?
Thank you, Miss
The fact
Pam.
that an 11-year-old boy says, I want my mother, not you.
I don't think that this is what heard there.
Okay. Well,
I don't think we heard that. It's a possibility in another story, in another world.
well, let me just ask you, do you think that's a stressor? The fact that an 11-year-old boy tells his stepmother that I want to be with my mother, not you.
It may or may not, depending on a relationship, depending on other, depending on so many factors. It's just speculation.
And do you remember in the clip her saying that I couldn't leave them by themselves. I was the only one taking care of them, or worse to that.
Yeah.
And you know that she had been searching on her phone about moving to Florida by herself, looking for one bed apartments and looking for another man, that kind of stuff. That was well before Gannon was killed, right?
I don't.
Several times during the interview, you look to your right and appear to be talking to Mr. Cellini about this is evidence that she may not remember anything, things like that.
I was trying to figure out from what do you make of this? Is it possible she doesn't remember this?
That's sweet, Miss Sam. Thank you.
Trying to see if he understood better what was going on there.
Well, and Miss Stauch could hear everything you're saying, right?
I beg your
Miss Stauch could hear everything you're saying, just like we could.
Absolutely.
And she had already been evaluated by the state hospital and found to be legally sane, right?
it said that she was.
And she already went through this process where she talked to two psychologists explaining what happened and things like that. And now she's talking to you after that. And you think it's okay to say she may not have memory recall of what happened in front of her?
Yes, it was kind of an open question to Mr. T, and also really it was open to her also. You remember what was going on. In my mind, it was incredibly wasn't clear that she was making sense.
And a couple times in this clip, you asked her what we refer to as a leading question. In other words, you said, do you think it's possible that you were in a peculiar state at the time of this? Remember asking those questions? Yes. I think it's dangerous to plant those types of words into a defendant's mind when you're doing a forensic interview.
Well, I think that if this has.
Thank you, love.
Obviously, and it has not been part of the common knowledge that she did go into these kind of. It was sort of broken. What do you think was happening when we were thinking these things? It did not make sense. And what was making things so confusing?
Okay.
And was evidence, questions, other data that she did seem to. This was the rush. Knew already. It wasn't adding, oh, gee, you go into these states. We already knew from that this happened. I think is it possible? It's really possible this really did.
Well, but she's never heard it from a doctor who's doing an evaluation for her insanity, that the doctor thinks that she was in a peculiar state. That has an impact on someone, doesn't it?
I believe that I was reflecting what we already knew from previous discussions, and that I was not introducing the new idea, but that this was an established occurrence, and that possible that this or you are in a fun. I didn't know.
Okay. Your Honor, the next clip is about 7 minutes long. We can play that or whatever the court wants to do as far as lunch goes.
I assume you're going to have some follow-up.
Probably.
Clip. It's probably better to play the clip nearer in time to when the follow-up is, as opposed to.
I would appreciate that.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch break. I have everyone back in the jury room at 1:20. We should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And with that, I'll rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So, Dr. Lewis, what can we do to make sure that you're here and ready to go at 1:20? What do you need? Right. Okay. Well, the reason I asked that question is because you were supposed to be here yesterday at 9, weren't. We're supposed to be here yesterday at 1 o'clock, weren't. We're supposed to be here this morning at 9 o'clock and weren't. So we need to start. We need to have everybody, whatever it is that needs to be done in such a fashion so that we're here ready to start at 1:20. Is there anything that I can do to help make sure that that happens?
I will make an effort to.
Okay.
The attorneys, Your Honor, I can call last night at 4.
I understand that. Okay.
That's why there was a difficulty, because I thought maybe I didn't want to be late for you.
Right.
Make it in the afternoon or tomorrow, because I was quite ill.
Feeling better now? Are you feeling better now? Right now? Good. Okay. All right. All right. Well, we will hope that that will continue. Do whatever it is that you need to do. Communicate with Mr. Tellini and Mr. Cook in whatever fashion that you need to communicate, so that we will have everybody here in place, ready to go at 1:20, because the jury's waiting. Everybody's waiting on that. In addition, counsel approach, please.
Ooh, 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 ooh. You think like counsel's been doing good, but now we're getting down to the wire, and it's like every day somebody's getting, reprimanded for something. But this witness, like, I mean, if he didn't go out of his way yesterday to be super, super respectful to her, and and he was just cautioning her to please be there on time. We knew he was going to address it because we were talking about it before they started, because he had to stop court yet again for the same witness. Now, this is the second time he has spoken.
We'll be in recess until 1:20 then.
So he's been, he's cautioned her yesterday, just yesterday. I mean, I feel like like she's old enough to know better. She knows when she needs to be picked up. She knows exactly. Anybody in this world can go Google or go on GPS and see how long it's going to take to get from their very specific location to, say, the courthouse. And so she, even if she doesn't have a car, or she needs to order a car, say Uber, a taxi, Lyft, or make sure that the attorney is there, she's going to want to call and confirm that this person is on the way, or look at the app, or make, some way to make sure that they are going to arrive on time, and she has plenty of time to get inside the courtroom and be where she needs to be at whatever time she needs to be there. It's not difficulties. But this morning, she was complaining of having food poisoning or such. Older people do have stomach problems. They have to be careful what they eat. A lot of people are on specific diets. She seems a little spacey sometimes, like in her responses. And I think and I don't know what made me think about this, but I was just thinking, I think it's her, because like medication, for example, heart medication. My ex-husband's mom, she seems to be, I love her to death. She's the sweetest person in the whole world. But ever since she got on this particular heart medicine, she's kind of been, a little forgetful, a little dingy, I don't want to say anything more. I mean, God bless her, right? But I keep wondering if this lady's on some medication that maybe, because she seems like she should remember this case. We have to remember that she's semi-retired. So it's not like she has a whole lot of cases coming at her every single year where she shouldn't be able to remember videotapes or certain occurrences because of the shock value. You see what I'm saying? It's not necessarily that she should remember every single detail in the case, but there is some maybe dementia. Yeah, Miss Sam, there's some potential for dementia there. But there's a lot of, and she's like, I don't want to speculate. And it's like, lady, you're here to give your opinion. What is an opinion other than a speculation? Your speculation. That's what an opinion is. Based upon facts, this is what I think it may be. That's an opinion. You're rendering an opinion, a theory, speculative, because you weren't there. You don't know for a fact. Nobody knows concrete for a fact. There were two people there. One person is dead, and the other person is in jail trying to proclaim she is insane. So this is all hypothetical at best on both sides in the grand scheme of things. However, for me, and this is where this accomplished psychologist that they've deemed an expert for the defense, you would think that she would know that action. She's trying to act like because there was action behind this, that this is still, she was still in the psychotic state of mind. A paid expert. Yeah, I am Team Summer. And not only that, but that was one of the first things that this lady tried to point out for the state is that, they were being paid by the state to, put together that theory. And he's like, but the state's paying you too. So, maybe she believes this is how it's done. Maybe she believes whoever pays you is whatever you vomit, whatever they want you to vomit. I don't know. Maybe she's getting maybe she's loosening up her very tight restrictions she's had many years ago to open herself up maybe to more clients. I mean, I don't know. I can say that I don't. She's been very wish-washy. She seems to me like she's speaking out of both sides of her mouth, depending on what type of question it is. So I think, if nothing more, the state is at least exposing that in front of the jury. I don't necessarily think, me personally, that there's no such thing as multiple personalities. I will not go that far. I believe there are some major health conditions out there. I do believe that your brain, the brain is the one thing, in my opinion, that nobody has ever been able to crack. Okay. They can think it, they can do some tests, they can see stuff light up on the board. But if you think about it, if normal people, if the best people in the world used, I don't even know what brain percentage Einstein used, but even Einstein, the brain percentage was so very small. So if us as humans are only using a small percentage of our actual brain, how can we possibly understand it to its entirety? We're incapable of that, in my opinion. So the brain can do some stuff that doesn't make sense to us. And it will never, ever, ever make sense to us, because we could never possibly understand the brain in its totality. We are assuming that the brain can do a lot more. That is a plausible theory, right? If we're only using this much and we've accomplished all of this with just using this much of the majority of people's brains. So it's like, if we were able to use, it'd be like a human computer. Really, that's what is alleged. If we could access and utilize our entire brain, that we would be basically computers. So that's interesting. But I really do believe that there are people that their brains do things as a coping mechanism. I've witnessed it in my own family. Not necessarily this illness specifically, but I can tell you, I do understand having, childhood trauma in how that does affect a human being, both men and female, men and women. So I have seen that. So it's not like I'm coming from no experience at all. Now, granted, I didn't have clinical experience with them. Obviously, it was day-to-day activities, conversation, knowing, talking, speaking on a regular basis. So, I do have some experience, but they didn't kill their kids. I don't understand. They didn't kill their kids, and they didn't kill their stepkids. And there is therapies out there. So Also, remember what she said, worked with De Niro on how to act. Really? I didn't remember hearing her say that. Florida Girl 813. But see, the problem is like, even the good stuff and the bad stuff, like, I don't believe any of it. It's hard for me to believe any of it, and it's because Letecia is a compulsive liar. When you deal with a compulsive liar, you can't pick and choose what you believe and what you don't believe, because at the end of the day, she's a compulsive liar. It may all be a lie. It may all be a truth. You don't know. It can't be 100%. You know, I wouldn't even post anything that she said at this point as 50%. If she got on that stand right now, my ears, I bet you I could hear her voice. I could see her lips moving, but it wouldn't even penetrate my brain. It would go literally in one ear and out the other. Like, I am so sick of hearing her voice. I'm so sick of hearing her lies. Like, even that first interview when she was there with Dr. Lewis, and she was spinning this first story, they had kind of a close-up on her face, and she like had a smirk on her face the entire time. Like, literally a smirk on her face the entire time. All right, guys. So let me see if I got any other. Oh, that's right. And the other thing that this witness has confirmed, by the way, is that it wasn't, remember, I couldn't remember if it was 2021 or 2022. It's 2022. So that means since she got these new attorneys in February 2022, that's the time she started making and referencing any type of claim toward this insanity stuff. Then she started playing the part, acting the part, wanting to go to these things, talk to this person, talk to that person. You know what I'm saying? And so we're in the beginning of 2023, and this lady is meeting with her for the first time in November 2022. I just want to put that into perspective for timeline issues. Gannon disappeared January 2020. So apparently her mental illness seems to have subsided for a little over 2 years when it reared its ugly head, or right about, a little over 2 years when it reared its ugly head around February, March of 2022 is the way it seems to me that as I'm following this case. And those are notes that I made. You are to do your own fact finding to confirm whether that information is true. But I believe if I got all the information correctly, that is what Dr. Lewis said in her testimony before we broke for lunch. Hold on a second. Dr. Grandma is not doing the defense any justice. No. Actually, both of their witnesses haven't done the defense any good. And if these are the only two witnesses, like, they're toast. I think they know it because, it took a long road to get here. We watched the defense table, kind of come in with optimistic spirit. And then as testimony and as these tapes were played and as they saw the jury's faces turn and as they started seeing the stink eye looking over at Letecia from that jury stand, at some point they started feeling defeated and the whole table appeared to be defeated. And then as they started getting closer to the end of the state's case, you started seeing them get a little more upbeat. And you started seeing them get a little more bolder, especially with their cross-examination of the witnesses, the remaining witnesses of the state, which they started bringing experts on related to experts of forensic psychology and people that have met with Letecia, have evaluated Letecia on a mental and psychological basis. And for them, there has been nothing wrong with her at the time she was brought in, and there's nothing wrong with her now. And this has been concocted again ever since she changed attorneys to these two guys that are there before you. It does sound to me, though, now I don't want to put words in my mouth or in the mouth of anybody, or accuse attorneys of doing something that just didn't really go into the spirit. I understand why they did it, and I don't think there's anything unlawful or ethical about what they did. But to me, it just seems like they withheld a lot of information from their expert witness in order to get her to formulate an opinion that was more favorable to their client. I think if she had the totality of all the information, I think it would be very difficult for her to stand on that stand, to be put on that stand, knowing everything. We hear a lot of I don't knows and I don't remembers coming from this witness, and I think that only shows the state having the stronger case. She's starting to be a little more combative today than she was, say, yesterday. Yesterday, she looked really sweet and really innocent and liked to talk a lot. And as we started drawing to the end of the day, it just almost became, I don't want to be rude, but a little bit of an irritant, to be honest with you. She started to be irritating because she started to walk in circles, and she started contradicting herself. And I'm just like, it's just weird. It's just weird because you hear how accomplished she is, with the books and the movies, but that might be telling in and of itself. These are things that help her acquire revenue, that would help her acquire revenue. So, being on a high profile trial for her could help generate revenue. But at what cost, and would it really be beneficial to her? But I think, at the end of the day, the one thing that she has on her side is, the multiple personalities and what it is, to what extent, all those things is really subjective in nature. And it's really all theory based. So I don't know, so her not having the answers to a lot of this, or saying it could be this and it could be that, that's the very clinical answer that people would most like, because it's all theory. It's all theory. And could you change an element in that theory and it be something else? Absolutely. But I think that's what she's able to, I think that's what she's trying to hope to establish here, is that how subjective it is, what was insanity at the time that she killed Gannon, and her behavior after that. She's basically equating to this psychosis, this psychotic state that she was in, that carried her through the days ahead of her, because there was a lot of, it wasn't just in and around that day. You have multiple days thereafter that, she had to cover up, lie, act like a show face to these people. And, it just seemed like Al, thank you so much. God bless you. God bless you. It seems to me that it's possible Al kind of knew something was hinky almost at jump, because a lot of these calls, if you remember, some of the taunting calls were right there around like the 29th, 30th, and it's like that was right when it happened. So right when it happened, there was information that was provided to Al, or, like he may have said, I don't think, this is what I think happened. He in court testified, and I don't want to say he perjured himself or intentionally lied by any stretch of the imagination, but I think law enforcement wasn't supposed to show him the blood or at that time, or maybe even told them that they weren't supposed to show them. But anyways, he was on the phone call with Letecia, and he starts referencing the blood. And her first question, right there at the beginning at least, was, why were you even allowed in that room to begin with? Like, I thought that was sealed off. And he's like, because I had to go in the house and get some belongings. And he goes, and I walked by his room and I saw the big piece of carpet cut out and the staining in the concrete. It had to soak through, and he started to explain, and you could tell it the way he explained it. It sounded a lot like the explanation that was provided by the expert on the trial, quite frankly. So no point, no pun intended, but it just seemed awfully similar that the same statement that Al had coming out of his mouth in this call to Letecia back, in February 2020, and you got an expert on the stand in 2023 saying similar. So I think somebody, said, please don't tell anybody we brought you in here, but I will let you go ahead and get your belongings. But you might want to stop by and pay special close attention to Gannon's room on the way back to get your belongings. One of those things. You know what I'm saying? It does happen. It's not like it nobody, granted, if somebody made it a big stink, yeah, somebody would probably be reprimanded, but it's not the biggest deal. It could be a big deal, but so we do have that. And then what else do we have going on here? Oh, I know what we were going to be talking about right now. Let me get this back down just a little bit. There's another, from what I'm gathering, there's another shooting going on right now. I'm reading it here, and it's in Atlanta, Georgia. 1 person dead, 3 are injured. The suspect is at large at this moment. Atlanta, 1 person died, 3 others were injured Wednesday in a shooting at a hospital facility in Atlanta's Midtown. This report was updated at 1:35 just a little bit ago, and it says, please confirm that 4 people were shot on Wednesday afternoon. 3 were taken to the hospital for treatment of their injuries, while the 4th was pronounced dead at the scene. Officers are actively searching for the suspect and any other victims. Police said in a 1:30 p.m. update. So that's all we know right now. We have an active shooter on the loose in Atlanta, Midtown Atlanta. For those that would like to look at that, please do so. So we got some time to kill, and quite frankly, I really am out of things to talk about other than Brian Kohberger and the media stepping into the case. But we've already discussed that earlier today. So we're just going to break. I'm going to break now. We'll come back here about what time are we coming back today? Is it 3:20 or is it 3:30? I can't remember. Give me just a second so I can find out from my mods what time we're expected back today, and then we'll decide what time we're coming back. I'm not going to kill the live either. I'm going to let the live roll, but we're just going to have the courtroom up, and I'm not going to be commenting. 3:30. Okay, so 3:30 B Betty fan said. So it's 2:15 now. We'll go ahead and break for about 45 minutes. Everybody come back here around 3. But I'll be back on around 3 o'clock today, and then we'll commentate just a little bit for about a half of somebody saying 3:20. Either way, we'll be back here at 3. We'll be back here in 40 minutes. But if you want to stay in chat in the chat box, please stay in the chat box. I'm just killing the camera, killing my mic, and the feed's going to be open. We're not going to kill the feed whatsoever. So the feed will be open. You guys can still commentate. We're just going to get a little closer to the time. I have a lot of stuff that I'm researching for other stuff that I'm not ready to release because you guys, I have already told you I'm leaving I'm leaving up from the 10th to the 15th. So I will be covering some other stuff. So that's why I'm working on other research right now, which is preventing me. I can't do 2 research trials. Like I can't research for. That's why I started later today for this trial. I really didn't have a whole lot to bring to you this morning, and it's kind of why I'm done. I'm giving us a break here. We'll be back. I can talk for about 30 minutes with you guys before the trial starts. So, anyways, I'm tattling on myself, but I'll see you guys. I'll see each of you back here at 3 p.m. Talk to you soon. just wanted to see who was awake. Where are my glasses? Did I scare you? Admit it. I scared you. I gotta find my glasses. I don't know where my glasses are. Found them. I'm lost. How many songs we singing? Oh, you guys been in here singing songs? Is that what you guys been doing to occupy your time? Yeah, I ate lunch. I had to eat. I was so hungry. So I finally got something down the hatch. I got to read some things. I'm trying to download stuff off of my cell phone right now. I just need to get it on a drive because I'm going to be going away for like 5 days and my phone should be just about full and I need to get the stuff off and onto one of my external drives. But it's not working well. What is this? What is this? Twisty treats? Seriously? Twisty treats for the dog? Dogs being treated better than Bullhorn Betty? What? Don't worry. I have, what is it? Cheesecake, strawberry cheesecake ice cream. So Nana Nana Boo Boo. And whoever, and you know who I'm talking to. I know the rest of you guys are lost, but that's okay. That's okay. She knows who I'm talking to. Twisty treats for the dog. So, oh yeah, this is from the meeting yesterday that I was supposed to go to that I kind of bailed on. I need to find out the results of that meeting work. I think they might have brought, if I would have known they would have been talking about the phones, I'd have been there, but we'll see. I'm kind of getting frustrated because we don't have phones and it's like, you know, I need phones. I was until she scared the boo.
Oh, come on now. That ain't even bullshit. That's horse shit.
I figured you guys were in here just minding your own business, and I figured, you know what? Let me come in here and shake the tree a little bit. See who's awake this afternoon. You need to be awake. You need to be awake. I mean, we were listening. Just when we think, I have to say this, just when we think we are done hearing this woman's voice, just when we think, it's like, you know, we get there and we haven't heard it and we're like, okay, you know, we're in the safe zone. We don't have to hear her voice anymore. And then boom, we get a freaking witness. And next thing you know, they're putting something up there and we're having to listen to her voice again. And her voice at this point, I think the majority of us, we'll say majority. I don't want to paint with too broad of a brush, but the majority of us, her voice is like nails on a chalkboard. Seriously, nails on a chalkboard. Like I'm seriously wanting to hit my head against my computer every time I have to see her face. And I know, but we watch and we want to hear. Like I won't mute, even though I want to, even though I want to turn my head. Right? I want to turn my head and I just have to keep looking. It's like, what is she saying now? And we were all singing a song for you. Aw, were you? Oh, that's so sweet. Well, depending on what the song said. You guys have caught me before. I don't trust none of you. Oh, that's sweet. I'll have to go back. I'll have to go back and preview the song. We'll go back and preview the song now. Oh, Rusty Kettle Ranch is making me hungry, and I just ate. Yeah, yesterday I ended up, I can't remember if I put eyeliner on. No, I didn't put no eyeliner on yet. I'm good. What was I saying? I don't even remember. Ooh, we might have an update. Remember I told you guys about Manatee County got scammed out of this money, our actual county. what looks like we might have something on here. Talks about the wasted resources amid hoax threat statewide. Oh, apparently there's some hoax and threat, and they got my sheriff all upset. They got my sheriff all upset. So I don't know. People need to stop with this nonsense. They're going to start, if they haven't already, they're going to start coming up with creative ways to find these people. They're going to start investing in equipment that can get around all this other type of networking, stuff that people think that they can use. It's going to start getting to the point, because you got to remember, at least here in the United States with the Patriot Act, we basically allow them to do that. So, I mean, it's coming, and pretty soon police are going to be able to track these people down so much quicker. And I just wish people would stop with all the hoaxes. You're going to get yourself in trouble. It's a few minutes of laughing and ha ha hee hee, and years of getting yourself out of it. So I hope people take notice. I was going up and I still haven't seen the song yet. Maybe I have. Maybe I passed it. Anyways, guys, that was cute. I had no idea. I was just coming in here I hadn't even watched the chat the entire time. I went and warmed up my food, just took a few minute break and unplugged from everything. So when I came back here, that was the first time I came back here. I had to go take care of some business online, but I'm back for the duration of the rest of the wonderful trial. Yay! Well, thank you, Van Lady. I'm glad to have you here. I'm hoping that they wrap up. Like this witness is starting to irritate me. I don't know if I'm alone. I'm probably not alone. But even this witness, because she's refusing to acknowledge anything other than the fact that Letecia is insane. And I don't think me or a lot of people are quite, bridging that from what she did, from being just a guilty person to being insane at the time. We meet a lot of people that don't meet the insanity, but they act exactly the same way as Letecia does. If we were to apply the same standard that this witness, Dr. Lewis, this expert witness, is applying, I mean, anybody that kills somebody is got some kind of issue and is insane at the time, because who would kill somebody other than an insane person, right? It's almost like that's the theory that they're going with in this particular matter. So I don't know. She's just, and I noticed she might be feeling the pressure, potentially, possibly, perhaps, because, she arrived late. We're going to see if she arrives late back from lunch. I think if she arrives back late from lunch, I pray to God they are over by the end of the day, because this judge is going to be ready to just, he has got some patience. But this is the second time in 2 days he's talked about her tardiness in the courtroom. And again, he's being as accommodating as possible, especially in light of her disabilities, her noticeable disabilities. With that being said, there are so many people that are disabled. Many of us probably know a few ourselves that might be in our family or friends, but we know disabled people. And guess what? Our families and friends know how to show up on time. I mean, occasionally anybody would run late. I mean, I think we all can identify that. We've all ran late. It's not like we're all perfect and all, punctual all the time. There are things that come up, but twice, 2 days, back to back, to me, is just a little difficult. There's something more there. And there's something more there with these attorneys as well. These attorneys, they were kind of in the courtroom the first day when she was really late. And they held court up for like 3 hours because of her. And then this morning, they're going to pick her up and bring her to the court or something like that, because we saw the one attorney, he was not there this morning, and it was said that he was helping in transport or whatever of the witness. So I'm not quite sure why it's becoming such a problem for her to get there and get there on time. But I have to say it's probably in part by her and probably in part by her disability. I'll give it that. I think that would be an appropriate measurement. There's a lot of stuff going on. Mama Bullhorn's just sending some stuff to me, and it's a little crazy right now. So we got the Walmart employee fatally shoots customer, investigator says. We got a 10-year-old child were found working at a, oh my gosh. A 10-year-old children were found working at a Louisville McDonald's until 2 a.m. Holy smokes. The other one is a Walmart employee fatally shoots customer, investigator says. Cartels block roads near U.S. border as gunman forces kids off school bus. And then my sheriff saying, I'm pissed. Sheriff Rick Wells talks about wasted resources amid hoax threats statewide. So this is not something that's local to us. Apparently, this is a statewide hoax. And then, of course, we were already talking about the Atlanta shooter that they have a manhunt. I don't know if he's been located or not, but a manhunt out of Atlanta, Georgia right now, where one person is dead and 3 are hurt. It appears the gunman was prepared for to take this particular act out. You can see a bag that goes over them, a mask, kind of camouflage stuff going in there. So this person, just from this one picture alone, I can tell that this was a planned attack to at least some degree. Based on just what he's wearing at this moment in the photo. So that's really it for all the updates that we have over the lunch. And we'll probably have to elaborate over some of these stories tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be getting started back at our normal coffee club time. Tomorrow's Thursday. So how the day's going to go tomorrow is you're not going to see me all day like you're getting accustomed to, right? So tomorrow we're going to do regular coffee club, 6:30 to 8:30. That gives me plenty of time to get prepared and ready for my hair appointment at 10 a.m. From 10 a.m. after my hair appointment, I am going over to my BFFs. And I'm going to take some R&R, and I'm going to take the rest of the day off tomorrow. And then we'll be back here on Friday, hopefully for closing arguments. We definitely know that even if they wrap up today, we're not going to be able to have closing arguments until Friday. The judge has already ruled on that. He wanted to give everybody a night to just get their bearings together for them to decide and construct their closing. So it looks like Friday to Saturday, we may, or even Monday, I don't know how they do the courts and jury and deliberations where they're at, but we could have a verdict back Friday, Saturday, throughout the weekend, into Monday, depending on where they are by tomorrow afternoon in the case. So it's getting down to the wire for Letecia Stauch, and I believe that they're going to find her guilty on all charges. And I believe that her sentence is going to be life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, if that is an option for this judge. Will he have mercy on her? I think with all the shenanigans she's brought into his courtroom, I don't think he's going to really have mercy on her. I think he's going to feel for Gannon's mom, Gannon's dad, Gannon's family, Gannon's classmates, over and above Letecia. That's this judge, very nice judge, but just a no BS type of judge. And he says what he means what he says, and he doesn't say it mean. He just kind of walks you through it, explains it to you, lets you know that, hey, everybody makes mistakes. Here's your free pass. don't let it happen again, right? Like even with the cell phone and the cigarette smoking and stuff that we had to deal with in the first half of that, the first half of the trial this morning, and he was making it very public that he was aware of the situation and whoever is doing it to stop. He didn't publicly call the person or people out that were doing these things, but he let it be known that if it continues, then you're going to be barred from ever coming back to that courthouse again. But he doesn't think he needs to. He's just letting them know what if they continue with this behavior, what the outcome would be. And he gives them an opportunity to correct their misbehavior. However, he's a person that'll allow you to correct your misbehavior, but if you don't, he will make sure that you understand the consequences for failing not to address the misbehavior. So I like the judge. The judge, a good judge so far. I think he's been fair. He's really been attentive. He's really paid attention to the facts. He's actually, even when dealing with the defense, there was a few things that I didn't think he was going to let in for the defense that he actually went ahead and, weighed the same standard and allowed the defense to get a few things in that I was actually surprised. So I really do believe that this judge has really gone out of his way to be as fair and impartial as possible. And that's what we want in a judge. In the state, the state was very well put together. The attorneys for the state are very polished attorneys. They have clear direction. They are very cognizant of the facts of this case. They don't constantly have to be reviewing and rehearsing and going back through a lot of the notes. When they're in certain sections, these attorneys for the state really have the facts, and that helps them think really quickly on their feet, especially through cross-examination and other things like that. Plus, they have a good team, whereas the defense is kind of the skeleton team. You don't really see, like, even with Alec Murdaugh. Well, I guess Alec Murdaugh paid for his own defense, but you see defenses that have a little more, like paralegals and legal assistants there assisting the attorneys. And you really didn't see that. I think I saw one, and this is a death penalty case, but again, with respect to the defense, I just really wasn't impressed. It does cause me for concern because, it's hard to put on a defense when your client is guilty. And we've talked about the insanity plea, I think, since I've debuted on YouTube, about how we're coming back, guys. We're coming back.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't think we put this on the record at the time, but I could be wrong. But if the court recalls, I was asking for notes and documents that were used during a portion of the interview that we're watching now this afternoon that the doctor had. Namely, there was a so-called confession that was written in Latin. Mr. Cellini informed me that those documents were lost, that they don't know where they're at, and that the Latin confession was gibberish. I just want to, as a precaution, I don't want something to come out of Dr. Lewis's box regarding these notes for the first time while she's on the stand, because I'm under the impression they're gone. I'm going to ask her about it, but I can foresee her pulling notes out and saying they're right here, or words to that effect. And so I like I said, I have no reason to disbelieve what Mr. Cellini is telling me.
Well, wait a minute. So you do intend to ask about it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then what I can do is confirm that, yes, the notes were lost, that she does not have them, which would alleviate the issue of her pulling them out during trial, I suppose. I thought it was more of if you didn't get it, you were going to ask that she not be allowed to testify about it. But your issue is you don't want to start questioning her and then say, oh yeah, by the way, here they are. Do I have that right?
I don't want her to pull out a Latin confession that somehow
Okay.
is relevant in this case, because I've been told differently by.
Well, it seems to me that the easiest way to deal with that is once Dr. Lewis gets here and is on the stand, I'll
I
ask
agree
her
with
if
you,
she has
Pastor. Thank
those.
you.
We can
Thank you for
she
the
can tell
valid
us what happened, or
God
if
bless
she
you.
had it and where it went, or if she doesn't have it. If she does have it, I think you're entitled to it.
There's
And then
cases
and then it's a
people
different
have
issue about how to proceed forward then. But if she doesn't have it, then I think we can proceed in the fashion that you want. So
Sounds good.
okay.
I hope I understand why I brought it up.
Yeah, no, I do. All right, and I know Dr. Lewis is down the hallway, and I think we're just waiting on her. And once that may be her.
And for the video, it's probably easier to just have her share with them.
As opposed to transferring, yeah, that makes sense. Is that,
Yeah,
that's what we're
gonna
doing,
do.
right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And yeah, Mr. Cook, go ahead, bring her on in. And we were thinking, Mr. Tellini had suggested, I think it's probably accurate to place her where she was when we ended, because we're still not done with the videos yet. So yeah, that's fine. It's her.
Just need my bag and pen.
Okay, bag. And what's your notes or just the
Yeah.
bag?
Everything.
What else, doctor? We're late. We saved a jumping spider at lunch.
Just waiting for you to get back.
Audio's working fine, Judge.
Audio is working fine. Okay. Dr. Lewis, I just wanted to double check. My understanding is that at some point during one of your interviews with the defendant, you obtained from the defendant as I understand it, I think it was a confession that was written in Latin. Is that accurate?
Your Honor, I have been looking for something written in Latin. I didn't receive it, but in my notes it says, get hold of a letter written in Latin.
Okay.
So somebody has it.
Let's, well, I want to focus on that for just a moment. You understand that there is that document, or it was created at some point in time, and you may or may not have had it at some point in time. You never had it. Okay.
I became aware of it very recently.
So it's fair to say then that it is not in your possession now. It's not in the stack of notes and things that you have now. All right. We good?
There's also some documents that she used, that she exchanged back and forth with the defendant with signatures and things like that, that we didn't get. I don't know if she has any of those documents either, Your Honor.
Do you have any of the signatures, the other signatures that the defendant made?
What did have available to anybody? Draw a clock and you
Mhm.
can that.
We have that.
We got that.
Very important. And also, I have here, and I made this available to others, something called raised complex figure. It is
We have that.
thing, and it takes a bit of explaining in terms of what it is, the best I could do.
Okay.
But I do have it, and if you wish, you could copy it, perhaps you give it back to me or give me a copy.
We actually have the raised complex figure, if I recall correctly.
You should infer copy of it and from memory she did. And I have.
Right. I think we have that. I think what Mr. Young was asking about was the signatures and the confession in Latin, right? And you do not have either one of those. Okay. Okay. All right.
Thanks, Judge.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Anything else?
Nope.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
Would you rather be, you want to, with that word, you want to look at this?
Well, so far this was
Okay. All right.
And
audio.
the audio is the same. It is. It comes out of the speakers in the ceiling.
We had to have the ring lights off, Judge. I don't know if we-
Yeah. And that'd be a good idea.
The greens, right?
Yeah, just the green ones.
Your Honor, I was given materials from the sense of documents that had been signed by Letecia in the past. of
Okay.
different kinds
But you don't have any in your possession now
that they gave me.
that anybody gave you.
Well, I may have them.
You don't have them with you now.
But they have.
And I was clear, I think there's a little bit of confusion. There were some signatures done by Ms. Stauch that were found like in and so forth.
Okay.
That we provided to,
Okay.
Dr. Lewis, and those have been provided. Ones we provided to Dr. Lewis have been provided to the district. It's the ones that were at the jail that we can't locate.
Okay.
And it'll become obvious when we play that portion of the video,
That's fine.
what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, you get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we'll play People's Exhibit 732, which is the interview that took place on November 16th, 2022 with Dr. Lewis. We're going to start it at 55:30 and end it at 102:37.
About 30 minutes.
And it's about 7 minutes. 55:30.
Oh,
So we're
I'm
starting
sorry.
it.
I misheard you. Okay, go ahead.
Again, not me, but someone else could take over and hurt someone, and then that's not where I want to be. Yeah, because I don't want to do that. Like, that's not. So why do you have to much? You know, be so intense. Yeah. What you're I gotta say it's for good intentions, so, you know, it's not like it's just like just some random person who don't cause problems, you know, it's for good. No, maybe it doesn't look good for some people, but it's for good, it's for someone, for me, really that into a bad fight or whoever is taking over. It's really bad, but carrying away. What's happening?
Apparently the witness stand camera's not on. So we can't see what they're watching.
I am not violent. I am not violent. I am not a violent person. I am not violent at all. But I am not gonna let people be tucked in bed.
All right, guys.
I'm not gonna let people be hurt because I don't do this to make somebody pay. If someone is trying to hurt people, I'm going to make sure they're okay. Because that is what I do each and every time. I'm gonna always make sure that people are gonna be okay. So I know what. Could you just let me understand why I'm always being asked what is going on in here, because this is my job to do things for people and to protect them. Because it's what I have to do. That is, who are the protectors? I'm going to always do that, because if people are molesting kids and people are hurting kids, this is what I do for them. And if people are hurting elderly people and people are always doing this to people, this is what I'm going to do. And if people are inside your home or inside my home, I'm going to protect them. Do you understand that? But you don't believe everything. To protect. Where do things go when you protect? Where? Do you know where you are? Yeah. And what I talked to Taylor. Taylor. And I'm question. Taylor, do you know what just happened?
Guys, I'm just going to refresh this. I know it's going to be irritating just for a second, but I really need it's the lips are off and I don't know if it's on there on our end. So just give me a second.
We were talking about credit.
And I apologize about that. Like I said.
No. Somebody really sketchy. Then I spoke with you with someone who said, I protect them, I always protect them, I don't know anything.
Oh, it's their video. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. What if we suck? Oh, I don't know. I just think who is the protector? Oh, sorry. I don't get it. I was saying sorry, I don't know what we were talking about. We were talking about credit, so I remember. You know, you told me that it was a kind of phase. Things. Who would be the protector? Oh, my protector is Maria. Maria, I don't like very much to talk with you. If you want to talk to Maria, I don't know. Sometimes she'll talk, sometimes she won't. I love it for you, Taylor. Yeah. Taylor. You will consider that. Taylor, where is this special when you go when say Maria is in that? I like to go hang out and drink some wine and be by the beach and hang out with Tyler. Well, I would like to go there and let me know with Maria. And but now if I leave the special place and Maria, I need to talk to. Because Maria, you have a lot of control. Is that correct? I think she does, for sure, but I need to talk with you. Yeah, I know you can do it. And you know I am.
Okay, we paused it at 1 hour and 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Do you mind if I turned you around, Dr. Lewis? Okay, here we go. Is this the magic you were talking about yesterday?
Well, that was a joke. Technique in which we learned how to get to talk. No.
Nice to see you, LaGracie.
With themselves by
I can't hear her at all without that microphone. See if I can turn this volume up.
get to whether it's associative individuals very so you always just this you're talking with a theorist and it's a problem that's just what is that we desperately frustrated and that work. You know, we try not to say separate aspect of your work. And we learned, and this is not only from recitations, but from a part of that is that by and large, they have a special place because it is known that say there are 3 or 4 individual entities. Sometimes they can hear what's going on if you're sometimes they don't. And what we learn from our patients is to simply what happens to you when you go. Where do you go? When I'm talking to so-and-so, Maria, where do you go? What about a special place? When you have a special
And let me start. I get that. That's why you're asking at the end, tell me about your special place so that the persona that you think is Maria comes out.
if you someone can say there is no special, I don't have a special place, but when it is very common.
But when we started the video, Maria came out, right? The protector. That's the first time in the entirety of your interviews with Ms. Stauch that you think Maria comes out.
I don't recall if that is. We've watched it more than I don't know. That was the first time, but
Well, and
I
let me
know that she existed, and I did want the opportunity to learn more because I suspected that if indeed that perhaps it was in the guise or in the wanted to talk to the.
But you didn't do anything to have Maria come out. She just came out and started talking to you, right?
Sometimes
Well, that's what happened in the video, right?
I watched kind of carefully, and I think I said, you know, I really would like to talk to Maria. Very commonly, but at the beginning,
And was that the Russian accent that we heard on there that you were talking about?
I don't know, that appeared, and I'm not sure whether that is typical video or it's an entity or it's a combination. These are not well-defined, well-listed
Well, she said she's the protector, and you followed up and said, hey, we just talked to the protector, and then
Well, she said.
she said, can I finish my question, please? And then she says, well, yeah, Maria's my protector. And then I'm Taylor. That's what she just said, right?
Right,
And there was no accent when the protector was on there, right?
right.
She was speaking just like she speaks all the time. Okay.
No,
Um,
I'm not sure what the point is.
the point is she didn't have an accent when she came out as Maria. That's the point, right?
You're not dealing with logic. Doesn't have, this is not a total different unit. Not a consistent person who remembers and wanted to fool you and always be a certain way.
How do you know she's not fooling you? How do you know that?
Well, watch, listen, see what is consistent, see what isn't. Is there any benefit? This so far, speaking with a Russian kind of accent, not really Russian words. Advantage, disadvantage, something.
Well, here's the benefit. Let me explain it to you, okay? You want consistency in your persona. If you want to say Maria comes out and speaks in a Russian accent, she should come out and speak in a Russian accent.
You should have.
Is that logical?
Your logic. It is not logical.
Okay.
They are as logical as dreams.
So you handed her a piece of paper and asked her to sign her name.
Yeah.
What happened to that piece of paper?
I thought that I had anything that. I will certainly find it for you.
Well, wait a minute here. You just told the court that you don't have these documents, that you lost them. That's what you just.
There's probably, this is probably it.
Your Honor,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you step out in the hallway, back to the jury room, please. Guys, for the jury, please.
This judge might have just had it with this witness.
Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Your Honor, I hate to say I predicted this, but this is exactly what I predicted was going to happen. That somehow she pulls these documents out when confronted on them. And that's why I wanted to get on the record that she lost them. And the record should reflect that the witness is now giving Mr. Tellini a series of documents that she has on her lap.
And let's finish it out. What's the record? What is it that you're being handed?
These are documents that were already provided.
Okay, so show them to Mr. Young. And let's see if
At least
they are what he understands them to be.
Yeah, I've seen those. I haven't seen that.
I've never seen that.
I don't know what this is.
Mr. Young?
3 of the 4 documents that were shown to me by Mr. Tellini, we have in discovery, which talked about the test that the doctor had told the court about over the break. One of the documents, it looks like a series of highlighted colors and different colors. On the top of it, it says Letecia, and then below it, it says red. I have no idea what that is. I don't know if that's the document that she has up there on the video or not, because I've never seen those documents.
So what are you requesting as a remedy?
If she's got these documents, I'd like to have them. And I don't want to be surprised by them when I'm asking her when she's already told the court she didn't have them.
All right, well, here's the easy solution to this. We'll take about a 15-minute recess. In the state of Colorado, Dr. Lewis, in case, because I know you testify in other places, in the state of Colorado, anything that you relied on, any piece of information, document, anything that was given to you by the defense counsel, anything that was given to you by the defendant, anything that was given to you by CMHIP, anything and everything in your file, without exception, must be provided to the prosecution. In addition, in the state of Colorado, anytime somebody takes the witness stand and is starting to testify, and all of a sudden is looking at some documents in their hands or something like that, counsel is entitled to see what they are. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about 15 minutes. You look through everything she has in her lap, then we'll see where we are. And we can go from there. There's a number of remedies from there. And we can deal with all of those remedies once I have a better idea of what it is that you think she has that has not been provided. I know that certain things were taken out. I want those taken back out. And we're going to put them in the court file to be sealed so that we have something for the appellate record, as opposed to he showed me 4 documents and I had 3 of them, but not the 4th one or whatever. I want in the court record what it is that we're referring to when we talk about that. I also will have the documents if you find any documents that you've not previously been given, take those out because A, you're entitled to see them, and B, I want those in the record as well for appellate purposes in the event that that becomes necessary. Obviously, you would also be entitled to have either Dr. Torres or Dr. Gray look at those and render opinions about that in rebuttal if you choose to do so. So let's start there so that we have at least a starting point. So court will be
I
at
just ask
recess.
that Mr. Tolini join me in that, so
Yep,
we're looking at the same
that's fine.
things.
So court will take a recess until 2 o'clock.
All rise.
Wow. Like I said, it sounds to me like the judge is like just about to have it with this particular witness. She's now starting to have the appearance of being underhanded and sneaky as well. And again, I don't know if that has to do with her age, her disability, maybe some medication that she could potentially be on. Maybe she's becoming more and more forgetful. Definitely not. I don't think she needs to be providing testimony as a expert witness moving forward. I really don't. I think this is, to me, not just, I feel it's unfair to Letecia, because the one that's really being prejudiced the most by this witness's testimony and failing to adhere to the rules in the grand scheme of justice, true justice, is Letecia. And we want her having proper justice in this court of law because we want to prevent any appeals. And as you see, the judge is making sure that he protects anybody's right to appeal and making sure that any issues that are raised is well documented for appellate purposes. So judge, again, I think is being very fair. He seems to be very reserved. And hey, PB&J, nice to see you. Striker, and let's move on. I'm surprised that they haven't moved to impeach her testimony. It seems like, I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know why they're not. I feel like they're trying to get additional information in that's going to help benefit the state's case. So they're going forward with it. But I think at this point, they, in my opinion, do have some sort of grounds to have her testimony removed and her removed as a witness, impeached, so to speak. But I'm not sure what because every state's different in applying certain standards. Even to the insanity plea, with the insanity plea test in one state might differ than the test in another state. The elements necessary to prove it might be different from one state to the next. So I'm not sure what Colorado law is on this specific area. I'm pretty ignorant to Colorado law specifically. It's not a law that I have really looked into much, because we don't really have. I mean, we've had several cases in Colorado recently, but not enough to do some real major research on it. So I don't know. There could be a reason lawfully that they can't do it, but I don't know, because I don't know. I'm not fluent in Colorado. In my opinion, she's as sneaky as the defense wants her to be. This doctor isn't stupid. She knows what she's doing, and she thought being cunning would work. Yeah, that good perspective. The real Me Too. That's a great perspective. Because you know what? At the end of the day, I mean, yesterday, she came out looking like this sweet, endearing grandma, and like today, my opinion of her has changed quite a bit, and I think a lot of my opinion of her has changed because I feel like she's been being disrespectful to the court by not being there on time. One day is one thing, but then to do it the very next day after you have already been cautioned by the judge the day before, so much so that he had to caution you before he went on the lunch break to say, we need, we're not working around your time, ma'am. You're working around ours. It's like she's not getting it. And I don't get that mentality. But you know what? It might be because maybe she is bougie, because she's, this author. She's had this movie about her. She likes to talk about, like, even the beginning when they were trying to qualify her as an expert. It was like this endless qualifications, because she just kept going on and on and on and on and on about who she knew, and her books and her movies and HBO, and how shocked she was that she was just giving them some information on one thing, and they were like, no, we're going to do it about you. And and granted, she's proud of that, and I don't blame her for not, I don't blame her for being proud of her accomplishments. She's got some great accomplishments behind her, but there's just something more here as to why she's fighting so much on the stand with the state. She knows in all fairness, I believe she knows she's wrong. But, as I'm reviewing her and looking at her, when we could see her, which was very limited, but when we were looking at her, it seemed like her body language was off, like how she was approaching, just how stubborn she was on not wanting to budge on her assessment, even though she acknowledged multiple times she didn't have enough information. She didn't know if she was insane at the time. These are all the things that you would expect her to know. You would expect her to have facts of this case to support that finding, her finding. People just don't look at someone and say, okay, she's insane. They have to have information to get to that opinion. And every time they ask her for questions, ask her questions about how she rendered that very opinion, and asked her, did you see this? Did you see that? She can't remember. The details are unclear. She starts walking in circles. You'll hear the attorney ask her one question, and she'll answer a different question. The attorneys had to pull her back and had to stop her multiple times throughout this testimony to say, hey, you're kind of getting off the reservation. We need to move you back over here to the question at hand. And she just gets really long-winded, and she starts going into left field with some of her responses. And I have to believe that she's doing that because she gets lost in the details. And the reason why I say that is because I myself have done I have done that literally on this very channel. I don't know how many times I'll be talking about something and I'll look at you guys and I'll say, oh my goodness, I just forgot what I was going to say. How many times have I done that? Uncle Mike, you better send me a box of aspirin too. Uncle Mike is buying aspirin for the whole chat. Oh. That's too funny. If anybody in my chat is offended by me saying back to the reservation because they feel it's racist, so somehow you don't need to be here in my room. I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying. This is 2023. We all have our sayings. If you're that sensitive, this definitely is not your channel. It just isn't, because you'll be offended entirely too easy over here. Go find some other channel that you're happy with. And if you're being sarcastic, that's great. Ha ha ha, right? But in case you weren't, if that offends you, yeah, we don't want you leaving crying. So you might as well just go ahead and change the channel. Oh, what does Sweetie Pie say? If I was Letecia, I would be furious. The vital paperwork has been lost, an important brain test not done. It's wrong. Yeah. And she might appeal on those grounds. But the bottom line is her attorney had those motions and withdrew them. Now, if the attorneys didn't withdraw the motion, and they didn't withdraw the motion and they went through with it, they might have gotten the extra funding that they needed. But like I was sitting there, doesn't mean it was okay. It was an okay say. Listen, if obviously you're serious, so you can either stop talking in the chat or we'll just block you. I mean, it's your choice. You don't need to be here if something like that offends you in any way, because I tell you what, I will offend you a lot more before it's all over. Sorry, but this is the Bullhorn Betty channel for a reason. We don't need people with hearts on their sleeve over here. Okay. They have other channels for that. Oh, good Lord. Bye. Good Lord. You didn't listen. So goodbye. You don't need to be over here. Trust me. Go back to wherever you came from. Okay. This is not the channel for you, honey. I'm part Cherokee and I'm not offended. Don't worry, Florida girl. It's like these people. It's just gaslighting. But seriously, if that offends anybody, which the regular people here, that was just a gaslighter. No big deal. No big deal. And if they come back, we'll just move it to 2 hours, because there's literally not one person in my chat that hasn't been associated with this channel longer than 2 hours. So I'm not worried about the people, because we don't do trials very often. So the people that are here for the trials want to be here for the trials. So I can tell you, I think this judge is about had it. But you know what? I think this judge is reasonable too. And he's thinking, look, we're almost to the end. We're almost to the end. You can kind of see that. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, with his behavior and stuff, it's like, we're almost to the end. We're almost to the end. Let's just keep it together. Just keep it together. I can almost hear that drum beat in the back of his head, you know, especially in light of this witness. Like, this witness is starting to, I think, truly get on everybody's nerves. I think she's already on I think the defense realizes they made a terrible mistake in this one. Terrible mistake. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they're happy with her performance today, because she's been a lot more combative. She's standing on her own, even though she's wrong. And I think everybody in that courtroom knows she's wrong. I think, you know, she was quick at the very beginning to point out how the state's witnesses were paid by the state. And I loved how the state reminded her, so was she. That was great. And it's like when the guy got up there and he's like, you made reference to these people. Yeah, because they're paid by you. They're going to say whatever you want. Well, you're paid by us too. That was good. I missed it here. Love this chat. And Ball Tammy, hey. Betty, I've just been busy and missed most of this trial. Don't worry. Don't worry. You know what? All I can say is I started out feeling like she was guilty and not insane at the time of this crime. Today, you know, now that we're hearing from the defense and what the defense had for the witnesses, my position hasn't changed one bit. This entire, you know, from the prosecution, what they set out to prove, in my mind, I think they did. There's too many coincidences, and then you have to boot finally Letecia saying on the record, "Thank you, Jennifer." Did I say thank you, Jennifer? I'm sorry, I'm starting to get sleepy. I'm new here. don't offend me. I think I've already embarrassed you on here. I think you've already embarrassed me too. So it doesn't really matter. And not only that, because of you and Robin, I'm going to have pink hair tomorrow. Bah humbug. Bah humbug. Maybe they're happy so they can get a retrial. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. I mean, she's going to try to get a retrial. I mean, she's going to be appealing as soon as this is over. She's going to start filing appeals. I mean, no matter what, however this turns out, appeals are going to be filed. So, but me personally, just the lack of their defense. I mean, literally, even if they didn't have a case, they didn't really cross-examine a whole lot of witnesses. If they would have, in my opinion, even if it was stupid stuff, clarification purposes, I would have stood up and at least asked questions to just about every witness, even if it was about their credentialing or about maybe something that didn't jive. I like they just gave too many just to pass, PK. Oh Lord, I'm gonna have pink hair. Maybe I need to do blonde with red strips in it. Make myself really stand out. Pink hair, pink hair. Well, she knows because I was there for 40 minutes and she came out and talked to me. So we rescheduled for tomorrow at 10 a.m. And I'm going to be blonde, pink, and beautiful. Oh, Lord. By the time you guys got done talking me into pink hair, you already paid for half of it. At that point, I'm obligated. Oh Lord, you guys crack me up. You really crack me up. Well, this time is starting to take some time to get through, man. I'm telling you, there's this witness. I don't know. But you know what? I mean, the judge is not going to do it himself, you know, and the state hasn't moved to. I mean, even the witness.
People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. How are we with the review of notes?
Mr. Tolini and I had an opportunity to go through them very quickly.
Okay.
Obviously, I would need more time to go through them thoroughly. The remedy that I suggest on behalf of the people is that she's not allowed to have notes during the remainder of my cross and during Mr. Tolini's redirect. We'll keep the notes over on the table. Someone can make copies for the court file and the appellate record later. I don't want to keep the jury waiting any longer. I want to keep going.
Okay.
And I think that's a reasonable remedy under the circumstances.
Mr. Tolini? Okay. All right. So,
well, she ain't going to remember.
Dr. Lewis, you can have your reports. I don't know that she has her reports. Okay.
I have copy of the reports and I can.
Okay. Mr. Tolini is going to provide you with copies of your reports, but you cannot have copies of your notes or use them during your the remainder of your testimony here. So we'll leave it at that. And prosecution, as This may or may not have something to do with rebuttal. I'm going to impose the burden on the prosecution to take those. You can just release those in discovery to Mr. Tellini and also upload them. Let us know when you're going to do that, and we will need to do that as a sealed file.
Want me to take those and have one of our people start copying it now?
Yeah, that would be fine.
He's got a lot more pull than I do, Judge.
Okay. And I also want to, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but please, everybody, be patient with me. I know that this matter is being broadcast simultaneously with what's going on in the courtroom, and I know that I have a lot of people in the courtroom. Regardless of how you view this case, remember what it is about. There is a child who lost his life and a woman who may be facing a life sentence.
Amen.
Okay? So remember what this case is about and remember the decorum. My order is that there are no cell phones to be used in the courtroom unless you are with the press. And we know who those people are because they're sitting in the front row. Remember what this case is about. None of these people in here are actors. They are all associated with this case in some fashion. It's not television. If your phone is, if something's going on with your phone and it's really important, I get that. Go in the hallway. You will not be allowed to have your phone out unless you are press. If you have your phone out and someone sees you with it, you will be asked to leave. You will not be permitted back into the courtroom. Also, please understand, and I know that sometimes people say that I can be really direct, but I try to be that way so that there's not a lot of confusion.
Amen
This
to
is
that
not
too.
a guideline. This is not a suggestion. This is the process that we're going to follow in the courtroom, and it applies to everyone. So unless you're press or you're associated with that team or this team, put your phones away. Don't get them out. So I understand we're ready for the jury.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Okay.
just real quickly, Judge, gave that entire pile of documents to our investigator, Cecil Weir. He's making 3 copies. One
Perfect.
that will get to us, we'll get one to the court, and then it'll be released in discovery to the defense.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor.
Ma'am?
It's essential that they be copied in color, because to be interpreted, the colors must be copied. It was absolutely, it's inaccurate. Black and white.
I'm leaving it up to the prosecution for that, and it may be an issue on another day, but it's not one that we're taking up today, and it's not one that we're taking up now. Let's bring the jury back in. See if you can see if we got any response on getting another security guy up here to stand right there looking back. Okay.
He's watching that courtroom like a hawk. I don't know, Elfig. People just, you know, if they wanted to take video and photos, they don't need to be doing it inside the courtroom. They can step out and get the same feed that we're getting and probably have better, you know, pics and photos and whatnots.
All rise for the jury, please.
See if the witness stand is up. Witness stand is the only one not up, so we'll go back to Letecia.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Lewis, we just took a break, and Mr. Tellini and I just went through all your notes that you had here in the courtroom. Is that right? Having gone through those notes, we see no documents that you were using during the course of this interview with Ms. Stauch, correct?
Not yet. You know, because I don't know what there is there in terms of that interview. If you have the whole thing, you will see those documents in the.
Let me just ask you a simple question. Do you have those documents that you used in the interview with Ms. Stauch? Yes or no?
I gave them to you, yeah. They
Okay.
are there, but they haven't.
You know, at this time, I'm going to ask that the court take judicial notice that Mr. Tellini and I went through those stacks of notes, and none of the notes that she's referring to are in the stack of notes that she has in the court.
Mr. Tellini, it's not a judicial notice thing. It sounds like it's a stipulation.
There is the complex figure drawing that has not been referenced, that were notes that was documented that was turned over to this attorney, and that was in there, and I think that's a little bit of is having, as far as the signatures or the alleged.
Okay. All right.
I would accept that stipulation and appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Lewis. You know the importance of turning over notes that you use in a forensic interview, especially in a homicide case. What did you do with those notes that we just talked about, where you had Ms. Stauch sign something?
Whatever she signed there, where I had was turned over to Tellini to be copied and shared with you.
May I approach the witness?
Oh, yes, you may go ahead.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 735. Have you take a moment to look at that document?
This is not. This is a different patient with. My knowledge, but you have a question about it.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you some questions about it, sure. Do you recognize that People's Exhibit 735?
I recognize that it was a communication line to this,
An email between you and Mr. Tellini, correct?
to the best of my knowledge.
And does that document accurately reflect that email that you had with regards to the EEG that we talked about yesterday, and whether or not you had knowledge that you were withdrawing your request to have an EEG done?
To my mind, it was not simply dropping, it was saying, this is not right.
Dr. Lewis, just answer my question.
I-
Does the document accurately depict the email exchange between you and Mr. Tellini with regards to your knowledge of whether an EEG was withdrawn? Yes or no?
Whether it was, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the.
Withdrawn, your request for an EEG.
It was not a permanently withdrawn thing, it was saying right now.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask you to direct her to answer my
Dr. Lewis, the question is simple. Is this an email that you sent to Mr. Tellini? Yes or no?
Yes, it is sent to him.
Mr. Young?
We move to admit People's Exhibit 735.
No objection. Exhibit 735 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And did you say in that email, go ahead and withdraw the EEG? We'll address it at a later time.
I said, and now, if we could address it later, this did not mean it's not important, it was just organizing in my head, it was supposed to put. That became less important than something else.
Well, the email speaks for itself, doesn't it? You're dictating in the email why you didn't think it was important at that time.
Well, I'm saying that there are other things have arisen that we should also address.
So why did you yesterday blame the attorneys that you didn't know anything about the EEG being withdrawn?
I did not consider this withdrawing it permanently, but simply, I did not wish to fight with the court over, are you getting this, are you not? The court refused to get it, and I say it can be addressed again. I did not think it was a withdrawal.
Listen to my question carefully.
Yes.
Why did you yesterday tell this jury that you never requested to withdraw the EEG, that the attorneys did it, never told you anything about it?
Because I did not request to withdraw it. I said you could kind of wait and do it, and I did not think that they had.
Can I retrieve your document from you, please? This is what you said in your email, and you can explain what it means after I read it, okay? I have been reading more on Letecia, and I think we should drop the EEG request. What does that mean to you?
Rest of it, know the timing of it, and know what I was thinking about at that time that was most important. But this was not something that I can't possibly assist you if you don't have this. I think I think we should have it, but we can wait. Get it later. In fact, it may be, I could be mistaken.
Warning, bullshit alert.
Mr. Delaney had said to me, there will be appeals on this.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that be.
Your Honor.
Dr. Lewis, I would like, Dr. Lewis,
Hold on.
please
Wait,
stop.
wait. One at a time. One at a time. Dr. Lewis, please confine your answer to the question being asked. Mr. Tellini will have an opportunity to ask you questions on redirect. And if there's anything that he thinks you need to bring up, he can bring it up then. But just confine your answer to the question being asked. And Mr. Young.
Your Honor, I would ask that what she just said be stricken, that the jury be instructed to disregard it.
Mr. Tellini? All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're instructed to disregard Dr. Lewis's response to Mr. Young's most recent question. Mr. Young?
We're going to play the next video, okay? Would you like me to turn you around towards the TV? Okay. And so for the record, we're going to play People's Exhibit 732. And we're going to start at 1 hour and 7 minutes and 8 seconds and end it at 1 hour and 40 minutes and 8 seconds. So this is roughly 33 minutes. And so we're going to play it continuously through, Dr. Lewis. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll ask you some questions when it's over, okay?
Date of this again, please.
It's November 16th in the afternoon, 2022.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
My initials there. And who said that? She said that she didn't know who you were. Who was it? Okay. Because you didn't I didn't write out. You did not write it. Finding them together, but I can let her know. Okay, maybe just put T there, baby TA, it's also a dialect, right? And here is the subject, this with a left knee. Letecia, Letecia, that is Letecia. And so, Taylor, that's why you said, what was Letecia? This one, she's the left knee. Okay, you said you need to talk to her, Letecia, as well. Yeah, but, Letecia wrote that? Yeah. Okay, and Letecia, I just want to say the left hand, because, you, Taylor,
Just give me and we sit down to it. Okay, I am. Two. Oh. I don't think. You're important. And each of you seeing to the vision.
I was thinking the same thing, sweetie pie. I was thinking the same thing. She's been around the block a few times. This might be her thing.
So, yes, she does not know.
SB, they sure do act alike. I'm telling you, with the whole circles and like, I think that older lady's got some issues herself. Because even in court, the older lady, the expert for the defense, has to be controlling everything. She's got to control the conversation. She's got to control what she answers. She's controlling. So yeah, I'm starting to, identify some of these things,
Maria said she will come on her terms, but don't think that she answers any. Who said that? Was that doesn't
Gigi for life, you might be right. She may have helped talk to her because throughout all this stuff, especially the recorded stuff, she had a lot of crosstalk with the attorneys. And remember, this last meeting with her on Sunday, she did not record, and it might have been prepping her client for this testimony.
So Maria said she'll come on her terms, but don't think that she answers to anyone. Letecia can only talk to her.
Not me.
Not Taylor. But I can talk to.
Yeah.
So here.
Yeah, but that's what I can't tell what to do. But she can, because I don't curse and do bad things. You see what I'm saying? I don't curse and do bad things. I don't live through that world. So yeah, so that's why. You see,
But I need to talk with Maria. I think that Maria. There's a lot more what happens when Letecia.
right? It's like, because I'm a good person. Sometimes I kind of like get in arguments. I mean, she is like Because I'm like the good, not the bad. Letecia is bad. You see what I'm saying? They go with my better. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because I do a lot more good. You see what I'm saying?
Remember, the defense put on this witness.
Yeah, she don't always agree with the good. Or what right, okay. Well, I just need to get good. Let's, you know, do good to people, do right by me. You know. You think I'm sometimes like no, I'm saying I think some things are good, you know what I mean? And so she thinks some things are good that they don't. Right, and so that's why sometimes she doesn't like talking to me. Well, yeah, so seems to me that sometimes you think it's good. Be the strong fight for things under your control, and then they don't see it's right. I try to like be the mediator or try to be calm. Everybody else get along, communicate, do good to people. What happens when you temper the best? What happens to them? When you take over and then takes away from like the good part of Taylor, you know, the good part of Taylor is like a good communicator, effective, you know, like not a bad temper. I can communicate effectively with them. You can know what to. Like if they come to visit me and I'm as myself as Taylor, then I can sit down and talk to them and be like able to like be nice and be like, oh, okay, how are you guys doing? They don't even know it's oh, if they come and they see I'm not like whatever, I'm not Taylor. Because then I'm just like, take me along. But then I'm not trying to be mean, but then I can take it if they're I know it's well, sounds pretty dirty with me. How honest are you? I'm honest with you. Yeah.
She's honest with people. She's like, I'm always honest with people. You have got to be joking.
Taylor.
And Dr. Lewis says that she's a compulsive liar because of her information that she derived her insanity expert opinion from was from Letecia and her attorneys. That makes sense.
I did agree with sometimes Taylor, Letecia explaining her stuff. You kind of where and with you. Taylor, really makes sense. So what happened was, did you want to tell you what happened? Sure. Okay, so the night of January 27th, 2020, I had reported Gannon missing because he was. You had none of these. I had so it was January 7th, 2000. So you reported that he was missing. Because I was calm at first because I didn't think anything was wrong. I thought that he was just playing like a hiding challenge and that he would be okay. And I thought that he would eventually come out of his hiding spot. He would eventually, everything would be fine. he wanted to have a bunch of followers on YouTube. So I told him the whole practice circular, so I wasn't in a panic mode. I wasn't in any kind of like anxiety or not yet. I was not there. Something had already happened to. No, nothing had happened to him. Nobody saw that after a while. And you were there. Right, he was missing. He was already, yeah, he was missing, but nothing had happened to him. He was. Well, I was in. Guess he was the house or he was hiding it, I'm not sure. That's fine. I need to go to the room. I think all of you, right now, talk to everyone. I think all of you have been covering for each other. And, you know, I think that you all want to. You're going to do right by the TCM. Actually, you're really preventing them from getting help. Not always. But I think you're afraid of telling what happened to them. Trying to leave. Do you want to keep going? Do you want me to keep going? Or what much told you? Really? Really? Yes. Well, as we heard, I'm just keep going. But I'm just gonna keep going. So he was missing, and then I called him. I really started to panic. After a couple of minutes, that's when I started to get worried. Because I realized that it started to rain, it get cold outside. And then when was the first one, maybe was blood. And do something. I did try to bring it back. And started praying over him. I'm trying to bring him back to life. And when he didn't come back to life, where was he lying? Well, in my house. In your arms. Where had you found it? I don't remember where I found it. Just I don't know. So you know he was in your arms. Letecia, if you don't understand why it was like that, it's like that, because he wasn't supposed to die. He was not supposed to. No, I didn't. No. What was supposed to? He was not supposed to die. No. Sin someone that made one that she no. What was what was the idea? What was not supposed to be him? It wasn't supposed to be him. It wasn't supposed to be. wasn't supposed to debate. But then our, it was. What did you think it was? I'm not a monster, okay? I'm not a monster. It's going to be any. I'm not a lesbian, and I heard people thinking that I'm just a mass murderer that just killed someone, right? And a lot of them was scanning. Okay, no circumstances, I think you just can't have this. We're doing something. It's not how it works. Did you something what was your? Did it? It was something. It should look like something. Oh. You know, you don't know what it's like in my life. I have to see when I realized that it was scanning. I never knew it was him. Which is just. Someone was in the home, we don't understand, someone was in the home, right? Yes, they're in the home, yeah. Someone big, okay. They're going to hurt everyone, they're going to hurt everyone. Everyone that was in the home, someone was going to hurt someone, everyone was going to hurt someone. There was someone in the home. They were going to hurt everyone that was in the home. What I did was grab the gun. What did you do? All I did was grab the gun and fire the gun because it like someone was in the cave, okay? So all I did, all I did was grab the gun. And what happened? I saw someone who looked like they were in the cave and I fired the gun. That's what I did, okay? All you did was grab. You don't understand, I had to protect the people that were in the house, okay? Because if someone was in the home, they were gonna rape someone, they were gonna molest them, they were gonna kill them, I had to protect them. All I did, okay? And I fired the gun. I did not know, didn't have a safety, I didn't know any of that, but that's what I do. I'm trained to do that, okay? You're trained to kill, okay? I'm trained to kill. That's what I do, but trained to kill. I'm trained to kill. That's what I do. Trained to kill, okay? That's what I do, I kill for a living, okay? Anyone that tries to hurt them, I'm trained to kill. Okay, that hurts anyone or that hurts the people that I care about. Okay, so you kill. Yes. Yeah, that hurts. You really care. Yes. And that's what I did. I took the gun, I fired the gun at someone. They had a cape on, they looked like a dangerous man. You fired at someone, yes, a dangerous man. Man, yeah. I am a dangerous man, okay? That's what I do. This is how I go. This is how you old. Yes. And then. That's what I did. Killed the man, okay? Yeah. Oh. They come to the home, that's what I do. I will protect the people that I love. I always do that, okay? I don't understand the problem. When did you realize? It was not the person. I don't know if I see
Cross between German and wannabe Spanish accent.
You I left the meeting that I remember. So what did you think you done? Did what I was supposed to do, which I killed a dragon. I killed a threat. The threat was there for Letecia and family and for deserves. So short. Because Letecia, her family, they were missing and I had to protect them. Who was this? Letecia's family. Really? Who was it? Letecia's son was missing. To protect him, that's what I do. She was upset, everyone was upset. Little baby girl was upset, everyone was crying. That's what I do. And then I left. I don't know what happened at the end. Who did this? If I deserve anything for the police, what? If I deserve people, I went to the police. I'm just double up. What do you want to try? What do you want me to try? Just you. Maria. Maria. You know what I think? Right, I think let me see. With your it's no value. You want to know it's invisible. No. Yep, I have jobs to do, I can drop in early. You do. Only what? What does he see? Meditation. I don't know, but I always have perfect. Which? Who do you turn this information to? Us. Gypsy. I don't have to that. No, you don't need it. I'm just trying to. I don't see. I think you can tell. I don't think you would have. I know too. I'm working my ass off to help with this. It's a very tough, yeah. Because if you're not strong, arm thing. So. This is very much. I don't know. Okay, I can say that not for you. Even my cabinets when I got to like this. I don't copy them. I don't copy them. You don't do that or you don't like them kind of. You don't see this. Why don't you? Just tell me. You just know. A favor. A favor. Takers. Times a favor. Ever strong hand. You see it. I think we all have a fantasy. We're all strong. I'm going to help my defend. Do you need any comes for me? You don't need anything. Do you need any comes for me? Do you need anything else for me? No. Absolutely. You helped. And you got rid of what looked to you like something is menacing which is you shot from the gate. And
the person was went down, and if they left. And job done, correct, job done. Well, the job wasn't really done, because as I understand it, but I've seen.
And then I have to go about it.
How do you sort of not know that you'll
I do it every time,
but in general,
multiple times.
like.
To go.
Yeah, so.
What did you
And so,
well, you had to bring it in, so, and I certainly not. I don't have any contacts, so that's, so you don't just work for the DVC,
but I had to protect her before in Mexico.
you did
I had to protect her before in Mexico.
you did,
I did.
you protected her for it. Wow, how old was she when you first?
My days is different than yours.
Your what?
My years are different than yours. 28.
Your health?
28.
28. So, she was without you. So 11 years.
I'm always 28. I always look this way.
Yeah, she's 39. So for 11
My years are really different than yours. You cannot even comprehend my years. They're different. Don't even try.
and her mysticals. Yeah. Yeah.
Very different.
So,
At one of the jails she's at, my Uncle Mike.
for what's happening to her?
Who's going to do this information? I don't see anyone else.
What?
I don't see anyone else.
I did not without her permission. Her permission. And we'll talk about, would you, are you guys game to talk about stuff and how you want to use the information that Maria is?
Sure.
Yeah. So they will do that. And I think, I know these people don't agree. I think none of us here would ever do anything like, if we use this, these would only be in Letecia's favor to get Letecia's help and some. So, maybe some educated people do, but probably only use them. What are you good?
No, absolutely.
Take a look over there. Got a group there.
And I see that.
You always see that, like, yeah. We do, yes, you. Seriously, I didn't, it was never told me. So. You know, just one of the things. You did very great yourself, Maria. Do you surprise yourself? Putting the spray?
No, I'm very good.
You are, this is what I do. Well, you do it, I know you're very brave to trust us. But we will only use what we talk about. General. And if it does not help Letecia, I'm not gonna use.
Just stays here.
I think, my goodness, we were pretty hard today. Do you think we should take a rest for maybe an hour or so? Let's come back into it. And let's look. Is it her? Sure. Okay, so let's see. 2 or 3. I do need a promise.
I don't need promises. I
Okay, so I have a request. I would like you not to hurt anyone and to remain safe and strong, but not hurt anyone. If you say this, legal, whatever, tell them. You only have need to tell to you tomorrow. But you have, do you remember the name? You can talk to those people. Well, maybe later on, maybe you would come forward a little bit and let me read you. Yeah. And she doesn't just talk to him. I noticed only when I went to the right when I talked with her that she got a feeling. I hope it's really was I they asked and that I don't know. But I would and I would he was yeah. I would take that and some Maria, I have something that I'm very much to lost in a room. I don't. Where is that? Yes.
Okay, the camera or the video stops at 1:40 and 08 seconds. Who was that other person that was leaving the room there, Dr. Lewis? Well, Mr. Cellini went out the door and then some gentleman with a mask on followed him out. Who was that person?
I don't recall and
Can we just play that portion back? We're going to play the portion back. You can just look at this TV right here. Okay, we're not talking about him, Dr. Lewis. Please keep watching. Freeze it. Who's that person right there?
I don't recognize him.
That's not your son? You don't recognize your own son?
Holy smokes.
Running the camera, but I don't recognize him.
Well, running the camera, Dr. Lewis, he's going out the door when the camera shuts off. What is your son doing in the interview room?
Particular interview, we had asked if one would be at her, and I had asked her could have been. No, I didn't.
Is that recognized within the field of psychiatry to do forensic interviews with people who are charged with first degree murder and bring your son along?
Stand it. Here. Cameras be on us and that there be company. I had said I'd like to have them on. I think it was Josh who told me have to be.
Well, this investigator seated in the back courtroom was in there, right? Mr. Cellini was in there. Why was your son in there?
One was asked to run, if he knew how, could he run the cameras?
Why did you stop the interview?
Probably.
Well,
You're going endlessly.
we spent a day and a half, hours of talking to her, trying to get Maria to come out. According to you, I'm assuming you're saying this is Maria who comes out that we see?
Here, I'm asking myself, who is this? If you look at the character they're talking, There are times that apparently she goes by Maria. Her expressions change, she looks different, she sounds different, she does different things, she protects. So that I think that there was a back and forth over how she perceived herself, what's going on in her head. But I think that there were times when we saw that I don't think it was always Maria. I think that there were changes there as I watched as a clinician. There was not a consistent.
Okay, so you're saying that Letecia could have came back and faked the Spanish accent while she was faking to be Maria? Is that what you're saying?
That is not.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying. I don't think it's faked. I think that she switches back and forth, and her identity and who she is good.
What'd you talk about after the camera was turned off, doctor?
I beg your pardon?
What did you talk about with Maria after the camera turned off?
I have no recollection of talking with her after the camera was turned off. No idea. I don't know for sure on papers, but I can tell you sometimes if things seem that they're down or that patient would be improved, sometimes I will write back and forth. Those were preserved, but I don't know who she was. I didn't.
You didn't preserve those documents. We've already gone through. You did not preserve those documents that you see her writing on, did you?
I do not know. I'd have to look, but I don't have a recollection of having preserved them. They were kind of a communication device there, and I may, they may be there. They may have been handed over. I don't have perfect memory of what happened to those papers.
Other serial killers that you've interviewed that you've diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, for instance, the ones that are on your HBO documentary, when you ask them to change personalities, they do. Some of them do the same neck roll thing.
What?
Do you remember that? And when they change personalities, they confess and they tell you how they did the killing, correct?
Some. When there is a real definitive kind of different. This is a fluid kind of, as I told you, not on again, off again, perfect logical.
But what Maria says to you is a mistaken identity. I didn't know it was Gannon. I shot the gun one time, correct?
Someone says this, at another time, someone there with this very odd demeanor says, I'm there to protect them. I protect them. There is a fluid kind of.
Did she, doctor, just listen to my question carefully and just answer yes or no if you could, okay? Did she tell you that she mistaken identity, didn't know it was Gannon, fired a gun one time, did what she had to do? Or words to that effect?
Early on.
In this portion we just saw.
At the beginning, I believe at the beginning of the, then she's talking about other things, so that about defending
And you know that's not how Gannon died. He didn't die from one gunshot wound, did he?
No.
Why didn't you confront her on that?
But it does not make logical sense, and not how you psychiatric interviews. In fact, it's amateurish to say, oh, but you said this at that point, how come you're saying it now? This is amateurish work, if anyone does that. Have to then follow what is going on, and you saw in front of your eyes without asking anything. Oh, her expression change. You saw what this person said. Change. I take care of them. I hurt the people who are out to hurt them, and I have down here as I'm looking at that thing. This is tissue.
And Dr. Lewis, I just want you to respond to my questions, please.
I'm
Okay.
trying to do that. I'm
Can
saying.
you listen to my next question, please? Robert De Niro did a pretty good job at that in the movie Cape Fear as well, didn't he?
No,
He didn't.
Oh.
Okay.
no, Robert De Niro.
Actors do a good job of acting, don't they?
No, Robert De Niro was not an outstanding, in fact, he was not dictating of necessarily in his year. No, he did not do it.
Did he?
Again,
All right, I'm gonna,
he did probably, but no, it was not a wonderful.
can we agree to disagree on that,
She's
please?
like, at this point, nobody believes anything she says. They can just, stop.
All right, we're gonna go to the last clip,
Thank
Doctor.
God.
Okay, and this is longer. This is going to be, I don't want to say about an hour and 30 minutes or so, okay? So are you comfortable there, or
Good
do you want to
Lord, an
go
hour
somewhere
and
else?
30
This is going to be a longer clip.
5 minutes, have some water and.
We can get you a drink of water, and we're probably going to take a break in about 20 minutes. So find a
Okay, so
good place.
there will be a bit of break.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not going to have the jury sitting there for all of this. So find a good place in about 20 minutes, and then we'll take our break there.
Sounds good, Judge. Thanks. And this is People's Exhibit 734. It's the afternoon of November 17th, 2022. It starts at 8 minutes and 23 seconds, and we're going to go to the end.
Find a reasonable breaking point.
Sure.
We just need the TV on. Judge.
Oh, sorry.
And this is the confession. This is unfit balance. I, Maria, confess.
It's not English.
Confesso quorum para magna we say Alente. Ante Rodriguez Letecia, say Gana Maria, say Lena Sana in Conversano, Vetera Desut. What does it mean?
I don't know.
Well, what made you say it's a confession?
Because I saw this examples.
And so now like a confessor. I, Maria, confesso, but we don't know what she's confessing to.
I know, I just told you it says foundational in that.
But hold on, did you ever take Latin in school?
No, I really figured it was that, has to be different in Spanish because of the way you did it.
It's not Spanish.
Yeah, I knew it was not Spanish, but
I don't know Spanish.
yeah.
We would be wise. They did.
Some Portuguese. That's what I said, maybe.
Maria, then Sana, Maria is in, that's the same mind, I think. It's not. Then Sana in Conversano, Vetera son. Well, maybe have these in photocopy French. Because here it does look as if she's saying, and I'm Maria, and in the same state of mind. Requiescat in pace, rest in peace. Yeah. Maria, AKA. What is Aleria?
I don't know. I don't know.
We say defending, something about defending. And for us to this is updated, kind of a free
You take a lot of languages. Like saying French, so and we also sang the Requiem Mass and Requiem Mass, and that's not. I get by. So anybody here? No. So let's see. That's the lady I was been here for a while. She keeps going back to her husband, she gone. And why she get back here? She gets the domestic violence. Yeah. And I keep talking to her guys, she's like a young lady. The young like the man who sleeping in her breast. Yeah, it was. I don't know, old she was getting in trouble when she. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, listen to. Yeah. Well, could have been a player. Oh, I always looking at that. That's but it started lectures, I think, from the mass, resting, right? That's better. But you believe that is a confession from Marie? Well, I was the one where it's the yeah, the confession. That's the other rest. Says that. Well, because that's why they would rather be and that's why I call that different in Spanish because it wasn't. Other than that, that's why it's Spanish. Yeah, well, it's the elements. From wrong. So it's Spanish. I figured it out something. Do you think that Maria did it? Oh, I didn't. See, I remember it. And just have little flashbacks or whatever. What are the flashbacks? Just blood. Yeah. Eddie. Take from the appointment out to the cave. Oh, okay. Tell me about the cave. Just remember seeing someone in my cave. I remember seeing someone in my cave. You remember seeing my daughter with a baby crying. Have you baby crying with them? Yeah, it's a lot. Really? Let's see this. Just from her baby crying and seeing someone in my cave. Okay, this is second interview. So tell me about the person in the game. So the person was in like a red and black cave. Yeah. How big it was? I recall. Yeah. Yeah, 6 foot. Man, was it here? The man. Tall. 6 feet. And sleep. I just remember being like in a road in a corner or something. I hate it. Was he in the corner or you? No, man was in the cave in the corner. The man was in the cave and the cave was red and black. I thought yesterday, I heard you Maria said that Janet got up and was in the cave. Because I don't remember Anthony. No. No. Josh, yesterday, I mean, I thought that it was again in a cave. I realized even. I never known it to begin.
Yeah, it was a man.
Yeah, it was a man and a rose up. And where was Gannon? I don't know.
And it would help if I talked directly with Maria, because she remembers. And he could help me control this. She said, I'm shot. So that, yeah, it's been worse if we talk even she would never found. She would go. Well, that's I mean, would you want to just kind of fade into the background of the launch? And I'm going to if it's someone putting on, sure they all know things put in. That's really terrible. Let it go here. No, they just always be. Oh my God.
It's a good spot to pause it. We pause it at 17:30.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the blue room at 3:30, we should be here to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And we will see you back at 3:30. All rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 3:30.
All rise.
All right, we heard 3:30. We will be back at 3:30. So I had an opportunity. I've been, while we've been watching this trial take place before us, I've also been keeping up to date with social media and some of the things that are being said about this trial. And one of the comments that I actually just responded to was related to this lady lying about a specific aspect of what her testimony was. Let me see if I still have it up. Give me just 1 second and I'll read it to you. And oops. Yeah, it was Miss Harmony. She said, "Wait, what? Dr. Dorothy all of a sudden states she spoke to the family members in finding her notes last night. But yesterday she said she never spoke to any of the family members. Did we just catch her in a lie?" And my response was, "Yes, I personally heard several things that contradict something that she said." Something else that she said, and that is true. So we've got Dr. Lewis making a lot of contradictions again when she was testifying for well, she's still the defense witness. She's under cross-examination at this moment, and they are thoroughly exploring her expertise and her knowledge. And I think one thing that's very noticeable throughout her testimony, which has been very long and exhaustive testimony, or we're about to hear an hour and a half of Letecia's voice yet again, and it's going to be absolutely numbing. But the audio's not been great from the court, at least with these defense videos. They've been skipping a lot. There's light in it, it's going in and out quite a bit, and I don't know why. The only thing I can think of is it's done that way during the redaction process. So in some of these videos, when they know that they're going to be be brought in for trial, they will, try to have certain spots removed, not admissible. So it's just certain, and it's done like that by design, especially with the videos and audios, because sometimes it just doesn't even make sense. By the time you take all the pieces out, it doesn't even make sense. But here you've got something that at least does make sense. It's tangible. We can hear it. We can see her acting. And this lady is hook, line, and sinker, and she's very devious, in my opinion. This witness here, it seems like, you know, she is bought and paid for, and she has been bought and paid for in the past. It seems like this is second nature to her. There's a lot of notable differences between her and reputable examiners, and one is not having anybody in the room with you. We hear over and over again in many cases across this country how important it is when they're making these assessments, they be uninterrupted. And that you can imagine the shock when she lied, specifically lied on that stand, when directly asked, who is that person behind you? And she said she did not know. And come to find out, it is her son. Her son. She knowingly and intentionally lied under oath on that stand and was just caught. If she doesn't mind lying about who was there with her, then she doesn't mind lying to help somebody else out. She just tanked the entire defense. I can tell you that. If you're looking at the defense attorneys and they look a little grimace, they look a little greener than they did, you know, even days ago when I was saying they look like they just gave up. Well, this is giving up on steroids. Look at Goofy's expressions throughout this. His leg hasn't stopped tapping in hours. I don't know if you've noticed that. I notice these things, right? He's just over there. He looks calm, cool, and collective all the way up, but we get the view of underneath the desk, and his legs just going. It looks like he's bouncing a ball with his knee. And you could see their face. But you know what? The judge did bring us back to reality, because I guess some people are thinking that this is a movie set. They're in there trying to record themselves. That's just not courtroom decorum. You got to have courtroom decorum, and you got to have respect for the court. That is not the time or the place to be taking selfies or trying to get clicks and pics. It's just not. And at the end of the day, the judge is right. You know, we are all here because an 11-year-old boy lost his life, and his stepmother is looking at life in prison. And, you know, we can poke fun from afar, but, you know, doing that stuff in the courthouse and in that courtroom is something totally different. You shall respect law enforcement, and you shall respect courthouses and judges' orders. And I don't know how cool this judge could be. I mean, if you make a mistake by accident, like, you know, none of us are perfect. So there may be at some point that we do something that we shouldn't do by mistake. You know, you get that one issue, you know, that one, well, okay, I can understand it happening. Don't do it again, right? You get that one. After that, that's on you, babe. You know, don't be crying when you have problems. After that, it's on you, babe. So, but even just getting back to this whole witness here, I mean, like right now, they could literally, even without this recording, they could literally save the court and us precious time by not even playing it. But again, this will be going to appeal. No matter how you look at it, whether the state appeals it, whether the defense appeals it, this case is going for appeal anyways. So they have to get all this stuff into the record to preserve it. So no matter how we look at it, even though the jury's going to come back with a unanimous she's guilty verdict, they still have to go through the entire trial. They can't skip a step, because when it's appealed, you know, what they have here is what they can try later. So if they're not getting this stuff in now, they're going to have a problem down the road. Should this case need to be retried? Should some aspect of this case be stricken? You know, just a lot of stuff. So anyways, let's see. Otherwise, I'd be there and loosen the screws in that chair. Be kind, be kind. Be kind is being naughty. She needs to be kind. I think a lot of people want to loosen the screws to her chair. I think a lot of people want to loosen the screws to something, or want to put the screws to something, however you want to look at it. But, you know, she is, nobody likes her. I can tell you, we didn't see everything the jury had to see and witness, okay? To kind of break this down for the people that are in this chat room right now, you know, they had to endure actually seeing Gannon, actually seeing what was inside that suitcase. We, as the public and the audience, having the benefit of watching this online, we have not been exposed to those types of images or had to see that stuff. So there's so much more that the jury has had an opportunity to see than we have. Of course, that's their job. They need to see all this stuff to make a, you know, to deliberate and come back with a verdict. But it's horrific. You know, we are sitting on this side of the screen and thinking what we're hearing and how horrific what we're hearing, and, you know, some of the stuff we're doing, like even us talking about, you know, beating our head against a hard surface if we have to hear her voice one more time, right? But still, in the grand scheme of things, like I'm still in shock with this entire case. I don't know what else to say, just from I think the violence aspect of this, and then finding out how manipulative and how much lying Letecia does. And I noticed that with Letecia, when she is lying or not being truthful, she likes to talk faster and she likes to talk in circles. So it makes you feel like you're the one that didn't understand. And I think that she does that. And I think she's always done that. But I'm seeing a lot of those behaviors and dealing with stuff in her, ironically, in her expert witness. I find that when the expert witness is not being truthful, she too talks in circles. And so a fruit don't fall too far from this tree. And I do really believe that this lady counseled this defendant. I really do think she counseled her, or did it nonchalantly. Whereas we heard from the forensic psychologists on the state side that they would never be talking about or putting in the mind of the person that they are interviewing or examining any kind of ideas of mental diagnoses. And you heard Dr. Lewis talking throughout her evaluation with her attorneys as well as her about a lot of stuff that she thought could or could not be true. So it's like she was already pre-setting them for what they, based on this theatrics, what she thinks they can pull off. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. All right. I threw that in there. That is my opinion, though. So don't shoot the messenger. I'm just saying that's the way it looks from where I sit. This witness, thank God, has lost credibility. I think that the jury is over it. I think the jury is about over it with her as we are, right? So I really think that for failing and willing to at least entertain an alternate possibility like Letecia manipulating her, I think that she kind of lost her credibility there, where she seems hell-bent on determining that Letecia is insane. The problem is that when she's questioned on fact she came to that determination, like I've said previously, she cannot answer those questions. She keeps saying she doesn't know. She keeps saying she can't remember. Well, how are you basing this report saying that she rises to the level of insanity in Colorado when you can't even define what you based, what standard in Colorado you base this she's insane on? What law was she looking at when she based this on? And the defense or the state had asked her several times, and she could not answer those questions. So it's like you can't say that she's insane and not substantiate your opinion. And it seems like that's what she did. So this entire time, like, this could have been over by now. But this lady, for whatever reason, wants to keep going down this road. And instead of admitting to some of this stuff, she keeps saying, no, I didn't say that. No, I didn't do this. And now they're having to proffer those videos to prove that she is lying on the stand, just like they did with her son. That had to be a complete embarrassment for her. She knew her son was there. She knew that was a video of her son. And while under oath, after she put her hand on the Bible, it doesn't matter. You know, you shouldn't, in a level that she is, when you're an expert, you should never allow one case to undermine or, you know what I'm saying? Like, you should never have to deal with somebody lying. She put her hand on the Bible and she lied. She lied. She knew that was her son. She knew that was exactly who the attorney was asking her about. And she said under oath on the stand as an expert witness, again, expert, that means you're not supposed to have a bias. You're not supposed to have an emotional attachment to your client or to the case. And for this one, it seems like she does. Because nobody needs to lie if they don't have an emotional attachment, because they won't care. The truth is the truth, no matter how many times you say it. 2-minute warning, guys. We're down to a minute warning. We're about to be coming back live here on the Bullhorn Betty channel as we watch the Letecia Stauch trial. The state rested yesterday. We are hearing, this is the cross-examination of the second witness testimony that the defense has brought forward. So far, out of the 2 witnesses the state has brought forward, they have both proven to do, to help the state more so than the defendant. So now you're starting to see those very sad faces on the defense table. I think, Goofball is nervously chuckling over there on that table. And I think he's just like, they pulled out everything they could possibly pull out. And this entire case is just blown up in their face. Nothing has worked to help Letecia. I think Letecia has a hard, cold reality to what is coming to her. And then you've got this last and final witness that is really being more combative today. Yesterday, she seemed like a sweet, innocent, elderly type of clinical psychologist that had some information that could potentially help Letecia's case. And today we're seeing a woman that's almost on a crusade at all costs to try to prove that Letecia is insane. And
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present. Is the plan just to continue with the video?
That is, Your Honor. We'll just hit play and then I'll have some questions when the video.
Okay. And how much longer is the video?
Looks like it's about an hour and 11 minutes. 17:31. An hour and 20 minutes or so. My math is terrible. Sorry.
Okay.
Your Honor, the parties have talked about maybe going a little bit later today if we think he'll get done.
with Dr. Lewis, that would be the typical report.
If we can, I would have to check with the jury because
Sure,
I told them
absolutely.
they'd be done at 5, but, and we have one juror who,
I know with the accident.
right,
Yes.
so.
She said good.
Okay, so, but if we can check with them, it's okay with me. So, all right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
So I can put this down.
We can move you a little bit closer.
Yeah.
They should have stipulated with a video this large. They should have stipulated to it.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358. People that the Stauch record should reflect the jury is present in the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Yeah, we'll start the video at 17:31.
Yeah, the Kohberger does say really bad. Maybe let the sideburns on it, or you let the sideburns on it. Yeah, that's it. So. Marie? Marie? What is called attention? What do you see? Did they go? Marie, I think it's time for me. Which story is letter? Yeah. I got yeah. Marie. Tell me that. Can you read it to me? And what the language it's in and then in English? What is it? How many? What does it mean? Okay. Kind of important. It's really. It's. We just. And you want me, they could put, what do you want? You should read that. No, just the.
Thank you, Van Lady.
Or, up here. You see my hand? What do you want? I want you to tell me what it says. Can you translate? Of course I can. Okay. Can you translate? Will you translate it? This. Governance. With the like I don't forget to and also right to and when it was here and was it to next when you remember the students. I don't forget to yeah, what is it here? I voluntarily took the best of defense, you know.
I think one of those books is the Bible.
What did you do? I had the impression that we got a lot of reasons here to be blamed for what happened to them. That you feel you are more powerful and more in control than it was funny. You told me who is her name or what is her? Do you think, you know, harmony sometimes means people not sounding out of key with each other? Keep whatever the law is in the school, by harmony was arrested, harmony was left. And I will lose her. And who will listen? And who's it? In that, pardon, Letecia's bad. Letecia's bad, or left bad is respecting. Well, let's do harmony. As we get Letecia. And who's harmony something? I think it's just yeah. Just for the if you sit already as a baby, she's 10 years old and she's molested by her step. Again,
Sonia, I think we're all just about there. I don't know how much more Letecia I can take.
Like molested. Yeah, and harmony. I think I understand that. I understand that. Molested, yeah. And harmony. And harmony is 10 years old. When was Gavin? He was 10 years old. And what's like that? I don't know. How do you know this? You know, Letecia told me. How did you? And She wasn't going to hell. She was going to handle it herself. Letecia, yes. She's demanding herself. Oh, she did. Like feeling frustrated. It's all about, well, like just kind of putting two and two together. Michael. She's been with herself. I'm confused. Where's Mike? What is like that? I do not know his name. You don't know his name, but you know his first name is Mike. Yes. And he followed me. How did you find it? I got it wrong. I thought you said that he left it wrong. No. Harmony spelled that in different. I thought that was the same one. No. Who was the Harmony standard? James. Oh, my James. The one who blessed it. Letecia. Tell me about the trip. I did not go to Florida. Pardon me? I did not go to Florida. You didn't go to Florida. I thought that you after Janet died. You said you were the one who shot. I did not go to Florida. Why? Because Florida go to Florida. To Florida? Because Letecia went with Janet after you died. I had to talk to you. What work did you do? What labor? I was doing jobs. Like what? Taking care of other people. Really getting rid of them. You know what? What? You come out of money. I didn't come out of money. I didn't make money too. I'm money laundering. How do you want to work? Through what? I can tell you. You'll see this. Have you ever killed anyone? In Mexico. Yeah, that's not enough matter. Who? Someone who was going to Letecia. Who is someone who was going to Letecia. Hold it. Heard her. Who? What is it? John was going to help him around and John was going. So you've really been her defender for a long time. Yeah. Nothing, of course, for that. Not too many do that. Just the dog. Do you have family? I don't need them. You do? They all have. Really? You should know this. What? You think I would go around with 50 people voting in without having a backstory? What's that story? You don't say. Of course not. So, why did Letecia take and to go to? She did not know. How much she did? No, she did not. Well, it's just because I already know you. I mean, you did not know. But I mean, you did not know. As I understand it, was down there. I mean, you're wrong. I think apparently you're wrong. You do not know. Perfect. You do not know. No. Do you know? I know people. Yeah. Why did she get rid of Ian's spot? She didn't know that. Who did? Did you? No, right before that.
Oh, I didn't see that, Rob.
People that message.
Message,
So did you
sorry.
get something? So you got something to like I said, I'm tell me after Gannon was found. How did get into when is that kid? How did you manage her? If I didn't get to the hospital. But him, she was not small. Later tried to help her. Later tried to help her. Later tried to help her. Was he ever there when he tried? Of course, they know it's better. And what is late? She held her hand to the bar. What are they called? No, she was leaving. She was what? She was a child. They grew up. No, not a picture. But she see blood. She wondered why there was blood everywhere. Yeah. So she wasn't there when you were speaking. She stayed asleep. It's my understanding that you shot the man with the cave. Is that correct? Correct. Did it turn out to be again? Not really. How did it happen there? How did it turn out again? Later on, it was happening. But it was supposed to be. I didn't get it. I have to figure out what to do with it later. Once it was scanned, figure out how to do it. To call some friends, the puppies and some moms, figure it out, you know. So there were two people. No, I have to call some friends to go me out, you know. You to call some friends to help me out to do what? To get into the bottom. What if the man in the cave? We don't find the man in the cave. I thought it was the man in the cave. It's not. It was again. But after the proceedings, do you have any idea why? Yeah, in your recollection, you were at the time, seemed to be a man in the cave. I don't know. What else? Just like you figure out the news. Here, Letecia showed that Gannon was on that blanket, right? Do you see? See, Gannon on the blanket. Do you think that he could have stood up and put the blanket around him so that he looked like the man? There could be a possibility, but he was a thief. What? But he was a thief. Yeah, but I was trying to wonder if it's that it turned out to be Gannon. And you meant to only shoot a man with a gate. What did you think he was doing? What to shoot? He's going too far, but he's the other. I think that purpose. And then I was here. Well, the man be in the house with me. No. Do you allow me normal interview? I think that the person had a man with a gate. Or she moved her hands and wrong. That I didn't know. Probably wrong, like no. When did you find two different things? I didn't. Even he was shooting. Correct. I'm special training. Yeah. In my past. Who were you in your past life? Or I told you I can't tell you about my family. And then you tell me, she told me that your past.
Can you put me in touch with somebody who can tell me about why they took Canada to Florida? Tell me some of the reasoning behind it.
Because I have to put Letecia first.
You have to,
Protect Letecia.
Yeah.
That's my own job.
so if somebody were to tell me that Letecia was someone else perhaps put her in the car and went to Florida, would not be protected for that. Get in your phone?
I cannot be very difficult. The protector first.
Yeah.
Sociopath. If you not have emotions or feelings. I think we take it emotion.
Mhm.
Doesn't matter who is in the end. We're not gonna cry for so whatever.
What is going to do?
But then they did it.
How do you feel about talking with me?
Are you,
And I'm like,
are you a threat?
oh, what?
A threat?
Dirt? So,
Threat.
a threat,
You're a threat.
it's. Yeah, I do my best to help.
So you, and then we threat. But if I had emotions,
Yeah,
I can cry.
you can't.
If I cry,
You lose your mind.
so if bad is myself to you, get rid of the body, it's easy to. That's how it works.
Can the teach well?
Sometimes. She tried to come back and she cannot. But
When did you first come to the teach?
I'm very long.
How old was she?
Maybe like maybe 16,
15, 16, it's about that long.
he's pretty old.
What was going on with her when you came?
She doesn't have to listen.
Pardon me?
She doesn't have to listen.
That doesn't quite explain why you came.
She gets herself in a lot of trouble.
Well, one thing told her she worked herself into where
She
she
doesn't bad at all.
yeah, and what she do.
They don't have to communicate effectively.
Yeah.
Gets herself involved in problems she should be involved in. She's covered.
What was going on with her thing was you say that you help her. So there must be something she needed help with. What's that to her before? You saw it in you? Interesting.
You don't really know.
I don't know what.
You don't really know what's going on.
No, I can kind of wonder if she has a lot of mistreatment by men. So it certainly makes me wonder if someone was mistreating her. Is that
Do you really know why she doesn't like drugs?
why she is?
You do really know why she doesn't like drugs?
Why she does?
Why she doesn't like drugs?
Oh, why she doesn't like drugs? I don't like it. Why doesn't she like drugs?
Because her stepdad trying to start selling them drugs.
Yeah. Selling her.
Selling her farm drugs.
Oh, geez.
Which is
Now it's it. James is selling her.
being right to what he did not succeed. That's bad.
What was that, Andrew?
He was making her drive around the car and give drugs. For him.
But
To
to
try to give her family her drugs. His nephews. Did she not do, did she?
No, she did not. Did she? She hit her across the head with a board.
She hit him with a board.
Who? James.
When you saw that boy, when the man was covered with the cake, he had a hole tucked his head. What I was wondering is if you were anything, I didn't mistake him or see, hit him on the head with a board or with something.
No. He hit his head on the road.
He hit his head on what?
On the road.
On the floor? I don't think you've seen that.
Picture of that day. He hit his head on the road. There was a baseboard in the floor in the wood.
You have to jump up something.
It was on the floor. There was baseboard sticking out on the floor. That's where he hit his head. Just trying to tell you this happened. That's what happened. He hit his head on the baseboard on the floor.
Doesn't fit.
Okay, that's what happened.
Look at the picture.
He hit his head.
On top of his head.
I don't know if that's all that is.
You love who you're.
That's all that means.
So James was trying to sell Letecia. Never really. Went to the team. What would you do?
You go down cocaine.
Yeah.
Once you got around the cocaine.
We didn't go out either.
There's kids in the family.
Who to do? Yeah.
There's babies in the back.
What baby? Well, that's.
She has siblings.
So.
She has siblings.
Didn't understand.
Then she has siblings in the back.
She siblings and she didn't work.
Julie.
Julie. How was she?
I don't remember. I wasn't there so much.
How long did she have to? What's did you do? Some trains
For the year.
and then
Just beat him with the board.
and so
She beat him with the board and he found.
she beat James with board. Where
In his home. He's sleeping.
when did he die?
No, she was something. He did not know anymore.
Was it really you?
Yeah.
What makes you what?
Because he did not know anymore.
So you had to do that very time.
He went to sleep. Took him on board. Went to sleep, I took him on board, just beat him really hard. He said, you don't go with him, you don't go when we're high. At least you had nothing to show for it.
How James?
That was me.
That was James.
Yeah, of course.
And that was when.
He was trying to follow everybody's hand.
something surreal, very exciting around that time. People got confused. Who was the person for the queen? You know, say Letecia.
James Water case. James Water case.
James for a lot of things. Did he expose himself? Why?
You don't know about the case because he thought he was a superhero.
He thought he was a superhero.
Problems. With problems.
Oh. Probably I'm sorry, didn't Farley go along when they were going to Florida? Farley went along with her, didn't she? Isn't she?
I think she did.
What?
I think she did.
I think she did. Yeah. How did she know?
Nothing. She not on the
Did you know that Gavin was in the back?
No. There's no guy in the back, no bar, someone else help. Someone else help, I read the country, like all different people to know. I don't know why this is hard for you to understand.
Really? From what I understand, you see, you're over there to Florida. And then after she got rid of the suitcase.
But she did not do that. I already told you, I got someone else to do that.
Okay, well, whoever. Put Gavin in a suitcase and kept him there, and then went down to Florida, and he tossed him off the side. Fall bridges.
I gave it Chris like that, I have to do this, yeah, and she did not do that. And I got someone else to do that. I already told you that.
I think that's someone else.
Well, one time, I already told you, but since he knew that, she wasn't aware of it.
But she was down in Florida.
Of course she was.
So what was he doing?
But she was going to go to Florida.
He's not,
She was going to move to Florida.
she was going to move there. They won.
That's her same place. I don't know who we must go back.
You think she'll tell me?
I don't know, maybe.
If you let her, then I think we can let her.
What would you get away from? I mean,
That's good. And women. And if he was in his
everyone.
he was the worst of us. So she's in the Florida. Yes. You know, you think you don't have any books. Right? Look at this. There's Letecia about what happened to Gavin.
I've been trying to do all this stuff every day of the night.
You stop. And it feels together because of what happened to
Every day.
oh my.
You got the questions like that, the company. So she's so different, isn't she?
There's multiple things. Multiple things. Involved what it is.
Does it mean that they had really hard, goes to head over it?
If she tries to kill us, would you make a deal with me? 50% and not under? Or some of everything? Is all the part. How old is she driving? Kind of steady, I feel kind of advising. Advising in working. Working. The boys ever do? Here. And what happens? Did they find it?
No, but they don't even.
Pardon?
Another thing found him.
Another related, they tell.
No, they did not switch.
It's probably.
Should I did jump off the top there?
To jump over time too.
Yes.
And what happened?
I did. And what you jump? Would you just throw it down from the?
Where did you?
I threw it down the step.
Yeah. So that she would hurt herself. Why does she hurt herself?
Why would you think so? You have someone like me who doesn't care, don't care whatever people, this is for good. But you have someone like her,
But she thinks that she did it. Right?
you know, someone like her who don't work.
Yeah. So. And maybe he had very helpful. Here, coming in. How do you do it?
I was driving the gun, that was someone else's hand.
Yeah.
You know. Someone to give a shoe on.
You are.
Perfect. I did the kill. I don't think we've had the shots.
Well, you feel plus who's in the cake was it's not.
My first thought is to get rid of the bottom. My first thought is to get rid of the bottom.
The shoe was still correct.
And incorporating.
That's it. They.
I don't need my social life. I don't need my social life. Cinch on my socials. And probably. So did the past too, you know.
I think you read a lot.
No, I don't read it all.
You don't read it all?
No.
So where do you get your kind of psychiatric conclusion? So I didn't.
And I'm not training the rest of them. Long time ago.
Different life. How many months?
Use the professor, we should find that out.
Are you? You know, it seems to me that sometimes when you want to do right, something like you seem to hear that Letecia, that your thinking is kind of wacky. And she gets blamed for stuff that is really pretty wrong.
No, it's very rare.
But this is a pretty serious.
What are my odds? They're very, very slim.
What else?
Usually I never call my own things.
Well, in this case, she takes the blame. It's perhaps when you don't get caught because someone's to blame.
But I always take over her. You take the times that I take over her and I rescue her versus the time that I make a mistake. They outweigh.
You take over her.
And the good outweighs the bad. And
What if you tell me the good parts? You take it over her.
from the very beginning, that I saved her life multiple times. The good outweighs the bad. If I had not done those things, she would not even be here today. So what does it matter? If I make a mistake, what does that matter? I may have special powers, but I'm not perfect.
Was that out there? Oh, I mean, this is a.
Right? Do you think I had to make a mistake?
I think.
Do you think I had to make a mistake?
You.
Do you think I have to live when I make a mistake?
No. I can't understand the word.
Do you think I have to live when I make a mistake?
Yes.
Do I have to live when I make a
We like
mistake?
everything to you. No. So what do you do yourself?
Try harder this time.
But you say that the good you've done for yourself. When she was in, what did you?
I didn't start helping her until she's old.
And
I didn't start helping her until she was old.
how old was she?
A teenager.
And where did you do her?
I took her from James.
And how did you do that?
He could her in the pool one time when she could not spend it.
And so
He threw her in the pool when she could not swim.
you threw her a bullet, she was swim.
She could swim really, really good, but she had cracks. Leg cracks. Yes, they did.
How do you say that?
Or her leg elbow, she would float.
Did you? And he threw her a bullet. Tell me, where does anyone else know about this? Like the book?
Happened in Georgetown, South Carolina.
Who was there?
Was at Miss Burrow's house.
And
Brenda went there to Pearl's house.
I'm sorry,
Brenda went to Pearl's house. Brenda,
we all went. I haven't read it.
I don't know anyone.
I don't think so. It's Brenda.
She's kind of losing together.
She's
Kind of losing together.
she tells her. Does she sometimes take over?
No, Brenda's family.
Do you know any Brenda?
Yeah, that's for the teacher's aide.
And she says that Brenda has an husband.
He went to go to Pearl's house. Pearl's house is where they got Pearl.
And do you know Pearl?
No.
And that's where she's from. Her. And he was from James.
Correct.
So it's like,
Maybe ask to speak to Pearl.
can you do that? You know Pearl? Or you know?
We don't know.
Where?
I don't know.
We don't know what she is.
Okay.
I can ask Brent.
And
Lives in Georgetown.
so they have a house. What he does?
Stay there.
They do.
He laughed, but it's funny.
Then he stays.
He's dead, right?
So he was great.
Of course.
What else did you know?
She ran in the car and tried to kill herself.
When was that? Was that?
Can we let it go?
She tried to kill herself and she ran off to get a tree.
And did you do anything to help? What did you do?
I helped her get out of the car,
Get out of the
crawl to safety.
What do you do when she wants to kill herself?
Well, she's been part of that she was living.
So she tried to kill herself and
She thought she saw her in her car.
she
saw her ex-husband in the car.
was in the car.
She thought she already saw him.
Really?
So she told Lydia.
Who knows her? About her? She's very little before you.
Who knows about her?
Does anyone know her?
Knows this yet? I don't know. She had friends. But I have friends, so she doesn't.
Why did you so
Because she did not have anyone. She did not have everything. She did not have a partner. Maybe no one might remember. There you have another info.
Yeah. And you?
I didn't think that.
Of what they done?
Ready to the other now, tell me.
Did you do
it? No.
But not like you.
Standard from.
So you have lots of secrets.
It's kind of understanding.
You know, this time it looks as if Letecia's going to get the blame for stuff that you were involved in.
I'm so predictable.
How are you pretending?
So many of her girls.
And so,
What's not trying to work for us to protect her?
but how do you protect her from taking the blame for all of this?
That can't hurt her. It doesn't cause her physical pain.
Is that the only kind of pain you protect her from?
Yes.
What about mental pain?
I can control that.
It's interesting. And you two have limits. Can we do anything for you? Maria? No. Think about it. It's a pretty good law. May I ask these people here if they have any questions?
I can answer to them.
Let me see the last. Do you have anything you'd like me to ask?
Who are the people that helped get in the Florida?
That helped.
Who that? How did get in Florida?
What's that?
I'm so sorry. What is the question?
Who helped Gannon into Florida?
I called them from that, he told you.
Of them.
I called them right there, he told you.
Well, I remember they asked her. And then she went up to Seth Rowan.
Who did she?
TC.
I told you my involvement in this. I told you my involvement in this, and I don't have to tell you who I called.
Why?
This is important.
Well, it's
That's what the already said she would take the blame for that, but I'm not going to tell you who was involved.
Well, hardly make it.
That's something to do.
Because they may charge Harley, if something you can charge a Harley.
How do you feel about it, Harley?
That's something to do with me now.
No, just feel for you. How do you feel about it?
Except Letecia.
Even from Harley. Excuse me, even from Harley.
I'm moving to Carly and she needs me to, but I want to live with Letecia.
You would protect her.
Her.
You did someone toss her out of the car? You want to focus on unwise that.
There wasn't trying to cross him out. I remember said that. They were trying to cross him out.
What were they trying to do? What do you think? Some still violence.
They were not trying to cross him out.
But he went.
So you want me to give you a great statement, what the person told me? You would never have validation for what? Absolutely.
Yeah, so why did you hear?
Person saying because they didn't have the money. To get rid of the bottle.
Yeah. There you go. With it, for money, would it cut me?
Correct. The way they dispose of the,
So what did they miss about there?
the money didn't come out. Like I said, I'm not giving you names, so the money did not come out.
So, as far as you know, she went to Florida to have other people.
She was not in the right mind. She did not do what she was supposed to do to get the money to people.
She was not in her right mind. What kind of state with you?
I don't know how to control it.
Well, you said she wasn't in her right mind.
Because I told her to do something and she did not.
What'd you tell her?
She was supposed to meet the guy to get the money.
Yeah.
And she did not do that.
What did she do instead?
She was pretty driving wrong routes. Was not the correct route she was supposed to drive. No, the correct, she was supposed to be in the right place. She did not need at the right place.
Okay. It's the wrong route.
Correct.
Yeah. So she, it was, no, the bill was on.
Correct.
Okay.
But
Then
I made it.
you made the deal and where Curry was from. But still, apparently she did get rid of the bottle. You told us.
They just told you, she did not need the people. People are here, they did not get their money.
I know, but somebody tossed the body out of the car.
Correct. And they didn't have their money. There was no money.
If they tossed the body,
Yes, she never had the bottom.
she did.
She did not take the body to bar down.
Oh, look at that. Our voice just changed back to Letecia. It's funny how that happened.
Well, I'm confused.
And like I said, they knew truth. She never had the bottom. So she was stupid.
Well,
There was no thing, there was no evidence of her having the bodies there.
wasn't there evidence?
No.
Evidence.
Was it evidence?
That's not evidence of her having the body from her.
Oh, there goes their voice back to
No.
Letecia.
Suitcase with the body according to Harley was in the van.
No, that's the thing.
That's what Harley says.
Or from her weapons.
And then the suitcase was found a mile away from nothing until she was.
This is why they don't have attorneys in the room, right here.
She did not think it intentionally. There was no bill. The people did not meet.
And you know.
Don't worry, Barbara, nobody can understand anything that's being said.
No, they cuts. There were cuts.
I don't know anything about it. She asked me years.
Yeah, it looks like she's got her hands tucked over her ear.
That's a cut.
So there's stuff that even you don't know.
I don't know this. I did not cut anyone. I don't. I don't know. No. I did not cut anyone.
No, that's somebody hit him with something. That's a cut. That's the bull.
I already told you about the point.
That's somebody hit him with something.
When you shot him. I already told you about it. When you shot him. Did you know?
Hey, Rio.
I already told you about it. I'm hoping that it wasn't. I already told you. You did not. And I don't know something. Yeah, but let's.
Thought Maria Sanchez was Spanish. She sounds German.
Confused. Then straight right and keep your hands so you go down. Yeah, so you went up like a foot. Yeah. But person to know identity. No. How did you feel when you realized it again? I told you I did not know it was, I know that I recognized it. And I told you I did not have emotions know about it.
This should just be about to the end.
No, I didn't say. But sure, pain.
No, I think that you do that.
I don't have patience.
What if it feels better if I want to? Get explained.
I don't have patience about it.
I can say nothing.
I'm sorry that it happened for Letecia. Well, because of the hair. And if she's upset, I'm upset.
She's upset. It's suggested. Underneath that, I could be the song. You do. You're acting with you. And you're so good at staring puppets. Everyone. But I think that it would feel better when that things happen to Letecia. Yeah.
Maybe.
It's good stuff, you know. It's good stuff.
And remember, when she was put under stress last time, she killed somebody. She's awfully calm for an angry Spanish woman that comes out in protector mode.
No, I didn't. I told you I didn't. I told you I didn't.
Because of these people, but I mean, you know, like, who else to carry? You do.
She already told you that she will take good care of it all. She already told you. You don't understand. She cannot know who the people are. You don't understand how serious that is. You think this is a joke? It's not a joke. Those are petty charges. Do you think this is a joke? That is a, you cannot tell on these people. I don't think you guys are understanding how serious that is.
You mean they would kill me?
You don't understand. It's not funny. It's not made up. It's not an illusion. It's for real. The money wasn't there. You can't snitch. I don't understand why you don't get that.
Can you tell me what's in Letecia family? Who involved with research?
Family. What is falling in people?
Among friends.
Do you think she went about a teaching salary? What is wrong with you people? What is the you think it was people?
Her voice changes back. No longer German, no longer Spanish.
People. You don't want me to sit here and talk to us? No. Okay. Okay. She did the bad things, the bad people, to good people, bad people, none of those. No. She's somebody down below, it's all you go. Yeah. She's not gonna somebody tell you that. Most other people die. No. That's a part of the piece that you cannot ever know. Because when they happen, do you get a judge for the situation?
No.
Because I think I'll say that you guys live in a perfect world and it's kind of big time. You live in a perfect world, it's not a game, it's not a game, it's just stupid.
Oh, now we're back to the
You're
Spanish.
saying that there are very powerful people. Absolutely. When it comes to that part. Absolutely.
And these are the interviews this
You
woman
also know what
based
you
her
want.
insanity plea off of, or insanity
Never give you answers.
opinion off of. Ridiculous.
Cannot. Well, we don't want to know. A lot of we just want to know how. How. Yeah. Or going to be some kids. Yeah. Who is 60? It's struggling to do all that. So, what's the because I'm struggling.
No Crowley.
But
The
Maria
audio
has
is bad,
her powers. You know, see me.
and she's speaking in a weird
See
voice.
what they have? So you're saying that you could not. I could do anything. Do you have any other questions you want to ask?
Do you know anybody who could help without getting that?
The echo sounds like it's because they're in a concrete room.
Whatever was contact again.
Yeah, it cuts on his hands and his arms and his chest.
And he's back.
And remember, she said she couldn't see him before because she sees what she wants to see, but she sure is answering his questions now. I don't either, Ginger. I thought he was going to make her do that.
You don't know if patient has a bad opinion.
No.
You promise.
Absolutely.
He had enough in his head. And I didn't know it was something like it. But it's not moving the name. If I look at that's what's on. That's why I want to say this. It was in the back end.
I don't think she's laughing at all. I think she's saying she effed up. She's covering she's got her head down, covering her ears. She knows she's screwed.
Yes. I get it. I don't know. But I didn't know. Yeah, it's really, it's what I was in it. I was down to
How did you start?
started stop doing this, pulling the gun southeast.
You pulled it with the gun and then
Pulled away with the gun, sideways moving off. She's going to kill them. You put it with the gun.
you dropped it out in the center panel.
I don't know.
Do you know? Was it bad?
There's probably a picture.
They weren't necessarily looking for that, as they didn't know that he had the cuts on him. He was about a month and a half.
And they noticed when we put that over there, it's blood on the, probably.
Yeah. Who could have worked that?
There's a few other guys that it was getting. And she was screaming. We have to listen to that. Clean the room, she was speaking that. If we do all that, we figure it out. It's not real. This thing really happened. If we just clean it all up, this thing really happened. She just fix it, make everything back pretty the way it was, nothing was real. And she said, we have to go to the hospital, we have to go to the hospital.
Yeah, and
she was trying to dig into the hospital, and Lena was digging up spine, and go to the hospital. So Lena was digging the body instead, that's what it's doing. Lena,
is that me?
Lena was digging the body, to go upstairs to the hospital. It was just laying there.
Was 30 minutes back.
I was making this sound. Trying to breathe. It's just trying to get it to breathe. Clean him up, because could not be.
She was
Elevated above your heart.
She didn't mean for him to be dead.
No.
How did I? Or did you? When you struck the gun, who did you?
Those items. The no. When he came out of his arm.
But you didn't recognize him.
No, the pretty call Mig.
Did you think it was James?
Thought it was someone in the cave, he could have been a monster.
Who was the one who kept?
And her voice comes back.
James.
Yeah, but
I think it was James.
Big Harmony.
pardon?
Big Harmony.
I still don't understand.
Harvard thought it was James.
What?
Did Harvey come out?
That's the baby times for me.
The baby from.
Harmony.
Did Harvey hit him with anything?
I don't think so. Shit, I don't know. So nobody took. Nobody took.
But with Harvey trying to hurt James.
But Harmony was a little baby.
She's 10. Nobody was trying.
Her question is like saying, you know, I don't know. As you were. Would you ever hear?
Wasn't it? Was not with her.
Yeah. The reason I'm asking, it is very, very, very common for someone who stands for all things Letecia. So, because they usually start. Much of their lives, they hear a baby crying. Sometimes they'll, I think you saw. I don't know if he referred to the baby, but he was always crying and baby energy. But very early on, toward forever time here, I've never heard the name Harmony.
Can
Can
we talk?
What?
Can we talk?
You have to ask Letecia.
Or you go back to New City,
There's going to be some random.
where
There's going to be some random. You know, she'll be so much.
why would you do that?
She didn't want me to tell you that. You haven't had, she didn't want me to tell you because she doesn't want you to be treated as badly.
You must have felt the need of it. And indeed, he
Why did you give him a note?
Sometimes you got the night when you think it is like. Do you reckon she's so words?
Would it ever like he was gonna hurt me?
No, he would say he's so different from my mom. He was so different from my mom. Even though it's the kind of place for that. And then he's a lot of other boys. Try to get help for it. So she's working last week. So she didn't want anyone to know about it. She didn't want anyone to know it.
it's all good is that we need else.
I didn't know anything to do with bad, it was not bad. Still, let me see what happened.
I can't.
My mom was regular. Spanish part was just to grab a weapon and some. Spread.
What is this?
She did not go to the mark from him. She never marked him.
You're the answer. What is this thing like to be able to share?
Stop the tape. It's the time,
Okay.
so that we can get some questions.
Oh, thank you, Sean.
Dr. Lewis, how are you doing? Yeah, you want me to help you?
I got it.
Okay.
That was just, they just really picked out a
turn
really
the lights
poor
back on.
expert
you.
for their case, in my opinion.
Okay, Dr. Lewis, I want you to do the best you can just to answer my questions so we can get through this quickly, okay? Is that fair? This Latin confession that you talked about in the beginning, you lost that, right?
And I don't know where it is.
Even though you asked to have copies done, you never found that confession again, correct?
Well, I was unaware of it. I saw it was on.
Okay. Now, do you still think, having watched this video, that it was a good idea to have Mr. Cellini in there with you?
Yeah.
You think it's appropriate for Mr. Cellini to plant the seed with the defendant that it was James that she actually shot?
I don't think that ended any scenes. I don't think that she came up with that. I think that I appreciated watching all of it was how extremely confusing it was, how confusing it was. I think
Thank you,
that
Jennifer.
it did help for him. So
Take care. You guys are killing me.
who knew much more of all of the details.
It helps his theory. And when he asked, do you think it was James? That helps the theory of the defense, right? That somehow she mistaken a little 11-year-old boy for the stepson that's been, or the stepfather that's been dead since 2004.
I'm not aware that this is his theory.
Oh, thank you, Jennifer.
Can you explain why at one point the defendant could not see or hear Mr. Cellini? We had to repeat a question that Mr. Cellini asked. And then when Mr. Cellini asked about Harley, she answered it no problem. How does that happen? Did that not go as according to script?
I don't know what the script is or what you're referring to. I don't know why it's, what meaning that has. But we did not know what had happened.
When she was pretending to be Maria, she said, "I can't see them." Do you recall that?
I don't recall pretending to have, by the way, seen a couple of cases where in one iteration and either blind or also true.
And then she was somehow cured and could see him and answer questions, no problem.
This happens. It is well
It's fluid.
described in literature, and I've only seen it.
Why did you ask the defendant if she thought it was a devil or a demon?
Simply wondering, what did you?
Looking for evidence of psychosis, perhaps?
Oh, I am not looking for evidence of anything. I understand what she perceived. Because I know no evidence that she hated again, so that she harmed her in any way that I could find a precipitating cause. I wonder, since it is fairly common for people kind of dangerous or frightening things.
There's no short answer with this lady.
Some notion of some creature in a cave that it was either here or there to find out did she see something different, and it did not seem to affect what she said. She clearly does not know really what was going on in her head.
Or she just doesn't want to tell you, right? She just can't bring herself to tell you what she did to Gannon, could she?
Well, but I think that you're correct that she something about what had happened there that is psychologically I question about it. She did it.
Well, and here's what I want you to consider, okay? This whole story about her acting in self-defense and Gannon having a knife and she thinking that it's crazy ass James or whatever the heck his name is and shoots him. And then it turns to self-defense. And it turns into someone gets rid of the body. It's just her not being able to tell you what she did to Gannon. Is that true?
Tell us what she did.
And here's the flaw in your theory.
What is my theory? I'm not sure.
The theory that she had a different personality and Maria, the sociopath, did this murder. Okay?
No.
You can't explain,
No,
doctor.
that is
You
not my
cannot.
theory. Do not.
Well, what's your theory? You're saying she's legally insane.
Yes. My theory. Again, ill, and that she hallucinates, that she is delusional, and that her line of thinking is confused, addled, and frightened, and but I don't have a particular theory that she killed this person for that reason.
Why didn't you ask her about why she gave Gannon an excessive amount of hydrocodone?
I didn't know that she gave that.
Do you think that's important?
Only if I know for sure she gave somebody that.
He read the autopsy report. You know it's there.
I know that he had this. I don't know who gave it to him. I've many cases.
She was the only one caring for the boy. His father wasn't even home.
That's
Lady.
one of the poisonous things in this movie. But then we get to reasons for it.
Your Honor, those are my questions. Thanks. I have no further questions for this witness.
Your Direct. I'll try to go. Dr. Lewis, how are you? We're going to rehash everything, but I do want to clear up just a couple of things with you. One, in regards to the EEG and the emails that were shown to you, as far as you saying that let's hold off on doing the EEG, that was at that point in time. Then you indicated that you wanted to do the evaluation first. Recall that from the emails?
Well, that there were other things to do, and it was not something that I was going to get hung up on at that moment.
At that point in time. And then in a report that you did for the court on February 12th, in that report, you put down the need you thought for both an MRI and an EEG, correct?
Correct.
And you recall in relation to this court, the issue being that this court would not give us any more time to get those things done. Me relating that to you.
I'm going
What I
to
heard was that the court refused.
Sustained.
I was told.
Yeah, I have an objection.
Stop.
Okay.
The objection was sustained. The witness will stop responding to a question when an objection has been sustained. The jury will disregard the witness's answer. You can ask another question.
All right. Moving on to some of the other stuff. The district attorney on his cross insinuated some stuff that the motive for killing Gannon was somehow that Miss Stauch wanted to move to Florida. Does that make any rational sense? Can you think of any way that brutally murdering Gannon would enable her to move to Florida? Can you think any sense how that would fit into any plan to move to Florida? Does that make any rational sense whatsoever? If the definition of insanity in Colorado is that a person is incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to an act, would that change your opinion on Ms. Stauch being legally insane at the time of Gannon's death? That last part that we were there, the interview, that was the last kind of part of a long 3 days of interviewing Ms. Stauch, correct? Had I expressed my frustration that she wouldn't account for taking Gannon to Florida, or she wouldn't account for the stab wounds?
Objection on calls for speculation as to what Mr. Sweeney was thinking.
Had I expressed that to you?
He said expressed, so I think.
Well, then it's hearsay.
Well, can't repeat what Mr. Bellini has said, but maybe you should move to your next question, and I can see where you're going.
Was there ever any attempt by myself saying by myself to try to get her to say something specific or some type of theory or anything like that I had done with you? Okay. If you were aware that those videotapes were all going to be turned over to the district attorney, you're also aware that I have had years plus of confidential communications with Ms. Stauch. Are you aware of that?
I've seen it.
And if I was going to do something unethical, as they seem to be implying, wouldn't it make, I would have just been able to do that confidentially instead of on an open video?
I'm going to object to that form of question.
Sustained.
If I was trying to feed her a story, it wouldn't make any sense for me to do it in that setting where it's recorded, would it? In any of the materials or anything else that you have looked at, is there any other rational explanation as to why Ms. Stauch did this other than the psychotic episode?
Any type of motive?
I'm unaware of any or any motive that makes any sense. Why he became a victim, what happened.
The state hospital has diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of cross.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Yes, they are.
What are some of those similarities?
Well, there are many similarities. The reality, what is real, what is real. Difference in ability to consistent way or real.
If Ms. Stauch had sometime in the years preceding this event had Googled, "I don't like my stepson," will that possibly explain the rage in which this homicide occurred? Yes. Are you still firm in your opinion, your expert opinion, based upon almost well over 50, 60 years of practice, that in your expert opinion, Ms. Stauch was insane at the time of the death?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained. Have you learned lots of things over your experience in interviewing and evaluating people with DID? Over the, what is it, 40? Yes, over 40 plus 50 years. Have you learned at picking up on subtle cues? Have you learned, or on your experience, that is it unusual for alters to have almost fantasy type lives?
I would say it's a definition of the
Are, in your experience, are the alters perceiving reality as a rational person would?
Thinking of oneself as someone other than the everyday person that we need to know. This is a fantasy, often a very shameful, different, altering kind of entity. It's not a consistent, a typical life history with ordinary relationships and family ties that go on. As you saw here, it can vary within the period of time we're talking about.
Absolutely. And Dr. Lewis, we're getting close to the end of the day. Is there anything last that you think is really important for this jury to know or understand about your diagnosis?
Yeah, you don't know a damn thing.
That what you call it. What you call it is so much less important than what you understand about it. What you understand about it is that, oh, this individual has been living a psychotic life
That was bullshit.
Experience reality, that it changes. It has been often diagnosed as schizophrenia when people to whether association has many of the signs, symptoms, behaviors as what we call schizophrenia. Visual, their very odd relationships, inability to sustain going. I don't care. Call it. But in psychosis, least associated. It's that the person is living psychotic life. And stimulated.
Their microphone's not picking it up, guys.
By and large, typical of her, that not stimulated the rest of us.
I have an objection based on that last answer with regards to what we received in her scope of that had been stricken.
Mr. Tellini?
I mean, I think that was in her report and she was expounding on what she had seen in the video and what was going on.
Well, I'm going to allow it. I'm also going to end this answer.
Okay. And then lastly, Dr. Lewis, just one other question that I had. Would it then, if somebody was suffering that type of mental illness, would it be possible for a daughter who has been with them most of her life not to be aware of it?
That's a tough question because to be aware of it would respond a whole. I can answer that. Not to be aware of it. To be aware of the trauma dissociation, not to be able to conceptualize psychosis. That, of course, is possible. But just to say not to be aware of it. For certain psychiatrists.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Lewis?
Please say no.
Good. We passed all of them forward and
Or
retrieve those.
pass them all over.
Please.
I don't like how he said pass them all over. And she's gonna, she's not gonna like the questions, so she's gonna over explain. This lady. That's a lot of questions. 3, 4. Poor judge. He's not looking really happy as we're wrapping up this case. He's going to be ready when this is over with. But I can tell you that judge is not going to like this expert witness show up on any other witness list. I can tell you that. He is over it. All right, we can get sound back any moment now. I can't tell if they're talking and just forgot to put the mics on or not. Okay. Your mic's not on. Your mic's not on. So we're not hearing the questions. There's no mic. I think you just realized the mic's not on. Nope, maybe not. All right, well, I think the judge doesn't realize he never turned the mic back on, so we can't hear the final question. That was one question. It doesn't look like he went on to the second question yet. I don't know if he's going to realize the microphones are not on, if somebody's notifying that there's no sound, I hope. He did this yesterday, late yesterday afternoon. You realize? No mic. No mic. Elfig. Jennifer L. bought the doc. Oh, well, thank you. That's sweet. There you go. God bless you. I hope you tell her thank you. All right. Well, he does not realize the mic is still not back on. Like, I'm going nuts here. I want to hear what is being asked of her. But I want to hear, more importantly, I want to hear the dissertation. He doesn't realize the mic is not on. No. I'm going to refresh just to be on the safe side. I'm pretty sure the mic. Can somebody check and see if the mic's off everywhere or if it's just me? Oh, you're welcome. The real me too. We can't hear her question. Q&A, Q&A, no Q&A. All right, well, we might not. I'm going nuts. I'm going to refresh just to be on the safe side. But now it's like all over with at this point. Let's see if he turns his. I bet you, I think I just saw him look down again. I keep thinking he's going to see the microphone is turned off and decide to turn it back on, but I have a funny feeling that is not the case. Yeah, his microphone, I can see it right down there at the very bottom. See, when I hover over his face, it says he's muted. Everybody's muted. Sorry, guys. It's muted everywhere. Yep. That's funny. Elfig is funny. It's off due to the jury questions. No, we've heard every single one of the jury questions, Robin. We've never not heard the jury questions. Like this, they've had jury questions literally for every single witness. I think he just forgot to unmute his microphone. I think it was unintentional. I think it was unintentional. But it's not like a huge deal. Like, I kind of think we all we all know the outcome of this. You know, this is one of those cases where it was pretty blatant. And not only that, but she's once they go not guilty by reason of insanity, then they're basically acknowledging they killed the person. So we knew she did it. We just didn't know if the jury was going to find her sane or insane at the time. I believe they're going to find her completely sane at the time, that this was for whatever reason, this was somewhat planned. I don't know if that was the case or not, but it feels like it. That's all I can say. It feels like it. Can you click unmute and say hello? No, it won't let me unmute myself or unmute the judge. So I just don't think the judge knows. Move to stage. Oh, no, we're not doing that. Oh, Lord. I want to hear the questions, just not the answers. I know what you mean, Patricia. This lady gives dissertations. She doesn't answer questions. She gives dissertations. This has been one of the most difficult witnesses I think I've ever witnessed, or at least have ever witnessed in a really, really long time. I know, Tammy Sue. Oh, Lord. We feel the judge's pain. I can tell you that. We feel the jury's pain too, but I feel the judge's pain more because he's the one that all eyes are on him, and he's having to keep his cool. And you got to think some of this stuff has got to be just frustrating the ever love out of this judge, especially with this particular, out of all the witnesses, it's this last witness here that has just been a pain in the rear of this judge. Like I honestly believe if she was younger, he wouldn't have been so kind to her. He would have probably been a little more brash, at least by the second time. He would have probably been a little more stern. But you got people in the gallery taking photos when they're not supposed to, recording or doing whatever they're not supposed to be doing, you know. So I think he's ready for this case to be at an end. But as you can tell, we're still not through the questions. Oh, Lordy, Lordy. Okay. I wish I could read lips. Where's my designated Bullhorn Betty lip readers? I covered when I was on the phone with my aunt today. Somebody started saying we can read lips, and so I covered my lips. Got it. Well, people knowing when she was coming into town, and it's crazy because I don't need to say. This kind of sucks a little bit. I bet you those questions were really good from the jury too. I bet you they were, because some of those jurors had to probably be getting frustrated with her. I bet you they were good. Dad burn it. Oh well. It is what it is. We didn't get to hear. But you know what? I don't like this witness because, and I think that this is where the jury's going to have a problem putting more weight on her testimony than that of the professionals that provided testimony for the state. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. It is tiring. Yes, it's pretty exhausting at times, you know. That's why we were starting a little later so it's not so hard. I mean, we're right at 10 hours. Before we were almost at 12 hours. Big difference. So very thankful for that. But thank you, Elfig. Thank you. What was she was not a good witness because she's basically, you know, through all of this testimony, okay, all this chatter, all this nonsense. I'm going to call it nonsense because most of the crap she spewed out was nothing but nonsense. She could not define why she established Letecia as insane at the time. She couldn't answer any of the basic questions. What brought her to that expert opinion? She could never answer that. She still, to the very last moment of her testimony, still could never answer that. Yet the defense got up and asked her yet again, do you still believe, after all this information that you learned, that she is still insane at the time? And this lady said yes. As far as I'm concerned, anytime I ever see this lady's name again, I will take what she says with a grain of salt. Because to be honest with you, I don't think anything would have changed her mind, because she has been following this type of illness for so long. I think she personally, at her age, wants to find somebody that has multiple personalities that she can say she diagnosed. I truly believe that that has a lot to do with it. I think it's for her own personal gain, not her professional opinion or her training. That's what I truly believe. But again, I'm not her. I don't know. I am none the wiser. That's just my gut instinct. That's my opinion. The lady yesterday looked like a different lady than she does for me today. Right? I thought she was a cute little, I felt bad for her when she first got up there, right? She was so cute. She spoke so, it was hard to be mean or say anything bad about her because she reminded you of Aunt Millie, you know? And then today it's like, you know, you really see kind of the side to her where she's really not wanting to talk about logic and reason. And no matter what you could have presented in front of her, it could be it could be a video of Letecia saying that she's doing this to everybody, that she's going to play him like a fiddle. She could have that on tape and this lady still wouldn't change her opinion. That to me means there's something else underlying there as to why she formulated this opinion. Judge, you're still muted. Oh, this is driving me nuts. Come, unmute, unmute, unmute. Andrew, you her book, Prime even. No, don't. I will not read her book. I have no. Okay, he's turning the camera. Does that mean he's going to turn on are you going to turn on the mic? Turn the mic on. Can you turn the mic on? He turned the camera, so he knows it's there. Okay, doesn't look like he's. All right, what's going on? I still don't think he realizes his mic is turned off. Usually we have the problem the opposite way, where they forget to turn the mic off, not turn it on. Turn the mic on, buddy. These are literally the final words to the trial, and we can't listen to them. Oh my gosh. Just look down. I think if we pray really hard, I think he'll notice his microphone's off and turn it on just in time to tell everybody to rise so the jury can leave. That's my prediction. Nope. I think we're going to have no sound the rest of this. Dad burn it. I was hoping he'd see it. See the microphone? He's not going to see it before they end. And this is the happiest we've seen. Have we seen the judge smiling for the first time in days? And it's right here, and we can't even hear the nice words that are coming out of his mouth. And I have to think that he's probably telling them, thank you. I know that this went over a lot longer than we expect. I just want to tell you, I appreciate everything that you've done, and then goes into the normal thing. Please don't watch anything. So now we're standing up. So it doesn't look like we're going to have any kind of volume back on this, this particular stream, because he forgot to turn the mic back on after turning it off when he called everybody up to the up to see the judge, up to the bench. Lord have mercy. I can't even talk tonight. And he was talking to him about the jury's question to see if they had any objections or anything like that. And he's going to go over some stuff right now. He's going to go over some stuff right now we can't hear. I don't think he did it intentionally. I think he's just got so many things. It's late. I think we're all just burnt out with this whole entire trial. And I think he thought he hit the button when he moved his microphone and didn't realize he hit it. It's frustrating, I know. But it looks like, and he keeps looking down. It's like, I wish there was a big microphone right there that could show him that he's muted. But they're definitely having conversations, and I don't know if they're having conversations about the jury instructions. I don't know if he asked Letecia if she's planning on taking the stand. Like, we have so much stuff going on that I really just don't know because the microphones are off. So I'm going to quit beating a dead horse here because I was hopeful that he would see it. We prayed for it. He's not seeing it, so there's got to be a reason. Things happen for a reason. It's like I almost want to lip read. Where is my face? There it is. I almost want to lip read. I guess I can put my face on here. Well, I guess we want to keep it on here to see what they're doing inside the courtroom, at least until the end. I have a funny feeling they're talking about jury instructions, but I don't know. Oh, he's talking to her, so he might be asking her if she's planning on taking the stand in her defense. He's talking directly to her, so he might be talking. Damn, we're not going to find out. I can't believe not one person in the courtroom is not telling him his mic is turned off. And it's a lengthy conversation. I mean, this has been, no, I'm not happy, Jennifer. I'm not happy at all, because I think he's asking everything that we wanted to know. Is she going to be taking the stand in her own defense? What's going to be happening? Do they have additional witnesses to call? All this stuff, because you got to remember, tomorrow there is no court. It's not going to be back in session until Friday. So we're going to have to wait literally a whole entire 24 hours. And we're still, unless somebody started, can somebody check Twitter and see if anybody's tweeting about what's going on inside the courtroom right now? I'd like to know what, let me see. Let's see. Let's look at the latest. See if we got anything coming out of there. Anyone in the court? She's testifying. Is she testifying? We cannot hear. Opted to not testify. Letecia opted not to testify, guys. Letecia, they did ask her. Letecia did opt not to testify. So she is not going to take the stand. So now my batting average went up a little bit. Now I'm 50-50, guys. Look at that. Look at that. She's not going to take the stand in her own defense. She's sunk. And now he asks whether she's going to testify, muted no less. They are asking if Letecia is going to testify, but we can't hear her answer. Somebody says I've had it with the day. Live shot, Letecia's attorney trying to figure out how their client didn't get a fair trial. Oh, sorry, it was a kind of a meme. So let me just keep, let me see if I can keep refreshing and see if we can get some more information here. Letecia will not be testifying in her own defense. So it looks like that's what's going on here right now. That's what the news coming out. Was just informed she will not be testifying on
Paragraph.
So that's paragraph 2.
We got sound.
I think
Yes, baby.
So,
Too late.
because I agree that's how they have to do that.
Right.
But I think it starts out with, if you found the defendant guilty of one or more, I think that relates to Roman numeral 2. Your next paragraph is, if, however, you found the defendant not guilty of any one of the following charges, then sign Roman numeral 1. And that would be right, because Roman numeral 1 is the not guilty with the interrogatory on page 2. Guilty is Roman numeral 2.
Okay.
So,
No problem making all the corrections, including the ones that you.
okay. I'll
You want to give me a hard copy and I'll just make all the.
Yeah.
And email everybody?
Yeah, that's fine.
People are joking around
Yep.
saying, night, night, Maria.
Let's see, where was it? Here is the Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2 issue. Here is the statutory language.
Now I judicial notice one as well.
Yes, please. And that should just be stock, right?
Yep.
Yeah. There's the qualified witness.
Field records and so forth of regurgitation by Ms. Strobel.
Whatever you come up with.
Something together and send it to grounds.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then the only instruction that we'll still have an issue with, that we'll have to argue about, is you have a question or an instruction that says the question of the defendant's sanity or insanity has reference to her mental condition at the time of the alleged acts, the condition of the defendant's mind previous to the act charged, and since that time may be considered only to aid you in determining her sanity or insanity at the time of the acts charged.
Your Honor, I'll take that out if defense counsel wants it out, or we can leave it in.
Put it in or out?
If you got good case law, that's a good instruction. I think we should keep it in.
I'm fine with it in, I think.
Okay. Just wanted it. I think it's a correct legal state or correct statement of the law. So, okay. So take care of those. Then, I want the attorneys here on Friday morning, 8:30. 830. Just making sure. So 8:30, and then we can talk about the jury instructions, and we should be in a position that maybe what can happen is rest instruction. And I will take a break before we start into the closings, because I think it's only fair that the jury consider it that way. So, okay.
Judge, the only final thing, those documents from Dr. Lewis, I'm fine with just uploading them. We've had, I don't know how you want them to be uploaded, if you want them to be suppressed or somehow protected, but we've had that issue in the past.
They're covered by CJD, I think it's 0905, or 0509. There's a Chief Justice directive that has to deal with that. And then there are internal regulations, because I'm assuming that it has to do with mental health. It should be uploaded as sealed.
So that's been the problem in the past, that when we've done that, then somebody has then unsealed them.
Okay.
And then they've gotten out. So that's why we've asked in the past for maybe the court to upload.
The easiest way to do, upload it, suppress it, let us know when you've uploaded it.
Okay.
Then we will change the status from suppressed to sealed, and nobody else should be able to change it except us.
Okay.
That may be the difference, is that if the attorney's uploaded as sealed, maybe somebody else can change it. But
I think that's right. Yeah.
if you upload it as suppressed, let us know it's there. We'll change it to sealed. Then it should be fine. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
All right. Even though I was going absolutely nuts that we couldn't hear. I knew what he was asking her, and I wanted to hear, but we did find out very quickly in Twitter. We got there in seconds. They were already starting to post about it. She's not going to be standing trial in her own defense. And there's no point at this point for her to do so. They need to attack this on an appeal level if she has one, because this case here is done. It's done for. So, yeah, we're not... she's not going to do it. It sounds like by Friday, they're going to be ready to move into closing arguments, because they're done with this witness here. Somebody's put in the chat that there's somebody calling for this judge to be reprimanded for how he treated Dr. Lewis. Absolutely not. Dr. Lewis was disrespectful to the judge. Let's get that straight. Let's get that out there first and foremost. When a judge specifically tells you to be at court at a certain time and you're still running late, that is a slap in the face to that judge. When that judge is constantly and has repeatedly tell you, and attorneys tell you to answer the question at hand, you should answer the question at hand. So it was not him being disrespectful to her. It was her actually being very disrespectful and not showing proper professional etiquette inside a courtroom. And, the judge, I thought, showed great restraint in dealing with Dr. Lewis. And again, I don't think he would have been as nice had it been any other person besides Dr. Lewis. So whatever person is blowing that smoke, they obviously don't understand how you're supposed to behave as a witness inside a courtroom. So anyways, guys, good day today. I think the state walked this case. I truly believe that it's going to be very difficult for the stop sharing. Sorry, guys. For the defense to argue, the state walked their defense. Their defense witnesses. I think that they proved their defense witnesses. I mean, the first one pretty much just broke. Within minutes of cross-examination on her data. And this one was more of a tough cookie, been around the block a time or two. But there is some reason why she was adamant that this woman had this, that she truly, she spent 3 days with this woman and could tell that she was insane at the time. And you heard that ridiculous impersonation where she was supposed to be a Spanish-speaking Maria that ended up sounding German. But when she got excited, she seemed to always revert back to the voice of Letecia. That right there, fake fake. I don't know how you can't see fake. It was just ridiculous. In my mind, it was absolutely ridiculous. It's an hour and a half that we will never, ever get back in our life. And it is what it is. So guys, tomorrow, just to give you a clue on what's going to happen tomorrow, we're going to do Coffee Club at the original time, 6:30, between 6:30 and 7. Hopefully, let's cross our fingers that I sleep better tonight. But we're going to try to shoot for 6:30 to 8:30 tomorrow morning. And we will have a great topics for discussion. And then we're going to break. I'm going to do my hair. So when you guys need to make sure that you're following me, right? And you've got the bell set to all. So when I put my new do in the community post, you guys can see it, right? You guys can see it. So I'll see you guys back first thing in the morning for our traditional coffee club. I can't wait to be back on time. So we'll see you first thing in the morning. God bless each and every one of you. Until next time, be safe and kind.